Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's pseudo episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy voice actors tonight will be answering your questions and then doing a fantastic battle royale showdown between Pike, Vax, Keyleth, and Percy. For those of you here for our last battle royale, it's going to be a fun circumstance where the players are dropped into a scenario they do not yet know. They'll be forced to battle with only one victor, the last man standing. But we'll be getting to that for the second half of this evening. First, let's get through some quick announcements. If we wanted to get through those, I probably should have loaded them up on my phone.
Yeah. Let me see if I can beat you to that.
If you want to get to that right now. But in the meantime, this comes to our fourth and final week of this run, being sponsored by Loot Crate. They've been fantastic for this month run with Critical Role. It's our first time really trying out a sponsorship. You guys have been awesome in checking out their stuff, and I hope a lot of you guys have enjoyed now becoming part of the Loot Crate membership family.
Woohoo!
As we are.
And you can get a $3 off your subscription with code Critical Role.
Yeah, at www.lootcrate.com/criticalrole. I talk for a living. Anyway, what else do we want to announce this evening?
Also, the Dear Vox Machina article series has been going on Friday nights.
Mm-hmm.
Who came out last?
Grogs.
Grogs, yeah.
I think mine's coming out tomorrow.
Oh,
Keyleth.
cool.
I think Keyleth is tomorrow.
I better get mine turned in.
You should probably turn your
probably
work
do
in.
that.
You
Turn
should
mine
probably
in,
do
too.
your work.
Yeah.
I should probably turn mine in, too.
Jeez, fucking
You guys get
slacker.
just sitting
around,
staring at a wall
Slackers,
You're right,
man,
that's
just
all I do.
slacking off.
Gallivanting in Hawaii.
Yeah, no, whatever. you
Yeah,
know.
whatever, just getting a tan,
Yeah, well, a burn. I
a burn.
I
Yeah,
do-
you're very pink.
I do have to point out
Lobster red.
strong appreciation for Taliesin to really show fly the true nerd banner by having a trip to Hawaii and spending a portion of it in his hotel room playing D&D on Skype.
There was a beautiful sunset happening right off screen. As my friends I'm sharing the room with are like,
What are you doing?
This is so
great.
going
snorkeling. Like,
We're going snorkeling.
Gotta kill a dragon.
That's pretty great.
And then your first episode of Signal Boost went live on Tuesday.
yay! My
Yep.
first episode of Signal Boost
Woo!
went. Oh, ow, that hurt. Went live on.
Don't
on
hurt
Tuesday.
yourself.
I'm gonna burn us down. This whole game's coming down now.
It's awesome. All apart.
Yeah, you should check it out. I'm really proud of it, and I'm happy with it. And there's more.
Good,
fun.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're not like totally embarrassed.
Mortified. Mortified.
No, it's very fun. The internet loves you.
Okay.
It's kind of uncanny.
Yeah, no, it's weird.
I finally,
I
I finally
pay them off.
splurged on your episodes, Marisha.
Oh, really?
I did.
Yeah?
You
And
binged them?
I've liked all of the things that you liked.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
We have similar.
So now I'm gonna watch Hector's.
We really all should
I'm
like.
behind,
We
but
should
I'm gonna
all
get
like
Hector's is
bees. Really.
Bees are great.
Bees or
These
die.
are great.
They,
Yeah.
bees
Bees or
are
die.
bees or
Great.
die. Yeah.
Essentially.
I will have a hive soon. It is happening.
I want to help you in
Oh,
that
you
endeavor.
lucky.
Really?
Oh yeah, no, it's like being built right now.
Right next
in
door
my
to the
backyard.
chickens?
Right next door to technically next door to my room, but yeah, right next door to the chickens.
Just
Generally, as
screen
long as you
window.
leave the bees
Oh yeah,
alone.
no, no. With screen window crucifix. I've got the whole thing set up.
love the bees at a distance.
Yeah,
Oh, they're very nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
They're sweet.
it's the crazy.
What other announcements have we got?
Yeah.
That's
that I
it.
don't have in front of me.
That's it. No
That's
one
it.
else
No, no,
added
no.
anything
Quickie.
else.
What's
Yeah.
up?
No, nothing.
No?
No.
I have a quick announcement. For those who haven't seen or had an opportunity to play yet, this week had the launch of Overwatch, Blizzard's new game.
Small game.
I'm lucky enough to play the character McCree, the space cowboy. So you guys get to have an opportunity to shoot a six shooter in the game and tell people it's new. So if you haven't played it, you should. It looks like a lot of fun. I have enjoyed the crap out of it.
It's so good.
You bring it on yourself just saying that catchphrase.
Oh, I get tweeted pretty much at every time zone's noon. Every day, just barraging me with, "Hey Matt, what time is it?" It's pretty great. I'm pretty happy
Every
about that.
time zone.
Yeah, it's like multiple
Once an
times
hour.
throughout the day, yeah.
On the hour.
2 days in.
What time
Days
is
in.
it?
It's about 4 o'clock. Why? Oh,
Hold on, look at the time. It's pretty great.
Oh, that's brilliant.
But yeah, so excited about that. You guys should play
And not to be confused with McCready.
it. No. Apparently,
No.
me and gunslinging guys with McCree in their name is
Yeah, it's
finishing
just
this past
you,
year.
you've got the
Didn't realize
cornerstone.
The name was on.
Yeah.
Yeah, McCree,
Yeah.
McCready, and then what's the name of your character's name in Evolve, which is also a cyber space
cowboy.
cowboy?
Space Cowboy. That's Abe.
Oh, Abe.
Abe.
Abraham Presley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, guys in hats with guns has been a theme this past year.
Yeah.
I like it. Some of them with really great facial hair. So I love that theme.
I'm really looking forward to Overwatch. I'm really.
me
I
too.
haven't hit it yet. But
It's so good,
We're
you
gonna
guys.
have to. We're gonna
So
have
exciting.
to sync
It's
up and
so
play it. It's
good.
gonna be
yeah,
good.
no, it's gonna be a thing.
Blizzard is.
We got questions to get to.
Questions!
Me
folks.
too.
Great.
I should pull up
So first and foremost, we have a few sources of questions. Obviously, we're not going to get to a lot of them tonight because there's a lot of questions. But there's a Reddit thread that's been up for a little while. We're going to be pulling questions from there. The chat room as well. We have at our side here. We have questions coming from you guys there, as long as we can keep track of it because it goes pretty fast. My mic kind of bad. Not getting a good mic. I'll lean this way then, and try and get
Try and
to
use my yeah.
to this section.
Why don't you
Should
adjust the
work
boom?
fine.
You could adjust the
probably-
boom.
Adjust the boom.
How about the
It's like
cameras there?
within.
That looks
I
so.
don't think they're
Not
on it.
Very audible. They're just being picky.
Just being
Oh.
picky? Guys, stop being
Okay.
picky. It's all good. Okay, as long as you guys can hear me, I think we're okay. However, yeah, we have Reddit, we have the chat room, and then we have on Twitter the hashtag Critical Role questions as well. We'll be going through those and picking questions and answering them as they come. So let us
Take a
begin.
peek.
We're apologizing now for all of us looking at our phones in periods of time. It's not because we're bored, it's because we want to answer your
That's where the questions are.
Yes.
They're questions.
Questions!
All right.
Oh my god, questions.
This comes from Groghammer on Reddit. After the episode Cows and Consequences, Matt said it was one of the weirdest, but not the weirdest D&D experience he's ever had. To him and others with experience, what is the weirdest thing that's happened in a game you've played? This is an interesting question.
Off screen, I guess.
Yeah.
Outside of Cows and Consequences.
I mean, it could be, I guess, something in Critical Role if you want to, but if you had other stranger experiences. I'll begin. This was weird but dark. This was when I was running the Ravenloft game for a few years with my old group back in the late 2000s. And as they began to make their way through Barovia, the actual the atmosphere of it was drawing them down, and they were taking, every night they'd sleep there, they'd take corruption, similar to how you did when you were in Whitestone under the watch of the Briarwoods. We had our bard began to just grow sharpened teeth. We had our rogue character who had like a long dormant mummy rot that had kind of been subsiding. His body began to spread again.
Whoa.
We had our blood mage who had been died and resurrected, came back not quite right and went a little feral. And then we had our paladin, whose his skin all of a sudden was pulled tighter against his body, and as a person who his whole ideal was to fight undead, and then to look in the mirror one day and see that he actually resembled one, he went crazy and started smashing stuff. It was a cool build-up. But one of the weirder fun experiences was when they finally finished the battle with Strahd, when they had defeated him and taken, in theory, saved Ravenloft. It was, the epilogue ended up being this kind of at what cost circumstance. And, well, the cleric died in the final battle. The paladin killed himself. The blood mage disappeared into the forest and was never seen again. The rogue, who was kind of like the sort of older Indiana Jones character of the group, took the castle for himself and became the new Lord of Barovia, Batman style, supposedly to kind of watch over the city, but his corruption had gotten so heavy that it wasn't sure if they were replacing one monster with another. And the bard, who had had a constant feud with the rogue, got in the very final moments of the game in a huge argument post-battle, and the rogue grabbed him and tore his tongue out.
What?
And the bard now served him as this kind of mute, subservient Gollum figure, and it was like at the edge of his throne in the epilogue as the rogue kind of took the throne of Barovia for himself.
It's like an Edward Gorey poem.
Pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, it was a hell of an
So,
end to that campaign.
Wow.
Spider went like full on Theon Greyjoy style.
Kind of,
like,
yeah, unintentionally.
Wow.
That was my friend Sean Manzano.
That sounds really
Oh yes, of course it was.
Yeah,
Sean.
Sean.
All right,
Oh,
that,
Sean.
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Man.
But you guys.
I got so enraptured in that story. I'm trying to even think of like the
Can mine
weirdest-
be
I know.
from Mansions of Madness? Can mine be
Sure,
from
it's
a board
as
game?
any game, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm kind of partial to the time where I was playing as Ashcan Peep, who's my favorite character to play as in any Cthulhu universe. And I was down to 1 hit point, had lost my weapon, and was hiding in a chest. And I popped out of a chest and punched a Shoggoth and killed him.
Yeah, this is last hit point.
No,
that
no, it
wasn't
wasn't
Big
Big
Bear.
Bear.
It was
I think it's just
the
Center
the
Place.
hobo Jack in the Box singing punching.
The hobo Jack in the Box. The old hobo Jack in the Box technique.
No, like you do.
And it was great, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it.
Ash can't beat.
Ash can. Who can? Ash can.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. That was all I hoped for.
And you guys?
I mean, my tabletop is like high school, which I don't remember too well, and then our home game, and the show is far crazier than the home game was. I mean, as fun as the home game was, nothing like as lunatic as the cow episode.
Yeah, Cows was pretty
I
cool.
I feel like, yeah, I wasn't a part of that cow episode, but I remember watching it, and I was like, this is ludicrous. And I was laughing so hard I had just projectile tears. I was like, this is the weirdest thing
It was pretty,
that's happened in this game.
It's pretty legitimate. Hopefully this will work better for audio. Thank you so much.
We did a Sabat vampire game tabletop years and years ago at my friend Don's house that involved a savage burn on the Haunted Mansion in Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland, and we were actually resurrected as vampires inside the Haunted Mansion and just started and he had built an elaborate map of the entire ride. It was really spectacular.
Oh
great.
And
man.
it's forever colored
sounds
both
so
those
great.
rides.
I kind of want to see. Is there like a Barovia travel poster out there? Someone has to have
Someone's
made
made
something
one.
like that, right?
which one?
Like a Barovia travel poster.
I hope so. Like a
Like
pamphlet.
come visit. It's sunny Barovia.
Not quite sunny Barovia.
Yeah.
Oh
If you
man.
do find that on the internet, please send it to us or find us on Twitter. I'd love to see
That
that.
would be great. Yeah.
All right, the question, Ashley, what classes would the cast of Blind Spot be in your opinion?
Oh dang.
Good one.
From Zodaro in the chat room.
Okay. Probably in the whole with everybody. Probably Sully, who plays Kurt, the main guy. Or no. Okay, we'll start with Jane Doe. I think she would be a fighter, just like straight up human
Street Fighter class. Yeah.
I think probably Kurt Weller. Sully would be a barbarian. I think Zapata would be a rogue. I think I would probably be a bard, or probably still a cleric.
Yeah. You said so in the show.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, so I am.
That was my favorite in-joke I've ever seen in television from a nerd point ever. Those who haven't seen it, there's an episode of Blind Spot where Ashley's character actually gets teased about playing your wizard and elf game,
Yeah.
and you correct them with
I'm like, it's called Dungeons and Dragons.
like, I'm actually I'm a gnome cleric.
Yeah.
And I was like,
So good.
it was,
Yes.
it was
Put it
very
in where we
touching.
can. Just dig it right in.
Made me happy.
It's called outreach.
Yes.
It's a way to put it.
Our outreach campaign.
Yes. Liam, did you find a question you wanted to tackle?
Oh yeah.
I know they're coming. They're coming in fast. Coming in hot.
Well, here, I'll throw one in while you guys are looking.
Yes.
Question for the players. A few of you have come close to trading blows before. This is from Story Before Numbers on the Reddit page. Within the actual narrative of Critical Role, do you believe your character could ever be capable of seriously fighting or killing another party member? And if so, what would it take to reach that point?
I think it would take a lot, like a lot. And I got a lot of static after Vax punched Percy. Like a week later, everyone's like, "Oh, like Vax has any horse to stand on with what happened with his sister." First of all, that was what was running through my head as I punched Percy. None of you had to tell me about that. That's what I was thinking about. And if that hadn't happened, I probably would have done more than punch him one time. It probably would have gone a little bit further. But I would say, on the one hand, probably Vax thinks that it's a little different because Vax rushed in to try to save his sister. Not exactly the same situation. But on the other hand, you're kind of right. He doesn't have any moral high ground, and I'm not trying to play anyone on moral high ground. And I thought, do I have the right to do this? Probably not. Who cares? Wump.
Yeah.
We're all playing imperfect people, and
Percy would absolutely kill another member of Vox Machina if he thought that it was for the
greater good.
the good of the whole group. If he thought if there was a situation where it was put one down because they're a threat to everybody else, probably be okay.
you could do it.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, Keyleth has a hard time, killing the scum of the earth, so... No.
I couldn't kill Trinket. I think I'd feel really bad.
You
Like,
feel really
I couldn't live with myself.
You are gonna get
Yeah, well, I mean-
DiCaprio'd.
I don't know if Pike could do it.
Yeah.
Even if they were really just really bad or something was just terrible, I feel like Pike would just try anything to not kill one of the members.
You try and like
You
save
should
them.
stay in that mindset after the break tonight.
No, I
Nope.
will
Nope.
not.
Yeah, no, this is
Tonight is an exception, my friend.
Alternate reality.
Well, you know, Sarah Ray, part of her spheres of influence is redemption too. So, like with Pike, I could see her
Yeah.
definitely. She feels that even somebody who's fallen that far from what she knew,
There's
she could
still some
find a way to bring him
places-
back.
Yeah, there's still something in them that should still be there. I
I like
don't know.
that.
I don't think there's anything that can make her kill somebody. Except tonight.
Except tonight. There you go. We'll have it.
Tonight's special.
You want to find any questions they prefer for this one?
I have a good one.
There you go.
This is from @Kara Kiriyama on Twitter. Kara Kiriyama. If the characters hadn't found each other and formed Vox Machina, what do you think they'd be doing instead?
Percy be dead by now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Keyleth might be dead.
He would have walked into some stupid, and that would have been the end of him.
I think the twins have just been doing mercenary work somewhere.
Yeah.
Keyleth would try and continue on her Araminte by herself if she had to. Maybe find other people to pal around with along the way. She kind of tagged along with you guys because she was afraid she'd die out there alone, which, once again,
Probably would
would've.
have. Yeah.
I feel like Pike would have probably just stayed hanging out in the Bramblewood, living with Wilhand, and I feel like she's pretty small town. You know, like I think this is such a huge adventure and for Pike, and I think the only thing that brought Pike out of it was because of Grog, was the family.
Yeah.
Being like, well, I guess I'll leave to try to help him and find him. Yeah, I think she just. I don't think she would have explored that much. I think she just would have stayed.
Yeah.
So Vox Machina brought out the best.
That is now your theme song.
Yes.
That well.
Such a good theme song.
All right, we have here. I'll answer this as a quick question. It says at Mandalore_Caldley on Twitter asks, what has been the worst or best, if funniest way there's been a TPK in any game you've played? For those of us who've had that happen before, the Paranoia game that we played on here was pretty fun. There was definitely a TPK, universal TPKs, and we accidentally wiped out all of existence and reality, so that was fun. I wasn't actually part of this game, but I love the story behind it. This was an evil campaign that the same guy who was the rogue in my Ravenloft game, Sean, and a few other people were playing. This was, I think, 3.0 D&D, and they were an evil campaign. They were all evil characters. This is actually, I think it was in Ravenloft, the Swords and Sorcery setting, not the expedition to Ravenloft, but like the whole plane of Ravenloft. And his evil cleric had set up, for like half the game, a plot to eventually kill the rest of the party and take them for power. But only the DM knew. And eventually he found the right moment, right towards the end of their story arc, and they were just on the cusp of finally completing their adventure. And he told the DM, this is the moment. And he systematically killed each member of the party, took their heads, preserved their heads still living, and put them on the shelf in his now dark tower.
Oh.
And that was the end of the campaign. He ended up TPKing the rest of his own party and putting them on the shelf. Yeah.
Bless Sean.
Sean's
Sean
an
so
interesting character.
Wherever you are in the world, Sean.
Actually, I think I'm seeing him this weekend at
Yeah,
MomoCon in
in
Atlanta.
Yeah.
See you in a few days, Sean.
Gosh. Incredible. I feel like it would be so fun to be an evil character.
I want to do a one-off sometime that goes further than the Goblin game.
Yeah.
That can be arranged.
Okay.
Then next time we have a day off like this and people can't make it, whoever's around, we'll do an evil one shot.
just evil
Started
one shot.
salivating almost
Yeah.
over
No,
a
fun.
second.
So much fun. I got ideas.
We should do an
I
evil
got
one
ideas.
shot.
I
Good
know what
ideas.
that character is for that game. Yeah.
That makes me happy. All right, chat room. Let's see.
This @L Chow, Lillian Chow on Twitter says, "Who comes up with and assigns the episode titles?" I think this is kind of a funny story. I mean, mainly they kind of come out organically.
Yeah, I have my own titles of when I give the adventure preparation for each session in the actual documents in my folder. But then when the episodes happen, then that very much informs what the episode titles are. So usually it's the
Like At Dawn We Plan.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, that was so. I was like, this has
Just
got to
so
be.
there
fair.
can't be that
Yeah.
title.
Plan.
So we all just kind of walk out.
What's
of the
gonna happen
room
at
going,
dawn?
well,
We
that's-
plan.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the
pretty
title.
Yeah, the titles come out of the next Monday morning. Taliesin texting me or emailing me at like 11:30 a.m.
Okay, we need a title now. You've got 20 minutes.
what's
Good
something
morning. What's
witty?
up?
I'm like, I'll be in the middle of a session, like just like, okay, bathroom break, okay. Ooh, that'll be good. And
I actually
all
didn't
it
know
is.
that. I didn't know that you thought of the titles because they're
Well, you got the bird's eye view, man.
fantastic.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I feel a little weird if like somebody I didn't know did the titles, or
Yeah.
it's like the last episode came out and someone's like the dragon episode. I'd be like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that would be the case. Whoever would possibly do the titles here would be
Well,
considered,
yes.
but I'm a little attached.
I mean, it makes sense. I don't know who else I thought would have done it besides you, but
We could do a
makes
vote.
me happy.
Whatever happens.
Draw lots.
We
Yeah.
do most everything
We have
I
ourselves.
think I thought it was someone.
I got one. People all week, all year really, but a lot this week have been asking me and telling me, asking me, does Bax have a death wish, or saying Bax has a death wish. You are free to think I have death wish. I don't have a death wish. I don't want to roll a new character. I love my character, but I'm not going to play him like an accountant. I'm going to rush in and try to save people and kill the motherfuckers who killed my parents, my mother. I don't have a father.
You do have a father.
We'll get to
He
that.
does.
I don't have a death wish. I do not want to stop playing my character. He could die next week, and I'll be bummed for a while. But I mean, this is just how I'm going to play him.
Would you cry?
I don't know.
I would cry.
I'd cry so much.
I would cry so hard.
We cried
cry a
so hard
lot.
when you died that one time. Like
Yeah,
everyone.
Horrible.
That was.
I don't know. And if I survive
Need to
next
revisit.
week's game, I will do something just as dumb fuck 2 to 5 episodes later. So strap in.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Well, that's it's not like we have a plan.
Yeah.
I like
No.
when people assume we have plans.
Yeah. Well, first off, no plan survives contact with the enemy.
No.
This is like the general term. And also, that's kind of what D&D is about. Like, there have been many games that I've played where, yeah, I could do the smart, safe move, but then I stop myself and go, why? To me, I'd rather try something spectacular and fail spectacularly than just keep it safe and on its own. And even if a character could possibly die, those are the moments that you remember, you know? So,
Yeah.
like,
It's true.
Yeah.
What's the video game from Rick and Morty? I'm trying to remember the. You know the one.
the one where he goes and lives the
Stan.
life.
Stan.
You're
Yeah,
taking him
Stan.
off the grid. He doesn't
Yep.
have a social security card.
So, like,
The game can be different things for different people.
Yeah.
And if people want to treat it like a WoW raid, go for it. Have fun with that. But if I had to be like, okay, how can I max out my opportunities here, make my chances to get my develop?
Yeah.
That's not why I play.
Yeah.
I play to have to stick myself in the epic books that I loved reading as a kid.
Mhm.
And sometimes characters die.
Many of those people in those books die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, most
The
die.
battles of
I feel like we've all become the characters so much.
Yeah, yeah. Someone else asked, how long did it take to create your characters? And like, I feel like it's still happening.
Still happening.
Yeah.
The first game was just like, yeah, I'm a rogue. We're twins. Cool. Okay, what do? I sneak around. Grog doesn't even know that he can do whatever the hell he wants. Great. Well, like,
Yeah.
it's so
That's such
loosey
like
goosey.
an Urban Outfitter like inspirational poster. Our stories are never over.
It's
Wow, that's a bad
still
yeah, a little bit.
it's still ripening. You know.
It is.
And we talk about
true, though.
sometimes we have one-on-one conversations with each other in a group, and like we feel like we're learning new things about the character every game, or each other, or ourselves even playing this game.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I feel knee deep in Act 2 right now. Like of my character.
Percy's
like,
got-
oh yeah, he's
His
totally
life.
Act 2.
He's had some real interesting
He's
arcs.
had some
weird shit.
really interesting
You two
stuff.
especially have had some interesting changes. You your change from pre-stream to stream, just because your whole experience on the ship and after the death, Pike has become a lot more like hardened and
Yeah.
and kind of accepting of the harshness of reality, and it's been kind of cool to watch that happen.
That's been fun. I almost still feel like Pike is a little bit of Act 1. Even with everything that's happening, I'm still a little like, ooh, there's more there, but
Waiting for that big
we're
break
waiting.
to happen.
Yeah, but it's getting there. But
Well-
that's like a lot. Someone asked, what led to Ashley and Travis deciding to link their backstories together? That was actually not my decision.
That was how you hooked her
That
in.
was how he put it together, which I thought was really cool because I came to the second game that you guys played,
Yeah, it was
Yes.
the second team.
Yep.
Yeah,
and so
but
you know,
Travis couldn't be there for the second game, so I worked it into the
so you're
story.
like,
I
know
told you
what,
I
let's make it
we had to
seem-
go find
yeah.
him.
I didn't give you exactly what it was, but I said, well, you know, if you want to tie it into why Travis can't be there with his character, how would you want to work these together. And
Oh
I
my
think
God, that's
you.
right.
Which is so crazy because like how our friendship in game has turned out, like it's so huge in the game for me.
Mm-hmm.
Which I wonder if that was in the story, how different that would have been. But that's like such a huge part of the story for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So crazy.
it evolves in really strange ways.
Yeah, I mean, like
Love it.
today now, like Vax has sort of wishing he could follow a bit in her footsteps, or did, or I don't want to get too much into that. And obviously, all of this, I didn't have any beef with you at any time in the past.
No.
I don't trust you as far as I can tell you.
Good. That's probably a really good decision.
Grog and Vax never had any kind of like real kind of digging at each other, and there's a little dicier now. They're okay, but there's a little bit of.
One of these
Sniping.
days, me and you, our ideas are gonna come
Oh.
to a crashing head.
Oh, it's going to be a crashing head.
It's gonna be a
great.
horribly crashing head.
Well, I'm curious. Well, there's so many ways that there's so many things that are just on the cusp of happening. I'm so excited.
There are.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Because I haven't even gotten to deal with this motherfucker yet.
Real?
About what's been going on with him.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
Right, yeah.
I've been,
Yeah.
I'm a
yeah.
cutter. I've been cutting.
Yeah.
Dagger,
Apparently,
dagger,
our
dagger.
characters we confuse people.
Yeah. Him being Vax.
Yeah.
So, not
I'm
Liam.
Vex.
You're
Don't.
Don't. We're
not.
just.
Don't.
Don't
You're
let him
right.
fuck with
Yeah,
you. You're right.
How
I
long
saw
have you
the
been playing this game
immediate
for?
doubt.
But still, the split second where I was like, shit, I got it wrong.
I know.
No, I didn't.
That's your own fault, by the way.
Oh!
One letter off, you dicks. Real fast, I'm gonna put this out there because this question has come up a lot this week. Yes, I'm well aware that Dimension Door, from a rules standpoint, says that if you were to teleport into a space occupied by a creature, it would shunt you out and take 4d6 psychic damage, I think. I agree with that. However, the players come up with a very interesting plan, formed two of the smallest possible members in a creature that is so large that I considered in that moment that there would be enough space where you wouldn't be occupying technically the same space as the creature. So I allowed it for that circumstance. Most of the time, yes, they would be shunted out, and if he rolled a lower intelligence roll, he probably would have been pushed out the side. But, as a dungeon master, you have to justify things, consider what makes sense versus what doesn't, how much does mechanics, written in rules, rule your game and the narrative, than how much you want to allow because the players have been creative, or it's an interesting way that could make sense and you can justify. I chose in that moment to justify that, and it didn't necessarily work in their favor in some ways, but that's the nature of making weird, cool plans and seeing if they come to fruition or not.
Still a fun game.
Yeah, so I'm well aware, and yes, I did let it. That doesn't mean you have to. You can be angry that I didn't follow the rules. I thought it was fun,
Sure you did.
cool.
There's a rule in the rule book that says bend the rules whenever you want to bend the rules.
That's
That's
true.
a rule.
That
That's
is
true.
So Matt
That
follows
is a
the
rule.
rules.
There you go. So
Is
that's a
there?
little
This is actually a cool question. This is for Matt, and I would like to hear this. Has there been something in game that's happened that has just absolutely shocked you? Where you were like, this is something that's never happened in a game that I've DM'd.
Teleporting as a dragon.
Teleporting instead of dragon is definitely new. The Counts and Consequences episode in general was ridiculous. There have been a few moments. Well, first off, everyone going for the treasure at the end of a boss encounter without healing up or checking for traps, and
Oh.
and that trap that I had set up there just as a possible blockade being enough to knock Vex out based on the bad roll. I've never had a player death that seemed that was directly after the conflict and danger. You know what I mean? Where like the calm, everything's
that was
cool.
the worst.
No.
It was, from a narrative standpoint, really cool how it played out, but I wasn't expecting that to happen at all. It was just going to be another annoyance and warning of the power behind this artifact, and it just sort of happened that way. That kind of
That was the worst.
That was awful.
We all felt
I
like
was-
such assholes.
Oh.
about that.
No,
we were all like,
no.
wow, that was
It's also,
that was dumb.
I mean, one of the most insane, personally, one of my most insane moments, because I've always told myself, like, all right, the twins, Vax is going to give himself up for his sister whenever he does it. And in a split second, I was like, here it is, here we go. I'm going to end my game. I'm ending it, Laura's going to go on, I'm out, just like I planned. And you went, flipped it on me.
That's what I do.
All my ideas for the future went,
Good.
had to change
Yes.
everything I was
That's the
thinking.
plan.
No, that was pretty cool. Other moment, I would say that honestly, the showdown with Kevdak, I wasn't sure if you guys were going to survive that, or at least a few of you were going to fall. A couple of key roles on that fight: the Grog escape, the broom escape, using the necklace in a way that I never considered it to be used. As like that was the way you guys planned that battle worked out almost perfectly to just barely save your asses. because that fight was one of the harder encounters I'd ever developed, and it was more of like I wasn't sure how it was going to go down. There were different ways. I had 3 other maps on the side in case you guys did like a sewer journey. If you guys wanted to stealth in during the night and like assassinate Kevdak in his room attempt, or like find a way to try and
That would have been
like,
a good idea.
There were
hoping people went,
Wow,
oh,
fuck,
shit,
why did we
why
think
didn't
of
we think of that?
like there are different ways
Travis
this
never
could have
said
worked.
Yes to that.
He wouldn't.
So the way this all went down, I left it open to see what you guys were going to do, and this was possibly the hardest way to handle it, but also ended up being one of the most dynamic and cinematic. So I was kind of excited how it worked out.
It was such a back and forth too, because we're like, okay, here's what we're gonna try to do, and we were like, oh shit, it's working, we got this, and then went and flipped into 180, and we're like, we're dead, and then a Hail Mary pass at the last second.
god! Yeah.
Just kept ripping expectations back and forth.
If anybody had got the death blow aside from Grog, they wouldn't have stopped. That was the sad, scary part, because like. It's one thing, having an old member of the herd that challenged him, dealing the death blow to give them pause and really consider, is this power move shifted? Is he the new leader? Like that was enough to cause everyone to kind of stop and really consider the situation. And with Zanwar being brought forth and released, it kind of put them into this tense period of, not subservience or respecting it and accepting the new rule, but just not really knowing what to do. Because their leader was gone, and the one that challenged them killed them in the spectacular death, and it gave them pause. If it was just like a shitty half-elf that ran up and like stabbed the ruler,
Hey.
from their perspective, you guys were shitty half-elves, all right, and a shitty gnome, and a shitty human.
Hey!
It would have continued in their mind to be an aggressive act, and they would have just continued to steamroll you.
Yeah.
That was so crazy. Anyway, yeah, we should answer another question.
Such an epic
I'm
game.
gonna
I
check
mean,
later.
similar kind of things happened with the dragon, though. It was like, this is going well. This is going pretty well. This is going pretty well.
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Nope,
It's
not
going
well.
not well at all. This
And
is
once
very
again,
not good.
Once again, internet. I think it was going. I think everyone's like, well, pretty much everything that could have went wrong did. That pretty much went
That's
to
so not true.
disastrous.
So many things
like
that
it
could
was
have gone
going so
wrong
well.
didn't.
Didn't.
Yeah,
I think we did pretty well.
I'm a ground
considering.
fighter. If I'd been on the ground, I'd probably be goo in my shoes.
No.
Yeah.
If you guys had not managed to, like, the whole mechanic I'd used was if the trap succeeded based on the dragon's perception roll and how well you guys hid things, the dragon had even noticed there was something different wrong, it wouldn't have landed. It would have just stayed up there and started just spraying you guys down, maybe throwing spells. Like, it would have been
Yeah, so we did
Bad.
pretty well considering.
and you holding it to the ground was important because it prevented it, because its breath weapon is a line, it kind of limited its range,
Yeah.
and what any powerful dragon does is, to his advantage, it just stays in the air and uses, and those few rounds were key. Once it did get free, you saw how fast it could turn in a negative position for a group. And like the chains were good, it sacrificed damage, but it also raised the DC of its ability to escape from the grapple that was holding it on the ground. So yeah, no, you guys did a really good job and had some rolls going in your favor, but once it started turning over and it escaped, it went south very quick.
But we have him on the run.
You have him on the run.
That was
kind of.
the worst cliffhanger of a game.
I know. It wasn't my intent. You just had to sleep.
I know.
Someone asked questions. When are you getting shirts on Geek and Sundry that says your fun is wrong?
I don't know. It's a polarizing term in the community. I'm glad and I'm excited that people are passionate enough to be so invested that they are frustrated that things they came up with didn't happen, or that they saw circumstances that outside of the game could have worked. To me, I think those discussions are great. There are some people that take it too far and like actually make verbal attacks on the players via social media, or go out of their way to use those circumstances to really be really unfairly dark and necessarily down on us. And I'm like, those are kind of shitty, and that's kind of more what that's referring to. But overall, like, I love the discussion. I think it's great. Everyone will handle a situation differently, and I love people who will have those talks. So I don't know if the hashtag your fun is wrong is in the spirit of isn't a good enough spirit, I think, to put on a shirt. I do eventually want to maybe do like a you can certainly try
You can
shirt.
certainly try. I
Wow,
think you can
yeah.
certainly try is next.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
kind of the
Yeah.
darkest thing that we ever hear in the game.
You
is
can
you
certainly
try.
I love it so much. I love it so much.
Shit.
I just roll my die to spite you.
Yeah.
All right.
Roll my die to
That's fine.
spite you. Yeah.
Let's find another question here. Let's see.
Someone asked if Keyleth was a vegetarian. Again, no. She's not. She's
just-
a druid.
She just acts like it.
She just acts like it.
All right, is it from Geek Spiral on Reddit? For Ashley.
I'm so sorry.
For Ashley, do the blind spot writers work out the critical references with you, or they just sneak it in themselves?
They asked, like, when I brought the mug to set, because I asked them, I was like, I want to just have one mug that my character uses, and they're like, okay, we'll just pick out a mug, and I was like, oh, I already have one. And I brought the Critical Role mug, and they were like, oh, cool, what is this? And I was like, just the coolest thing ever, don't worry about it, this is what I'm using. But then I couldn't do it for so many episodes because it had to be cleared by NBC, and they're like, well, what is this Critical Role? And I'm like, well, so I had to go through, and they're like, can you use it? I was like, of course.
It's like explain
So
it
then,
to your
yeah, and I was like,
grandmother.
wow, is this like Dungeons and Dragons game I play with my friends?
Well, it's online, Grandma. It's
Yeah,
online.
yeah.
No,
No,
it's
no,
not.
it's-
It's not like on TV.
Yeah.
It's not the email.
It's not the
No.
email, Grandma.
And then with the writers, I think they started hearing about it, and some of them have started watching it, which is so funny. And then they started just adding like little stuff here and there about that my character plays Dungeons and Dragons. And then the last one with the Gnome Cleric, I didn't tell them that. I just read the script.
They just gave
and
it
then,
to you and you
yeah,
found
and then when I read the
Oh.
script, the person who had written that episode, he came over and he was like, yeah, because I watched it and I know you're a Gnome Cleric. And I was like, this is the best day ever. I was like, yeah, it was like my favorite day at work.
That's 10 times
My
better
favorite
than we thought.
episode,
Yeah, it's so much
yeah.
better.
My favorite episode, like favorite scene that I shot, and they just did it out of just like, so I was like, that made my day.
Thank you.
Made my
That's
day.
amazing.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Pure
Yeah.
unbridled nerddom.
Love
You're
that.
right on
Love
there,
that.
then. Yeah.
So good.
I get asked frequently if I am going to like DM a one shot for our show, like like when you're out of town. Theoretically, like a year from now or more, if you ever wanted me to like just if you wanted to go to Aruba or Burning Man or whatever, maybe in a year or so. But like I'm just playing with kids. The kids have low expectations or no expectations. I don't remember any of the rules. Seeing all the quivering palm business and the dragonfly business, I'm not ready for that. Talk to me in a year. But I'm having fun doing it at home. That's great. My kids
There
love
you
it.
go.
And you guys are intimidating out there, like legitimately.
Yeah, it's one thing to play a game, it's another to play it on the internet where a lot of people can tell you immediately what you did wrong. But, we still have
having fun.
Still having fun. So far.
I like this one. Somebody asked, what do you think is your character's biggest fault?
Oh, I saw that rolling through.
Oh.
It's a good one.
What do you think is your biggest fault, guys?
I mean, I feel like some of them are apparent, right?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to. Well, yeah.
What that you can say?
Our biggest fault, like as in her, like, tragic
Like
flaw?
tragic flaw of your character, really.
Extreme self-loathing and guilt.
Yeah.
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 Fairly transparent on that one there, I think. Yeah. Keyleth pretty much hates everything she does and feels worthless and... Yeah.
There you go. to bring it up on you
It got
guys
all
there.
quiet.
I'd say an interesting mix for Percy of an interesting mix of self-loathing, which is definitely a big thing for him too, and the unbridled belief that his parents put into him that he's the only adult in the room. And someone also said, is it fair to call Percy the Doctor Doom of his world? No, he is definitely the Reed Richards of his world. And if you read Fantastic Four, you will know that Reed Richards is a terrible person. He's a terrible, terrible person. So.
Like that. You Vax?
Well, I think that Vax has a little bit of self-loathing too. Like, I mean, like, I don't know if people think that Vax thinks he's a Boy Scout. I mean, I don't, and I don't think he does either. For the backstory, and I was just a thief for years. I mean, I just did shitty things and stole from people so we could get by. And I think he, at this point in life, feels like he's been a fuck up and a waste of time most of his life. And the only good thing he's had in his whole life is his relationship with his sister, which is like one good and true thing. But everything else, like they're dead enders. And also,
No, he's not.
well, maybe things are changing, but that's what he was. And and then also he follows his heart now to a fault.
Right.
To a fault.
And you, Barry?
Gosh, I don't. Man, Pike is
She's short.
perfect with just no faults whatsoever. No. Gosh, I do think with the death, that was before the stream. I think she felt like she was not as helpful in the group, and I think that kind of sticks with her, with trying to sort of be like, I need to earn my place. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, she's got some weird stuff with her family, which we haven't really gotten into, because her family, she comes from the Deep Gnomes, which they're a little bit of tricksters, hence the last name Trickfoot. So,
Bam.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's probably would be like the equivalent of coming from like, no, I don't want to say that because that sounds so judgmental.
We're all degenerates.
Never mind.
We're all
Yes.
fuck-ups
Yeah.
who ended up
And
together.
that's what we love about, like, none of us are trying to be white as snow.
No.
Even those of us who think they mean the most good for the world, we're all fuck ups. And
Yeah.
we're going to continue to fuck up, so
Oh, yeah.
strap in.
Yeah. Quick question. I'll do a couple quick Twitter questions here, rapid fire, just so we can get through some of these. Taliesin, did Matt tell you about the demon in the gun, or when did he?
No, he didn't tell. That was. I found out when you did. Yay!
Wow.
Yeah, he knew Orthax, or he knew that some sort of smoke entity had attached and made an offer, but you didn't know what
No.
bound it to you, and
Nothing
it was
at
the
all.
weapon. Yeah.
I didn't even know. Like, I left it open to have just been nothing. Like, it could have just been that he had a dream one night and then like went nuts. It literally could have been nothing.
You clever bastard.
It's fun. The fact that Sam caught up on that and got rid of it was one of my favorite character moments for him. Because that was going to stick around.
No, you don't.
Dude,
You do not need it.
Build a new one.
I
Yeah.
haven't had time.
I know.
Everything keeps exploding.
Just
Crack
drops.
at it.
Everything keeps exploding. Look.
Just have things
Okay,
stop
you do.
blowing up for 5 minutes. We'll finish like 4 projects around the house.
There's so many
Broom,
questions. I'm like,
waffle
ooh.
iron.
I know there's a lot of questions. Any
Yeah.
you want to pick up on?
No, I already asked
Chat
a
room
lot.
stuff we have here.
Laura says by text, is the chat not working?
Chat's working.
Chat's
Look,
working.
that's
Chat's
working.
working.
Maybe their video is frozen.
Chat's working, La.
Sorry, lol.
Someone say...
Hi, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, Travis.
Hi. Are you guys
Hey there.
on the other side of the planet now?
Someone asked real fast, did Sam get experience for destroying the gun? Yes, he did. Moments like that, key moments, big story moments like that, those are the marks I make. Those are like the bump experience bonuses. And he got a few hatch marks for figuring that out and finding a way to make it happen without you murdering him in the process. Yeah, that was
very impressive.
all right. Let's see.
Here's a question that I actually get a lot of why, this was from at Tiamat_ZX on Twitter. Why was Keyleth hostile towards Kima in the past, in the very beginning?
Shifty eyes.
Yeah.
Shifty eyes.
Shifty, can't trust those shifty eyes. No, I mean, a lot of it's kind of starting to slowly be revealed now, actually, more, I feel like. But Keyleth doesn't trust really any type of religious establishment, and it's not necessarily where she comes from, and I think she's had a few bad experiences enough in the past to where she's seen the corruption of a church. And at the time, Kima was just kind of heartedly running into a blaze of glory and death, and we were just sent there to go grab her with really no other, lead on who she actually was or what she actually wanted. So, yeah, I didn't trust that.
Mm-hmm.
She's not exactly Miss Charming either, is she?
Right. And I think we just happen to have two personality types. Like Keyleth and Kima had two personality types that just butted heads.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah.
Okay, so question here real fast here. At Matthew Mercer, do you discuss the night's events in the car ride home or days later together with Marisha, I guess is what they're referring to? Yeah, on the ride home, we'll definitely be like, that was crazy. And we'll kind of recall events that happened, and she'll mention things or ask questions, and I'll say, I don't know, and she'll get angry at me. And
Yeah, it's mainly most of it.
yeah, it's most of that. We're talking about, like why Chad is so toxic against Keyleth. We're like, guys, calm down. It's okay. It's a game. Calm down about Keyleth, guys. She's having a fun time.
Yeah, we're not deciding laws in the Supreme Court. This is a
We're just having
tabletop
playing a game.
Yeah, we're being doofuses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm the awkward, unlikable one. I get it.
Well, that's an interesting point. We were talking about that. We're like, why is there such a polarizing anger against Keyleth out there? And I think a lot of it may come from the fact that your character by nature is an awkward character who isn't the heroic, isn't the grandstanding hero, isn't the trickster, kind of Han Solo rogue, and as that personality type, against a banner of other characters that kind of fit more in those realms.
No, let's just stick a Miyazaki princess in the middle of the show and see
Yeah.
what happens.
Essentially.
That'll be
2016
Yeah.
is all jaded, tatted up the sleeves, and Princess Mononoke dropped in the middle.
Yeah. So no, it's an interesting psychology experiment to think about that, just from my standpoint. But I think Keyleth's a great character.
I do
Completely
too.
unbiased from a DM standpoint.
Yeah.
I like everybody. I'm horrified by the thought of losing any of us just because.
I'm horrified and excited.
I know.
Like I know that sounds awful, but like from a narrative standpoint, I'm never gonna force it by any means. So people are like, "Man, I killed someone." I'm like, I'm not gonna kill anybody on purpose. I'm gonna let circumstances work out. And so far, there've been a couple close calls. One of these days, one of those dice is gonna roll lower than that resurrection
Those calls are
DC.
getting closer and closer together, Matt.
No, hey, stakes are escalating, guys.
It
Could
would
you
be
give
really
us a list
interesting.
of like the easiest encounters,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
hardest,
Yeah.
or could you put a skull next to the super hard ones, like in Fallout, when
Double
you're
Black
not supposed to
Diamond.
go near the bad
Yeah.
guy because the skull is
Yeah.
floating there?
There's an ancient dragon.
I
That'll
didn't
be
want
the-
to fight
that'll be
it.
the skull for you. I know.
I thought we weren't. It was suddenly like, oh,
We're
this
not
is
ready.
happening
We
now.
need
Yeah.
to go get some of these things and come back.
The Doe fighting the dragon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I said it like 20 times.
Hey man, depending how this works out, some lessons will be learned, and hopefully prepare you for the next encounter a little better. Depending on who's left.
I don't like the sound of that.
I know.
How this turns
Maybe
out.
we should just get the fuck out of
I
that.
know. Maybe we just let them after we get you out. Just
Oh,
fine.
man.
really missing the boys. I mean,
They're
at
gonna
this
be
point.
they're gonna be so angry at us, those dragons.
Yeah.
It would be
Fucking
really interesting
target
with
on
this
our
group,
backs.
We'll
though.
see.
Might have to cross the sea or go to the Feywild. Or
We shall see.
If someone
Remember closely.
did have to re-roll a character, since we all do already know each other so well,
Mhm.
that would be a very interesting dynamic.
It would be.
I feel like it'd be like transferring high schools, and you're like the
Yeah.
new kid in class, like walking in for the first time, and you're like, hey.
Also, like the
Yeah.
whole cast is this. We're all like very ripened, mature characters with lots of nuance. And the first one will be like, "Hey, I'm a new bard.
Yeah.
What are my spells?"
I've had that legitimate fear because like when we came
Ugh,
into this,
it'd
we
be
were
so
already
weird.
2 years into our
Yeah.
characters, and I was
Yeah.
like, geez, and it took us a while to like kind of find
Find
them
Mm.
and
Yeah.
make them as deep and complex as they
Well,
they
we
are.
play every week. We used to play every 6 weeks, so things
Yeah.
were a little shallower, I think, at home and now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Yeah. It's gonna be
There's a lot
interesting.
going on with everybody.
Let's just make it not happen.
Yeah. Just
You know?
Just
So,
Just make sure you pay attention to the lore and the previous experiences you've had with dangerous entities.
there is a lot of lore, man.
There,
I
there
feel
are,
like he's feeding us hints.
I know.
Like,
Pay
he's
attention
trying
to the
tell us
lore.
This is the
something.
first
Oh.
time ever
Okay.
I feel like Matt is actually like
He's trying to tell us.
Dragons
I've
are bad.
Trying to
I've
tell
told
us,
you nothing.
run
I'm
away.
I just like
Yeah.
like messing with you guys.
Somebody
Um,
asked how you and I avoid awkwardness in real life after Vax and Keyleth moments.
you guys are really awkward. It's,
It's
just
so
weird.
on.
I don't. I just
Who
try
are
not
you,
to.
the chat room?
We're pretty cool with it. It's like an acting gig, really.
Yeah, we're
We're
mature adults, I think.
I don't know.
We're probably all more awkward with it. We're all like,
Yeah.
Cheers. Well,
How
you're
do
getting
you
your
feel?
healthy dose of it now.
Okay, I will say that Liam and I walked away and we were like, wait. No one flinched at a Scanlan and Pike scene. You guys were all like,
I know.
ah.
Not at all.
I
Not at
know.
all. Everyone
No one flinched.
crawled
Yes,
inside
we
their
were-
own assholes when we had our.
I think
Yeah.
because
No.
you guys had the maiden voyage.
That's right. We're
Yeah,
pioneers.
And you were the pioneers, and we all learned from that moment
Uh-huh.
of like, oh, you can have moments like
Yeah,
these,
yeah.
and everybody not
And to be more
has to not be
respectful when they
12 about
happen. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
thing too.
yeah.
It was like that moment when you first get to prison and they put you in the wall and they take the hoses and they bring them.
I know.
Ow!
Hey,
Sting!
do you maybe want to go out sometime? I kind of like you. Ow!
I'm really cold.
I know, we were the worst.
That's
we were
pretty
the
funny.
worst.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna pull up another Reddit question here.
Laura and or Travis.
They're not here.
They're
It's
not
crazy.
here. I'll answer for Travis.
Oh, I'll answer for Laura.
There you go. You guys should do that.
Wink, wink, wink.
Here you go.
Twitch.
Let's see. Ashley, do you prefer as a player to watch things unfold, or do you want to be in the driver's seat more? Also, will you ever convert anyone to worshipping Sarenrae? From Jojirius on Reddit.
I think for me personally, I still feel a little like a newbie in a way, because I think because they've played so many games consistently week after week, and because of work, I still feel a little rusty. So for me, there's a part of me, not as Pike, that likes to watch things unfold first before making a move, because I'm like, can I do this? I'm a little unsure sometimes.
That's
but
Pike or that's Ashley, you're saying?
That's Ashley.
Ashley, okay.
But I think I kind of feel like Pike is the same way, but I feel like these things kind of blur together. But I think with Pike, it's almost better to hang back because of being a cleric, because you can kind of do a little cleanup after, you know, and just like, okay, who's hurt, who can we protect and keep alive and keep in the battle. There was another part to the question.
Oh, would you ever convert anyone to worshipping Sarenrae?
Oh yes. Probably not. I feel like with Pike, there's a lot of, which we've had so many times, talks in the game and out of game about how Pike sort of sometimes veers away from worshipping Sarenrae and kind of want to do bad things. I just want to do bad things with my friends. Hood rat things.
We'll
like
do hood
rat things with my friends, you know?
Pike the Hood Rat. There you
Yeah,
go.
and sometimes you can't.
You
so
make
there are consequences.
Sarah and Ray look really good on the outside.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I don't think Pike would ever be like, you need to convert to Sarenrae because you're a bad person. But, so no.
You need
You
to
will
come
never.
to Sarenrae.
Yes.
You will never be those protesters outside of
No.
Comic-Con.
Never, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever.
Oh man,
Although if
can
it
we
was
do
a
a photo
Sarenrae-
shoot with Ashley with a sign for Sarah
That would be fantastic. Just standing out on a
I
street
am
corner at
down.
Comic-Con.
We are doing it this
Full
year at Comic-Con.
armor.
Yep, we have to do that.
Done, we're doing
That's
it.
amazing. Another question real fast from Atlas Adams on Reddit saying, do the vestiges still draw their power from the deities? If so, one essentially not work for a person that is disloyal?
Spilling secrets.
Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into that. I will say that not everyone who was part of the battle and the whole divergence itself was a religious individual. Many of the artifacts did stem from religious power, some of them also from arcane secrets. Not everything is tied to a specific deity per se. Also, you know, there's two sides to every battle. All right, so not going to say any more than that.
Someone said, I think it's supposed to be at Alki on Twitter. Andrew
Hi.
Schmitz. Hi, friend. How did Mary Elizabeth and other guests come about? Are you friends with them and they just wanted to join? Question mark. How did Mary Elizabeth
They are
and other
friends.
guests
They're
come
friends.
about?
My apologies. I was looking for another question, thinking that was to you. My apologies. Well,
Are they friends and wanted to join? Question mark.
Not really. No,
yeah, right.
sorry.
Yeah. I mean, Mary had never played before, and had not really exhibited interest when we first. I mean, she was invited to the very first session that we were going to run, but she couldn't make it, and she was like, I don't know. But then hearing all the stories over the years of us playing privately, she was kind of like, oh, this sounds like kind of fun. I'm like, yeah, I already have too many players. Sorry.
Yeah. You should be good at it though.
I know. She never
Amazing.
played an RPG
Amazing.
before, and so when we had the opportunity to bring guests on the show, it was like, oh, we have to see if Mary can make it. And Will, who I'd worked with on Thundercats and a few other projects between, he's a huge fantasy buff, as you've seen in the previous Q&A. He loves fantasy, but he'd never played an RPG before. And we had conversations about D&D back when we began our campaign, and he kept asking about it, and I could see that kind of twinkle in his eye of interest. And I was like, well, we have a guest spot coming up. Would you be interested in playing? And he's like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Sure. And so we got together at the Coral Cafe, and I gave him, we built a character, went over the rules a bit, and he's like, I still don't know what I'm doing, but sure. And he did great. And the dynamic's been fantastic, and I'm glad they had an opportunity to actually play together when they came back for a couple episodes. That was cool.
I'll be back in 7 seconds.
I love that in classic Windows fashion, the tablet just decided to update and restart. In the middle
Yeah,
of all this.
yeah.
So I don't have access to
Good
the chat
job.
anymore.
Good job, Windows
Thanks,
Surface.
Windows Surface.
Windows
Woo!
Surface kicks ass.
Thank you. for
We'll get
just
to you.
deciding
We'll
when
get back
do
to you,
that.
chat room, here in just a minute. As soon as the chat room application
Twitter
fixes
asks
itself.
when making sketches for inventions, does Matter shut you down, or can you certainly try you? And no, usually if it comes to the sketch point, it's the like, I don't understand what you want to do. Please explain to me what you want to do. And I'm pretty good. I try really hard not to push the technology of anything Percy makes past 1901, 1880. I'm not looking to bring the Vietnam era to D&D.
Although-
Machine guns are fancy and wonderful, but I'm shooting musket balls. So
Yes.
I don't even have bullet technology yet. I'm pretty and even with the lightning glove, I sent sketches of something that would kind of sort of pretty much work. I don't know what would have happened if you hit it with lightning, but it was definitely a rudimentary electrical generation system that would have fit in a glove.
Yeah, there's for Percy, this consideration of what your ideas are versus what, number one, would be functional in the world. Two, how far these designs could you actually produce based on your experience in the engineering realm. And even things that were available in a historical sense, certain time periods, those are people that spent their entire life steeped in these feats of engineering. So there is whenever you bring me an idea, it'd be kind of like trying to marry what you're trying to accomplish versus what would be viable within the game, and finding balance as it is, but an aspect of your class features.
I have no interest in breaking the world any further than I've already other than where his story is literally that he broke the world, which I'm sure will come up again.
What are you talking about?
I
I
know,
can't
shut
imagine
up.
it'll ever come up.
No, that's fine. It's all over.
At Nerdy a Queen on Twitter. Oh, sorry, Nerdy Equestrian. I see what's going on. Is there something growing between Vex and Percy?
Actually, hold that thought. Because I have a question that's not the same question. It's not for me, but it's related to that. And that is, who's Pike in love with? And I don't want an answer. Instead, I'd ask the audience, people who are asking questions like that, or what's in the letter. Don't you think that's like asking, while you're reading the first Harry Potter book, why Harry wasn't killed by his nemesis?
Yeah,
or,
no, you don't...
It's a book. Do you really want to know the last chapter when you're in the first chapter?
Because we could tell you.
Wouldn't you rather the story just unfold in front of your eyes?
There's a lot of who are you guys jonesing for questions about the two of you.
I don't talk about who I'm jonesing for in general, and I don't talk about. Yeah, Percy does not talk about these things.
Taliesin or Percy?
Oh, Taliesin does. Taliesin will never shut up about it. I am terrible at it, as everybody knows. I'm terrible that way. But
That's pretty great.
no,
That's amazing.
Percy's has no interest in
Like,
speaking.
what's in that letter? I would much rather, as an audience member who gets to sit on the set while we play the game, see that come out in the story and have my mind blown, rather than on Twitter be like, oh, well, it says this and this and this and this. Just, enjoy the roller coaster.
Although I desperately want to know what's in the letter.
The
Me
letter,
too.
Want to know really bad.
But I want to know at the right time.
I don't
that
even know what's in the
letter
letter.
was so lovely that in the game there was about 5 minutes where I was like, I just wanted to cry because I was like, this is, I mean, Sam wrote this letter.
It's 30 shit jokes.
He
isn't it?
knew
It's just
a
like dick
drawing
butts
of a
for
dick.
4 pages.
Yeah.
So many dick butts.
But just like it was so beautifully written. He knew nobody would see it except for me. Maybe unless I were to just post
took
it
a
and be a
photo of
jerk
it,
about
but I
it.
deleted it.
I know
I
you
could have
did.
read it,
You
but
did.
I
You could have read
didn't.
it. But it was just paragraphs and paragraphs that were so beautifully written, and I was like, that was a moment in the game for me where I was like, does Pike have? Whoa. Could be a little something there, Scanlan. Just because it was just so beautiful. It made me pause.
Life's
He's
complicated.
Cyrano de
Life is so
Bergerac
complicated. Yes, he might have Cyrano de Bergerac me. Who knows? That sounds a little weird.
You just got cubed.
There you go. Lucas, real fast, we lost the chat room over here on the tablet. If you can
Windows
get that going.
decided to update. It's not your fault.
Yeah, it was like, oh, hey guys, updating because Windows.
It does that.
Yeah.
See this as a hardcore PC user. You just get used to it. It's been like, I've been using Windows 7 for so long, and every 2 days it's like, you want Windows 10? You sure? You don't want Windows 10? Here's Windows 10. All you gotta do.
Gonna give it to you.
All you gotta do is press this button. You just gotta press this right button right here. You can't really click anywhere else but the button.
Yeah.
Actually, all the buttons do the same.
Yeah, all the buttons. Install Windows 10. I'm like, thanks, guys.
Okay, fine.
And then I finally was like, okay, I'll install. I'll try this out. 5 minutes later, back to Windows 7. I'll eventually
There
get
we
there.
go.
I'm sure. I'm a stickler for that. Cool.
Yay!
Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
Matt, did you plant Zara's flying cloak and Vex's flying broom? No. The flying cloak she purchased with funds that her character had accrued up to that point, based on what was established after the dragon fight. The first battle she did. Between the cloak and the dragon slaying arrow were the two things she used all of her funds on. So that was purely on her end. As far as the thank you, you're working. Updates are installed. As far as the broom, that was purely chosen by Hardwick when we made his character. With his funds that he was given, he was able to choose, to spend it on items he wanted. And he was like, "Oh, flying broom, that looks cool. I'll take that." And I was like, "All right, I know who's gonna want that." Like immediately knew as soon as it happened, like if he pulls that out, who's gonna gun for it? And as soon as he did, Vex's eyes just went boom, and I was like, I wasn't expecting that to happen. And I think Hardwick still like jokingly bent out of shape about it. Like I've seen him a few times. We went to Ren Fair the week before last, and he was like, "I gotta get my broom back, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, have fun with that. Good
I
luck."
have to come back on the show at the very
Yeah.
least.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. We'll see. We'll see if
Work
we-
on your sleight of hand technique and
Exactly.
come back on the show.
Arcane casters can be tricksy. Yeah, his. I'm just glad he was able to guess. The schedule's so crazy. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that broom was fully on him. He brought it and he lost it. Let's see.
I'll answer another quick
Go for it.
Vaxlith question, which is what inspired it. I think that all during the home game and even at the beginning of the game on the show, Vax had the same opinion of Keyleth as his sister, which was like, "Come on, are you serious?" Most of the time.
Mhm.
Goody two shoes, really? And I don't remember what it was. I promise I don't remember what it was, but something happened in one game. I just remember thinking about it after the show and then talking to Matt in the next day or two, going like, "What? Can you do this in Dungeons and Dragons? Like, would this be okay? Would you be okay with it?
Yeah.
I'm not going to go anywhere with it, but would that be okay?" So that's where it came from. And the reason I thought it would be fun for the game is the same reason I think why Taliesin had Percy give Grog an evil sentient
Yeah,
sword.
no.
Because it would make the game interesting. It would totally shift the game pieces on the board and add new dynamics in unpredictable ways. I mean, like I'm not treating it like a dating sim where the end result for me playing D&D now is winning the princess. It's just to see how things could change in the next year of gameplay.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah,
has
no,
made
that
it
was
interesting.
Absolutely, there are decisions that you make that are specifically like, I don't want my character to learn that much that quickly. I don't want him to be that smart and that like, well, I've learned a valuable lesson about how to treat people and how to. Nope,
Yeah.
here, yours,
Mhm.
cool.
And things have been done this way for a year. Let's see what happens if we move this over here or that over there.
Yeah.
A lot of people think I'm leading Vaxon. Keyleth is leading Vaxon.
Whatever. I'm having fun.
It's fun. I'll say both Taliesin and Percy are really amused by the entire situation.
That's good.
Same.
Good.
Same. Same.
That's good.
So is Ashley. Pike.
Yep. Question from Aaron Shad on Reddit saying, Matt, you gave us a little teaser when you talked about illegal substances being on the market in Iman during one of the Q&As at a con last year. How much world building have you done to date that we have not seen yet? Wild Mount, Marquette. I mean, as much as I can. It's a progressive thing I'm developing and have been for years. Free time has not been copious. This show is a fantastic thing every week that takes up a lot of my free time. We have a lot of cool things we have coming up that we want to hopefully announce that take a lot of my free time. And this is one thing that I'm always working on. I have fleshed out a good portion of Marquette. I fleshed out elements of Wild Mount. It's not as fleshed out as others. Althanzia and Tal'Dorei are the two most fleshed out in my world because those are the two where you guys have spent your most time. If we ever, whenever this game's done, we start a new campaign, it'll probably still be in Exandria, but it might start in Marquette. It might start somewhere else in the world and have a whole different cultural flavor and flair, and it'll be a whole different side to this world, and there'll be references to and history that exists that you would know because you were part of it before, but you'll be a whole new group of adventures in a whole different part of the world, so that'll be kind of fun.
I would say part of the reason that I didn't want to fight Umbrasyl, most of it was because I didn't think we were ready.
Mm-hmm.
But part of it is because I'm looking at this game like a game of Fallout. Like, I want to go to the corners of the map. I want to go to Marquette. I want to go to the bottom of the ocean. I want to go to all these places where the vestiges are. And I'm like,
Want to go off the map?
are we really mainlining the quest? Really? That's what we're doing? What about all these side things that Matt's got over in the... I want to be a completionist,
There's
kind of.
so much
Yeah.
to do.
No,
Yeah.
I
You
would
play it
agree with
carefully,
that.
you still can. Whatever
That's
that
what we
means.
do,
Thank
Matt.
you.
That's what we
I
do.
know. Words there for a second.
Oh, it's so much fun to mess with them.
This is people have asked this before, but I actually like this question. If you could play another character in game, who would you pick?
One of the other characters.
One of the other characters.
Grog.
Yeah.
No holds barred, like zero fucks, kill shit. It's great. He's like the polar opposite of Keyleth.
Yeah.
He'd be such a nice palate cleanser. Ugh, it'd be so nice to be able to be reckless and not care. Break people's necks whenever I want to. Must be nice being Grog.
I think I would go Keyleth just because I want access to the broad range of magic, and I've been so non-magic the entire time. Like I don't know shit about
Interesting.
magic. I barely know anything. Yeah, Vax. Oh, and a side note before we go into this game, Vax is totally impressed with Keyleth and thinks that she's the most powerful one in the group, and is like in awe of it, and feels like a weak dingus basically in comparison to everybody.
But that's you do so much damage.
That's fine. I'm not Liam.
That's the truth, yeah.
Vax looks at everybody and is like, "Oh my God, look at you,
Okay,
shiny beacon of
okay.
hope! Look at this crazy fucking motherfucker who can build stuff out of
That
tin
sometimes
cans.
works.
Look at Scanlan staring into the maw of horror and stupidly thinking everything's okay. Look at my sister who's not scared of anything.
And just look at how much we all hate ourselves.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that's pretty great.
Oh man.
I've never played a cleric.
Vax is Sokka.
On my run.
Someone just said in the chat room, Vax is Sokka from Avatar.
Oh, we gotta find Sokka a master.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta find you your
need to
own
watch the
sword.
series.
I've seen the first 3 seasons of Korra, but not the original.
Dude, watch it with your kids. They'll love it.
Okay.
Seriously, it's great.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll get there.
Let's see here.
You hate it.
It says, Gilmore started out as kind of a caricature and was a fleshed out character. Question went away, but Gilmore didn't start out as a caricature in my head. I never want to make an NPC a caricature per se.
Characters, really.
You know, like there are characters that have strong personality traits and they emerge themselves because you have to, for an NPC, you have to make an impact quickly. You don't have a lot of time with them, and you want to try and make the world, lively and interesting for your players. So I have certain personality points that are at the forefront of each personality. Gilmore to me was never a caricature, partially because I built him around somebody I used to do theater with when I was younger in high school. So I already had kind of a personality print for him, but also, I really wanted to show a character that could be, ostentatious and flamboyant in a way that was fun and not a caricature. And if it didn't come across, my apologies. Gilmore is a very charismatic, very outgoing salesman. And that's part of his job, and he
He's also
uses
very
that to his
deep.
advantage.
I don't think any of us have looked
No.
at him as a one-dimensional character.
But people have their interpretations and such. I care very much about the character.
appearance, we were like rolling with laughter.
Oh,
We
yeah.
didn't know what was coming.
Well, yeah, that's
So
that,
great.
well,
There was
because
so much panache and
that's his whole thing. He's a showman. He's a
Yeah.
showman, and that's so much of his personality. And as you guys got to know him better, especially you, he kind of let you peek behind the veil a bit and see kind of
Yeah, you peeked behind the veil.
Well, yeah, the world wearied individual, the one who is there's a lot of depth to the character.
I
Someone was
love your
asking-
Scarlet Pimpernel.
Very much
music
so.
choice.
Kind of Percival from Scott Pimpernel ish.
Someone was
Fantastic.
asking if he was based off of a real person.
Yes, he
Yeah.
was. He was based off of a person I went to high school with that I did theater with. I'm not going to say who because he's on Facebook.
He's also he's also been like one of the
So true.
greatest pleasures for me for this game because it wasn't anything that I saw coming. Like it was really funny and surprising the first time at home, and then like he came back several times, and right from the first time that Gilmore appeared, he like zeroed in on Vax and was like sweet on Vax, and
Yeah.
I just was kind of like nervous laughter the first time, and then slowly over time it got more charming and more charming up to the point where you guys have seen that like probably Vax is legitimately taken with him, definitely intrigued by him.
He just
Yeah.
charmed your pants off.
Almost charmed my
Almost
pants
charmed
off.
your pants
off. Oh,
Almost.
okay.
Just before. And then some people are like, oh, it should be Vax and Gilmore. It should be Vax and Gilmore. Like, I get it. Gilmore's a great character, and Vax was definitely taken with him. We probably saw Gilmore 2 to 3 weeks of the last 3 years, maybe more. I've traveled.
More than that, I
Vax and
think, yeah.
Keyleth, though, have been traveling together for years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, that's
It's a deep-rooted
a
love.
little deeper.
Yeah. And
And we were friends first, which is how they always
Which
say
is
you
how
should
they-
do
It's
it.
true.
I will say on that fact too, because someone asked me this question. They said, there have been hints on characters that have exhibited, LGBT relationships in the game, but a lot of characters seem to be, just husband and wife type personalities. Are those only a small number of people? And I'm like, no, I don't make a big deal out of sexuality in the game unless it comes up, because I don't think it's something that should drive the story. It just exists in the world. I think there's relationships of all kinds in Exandria, and I think culturally, just like in the real world, some places it's more appropriate than not, based on wherever they live. And doesn't mean I agree with that, and by any means, I'm a very much a believer that love is love, no matter where you find it. And there are places in Exandria where it is more acceptable than others, and that's a whole different story element that might come up depending on where you travel in the world. I don't know.
I mean, guys, we're in Hollywood. We're all lefty communists. I mean,
yeah.
From a long line. We're good.
But yeah, I tend to err on the side, like many writers, on the err of the side of creating an interesting character who might just happen to be gay, or an interesting character that may just happen to be bisexual, or I try not to make that a defining characteristic of the personality, nor do I want to try and go out of my way to have a one-off NPC that you encounter be like, oh, by the way, I have a wife and I'm a girl. Because then to me it seems like it's forced, it's shoehorned, and now it's not about the story, it's about that relationship. Whereas if the relationship were to come about as part of the story, then that's just how it is. 'Cause that's
my primary character trait is heterosexuality, and I mean as Liam.
How high'd you roll in your heterosexual role when we started the character? Yeah?
4.
Good idea. Yeah, guys, this isn't fatal. We're not rolling for vaginal circumference here, guys.
Oh.
Yeah, there's an RPG that does that. It's the most misogynist, awful RPG. It's a great example of how not to develop and design a game if you haven't seen it, or don't see it. It'll just make you angry.
No.
Don't look at Fatal.
There's places that you just don't go.
Yeah. All right. Anyway. We got time for a few more questions before we take a break and go into the Battle Royale. For those of you guys who didn't have your questions answered tonight, I apologize if you've gotten a lot of questions. I try and go on the Reddit occasionally to answer questions through this thread in the coming months or so, off and on, and feel free to throw them back at us on Twitter afterward. We'll answer them as we can. Anyway.
Sorry.
What'd you see?
Someone was asking for you to explain where the College of the Maestro came from.
Oh, College of the Maestro. Yeah, I put up a College of the Maestro Bard College on DM's Guild recently, and that came from a character. I may have mentioned it in previous Q&As, but I've never played a Bard, but I've always wanted to. I love Bard classes. I love the aspect behind them. They were really underappreciated in previous editions, but I love the idea of a kind of a guy who knows a little bit about everything, and is an inspiration to the party around him. And so I had this character concept for a long time to make a Bard, probably a Dwarven Bard, because I love dwarves also. Who, as opposed to playing music or singing music, could pluck the sound from the air around them, the sound of battle, the impact of a sword against a shield, or the sound of a creature chittering as it attacks, and mold it into a symphony to kind of just bend, almost like a sound bender, where they just pull and turn it into music. And that was kind of their basis. So instead of fighting with a weapon, they have like a wand and an open hand, and they stand in the middle or the back of the battlefield and conduct it, like an orchestra conductor.
That's rad.
And eventually I just got really frustrated and was like, I'm just going to make this as a Bard College, and we'll see if people like it. And it's gotten a good response. It's still being tweaked, anything homebrew. You try and balance as best you can at first blast. I don't have a lot of time to, really fine-tune it. I wanted to get it out there to get the community response. And it's been really great. You guys have had great feedback, and I'm tweaking things as we go. So there'll probably be a couple more updates in the next few weeks or months. So thank you all people who have reached out and given comments on DM's Guild or on the Reddit thread. But it's making its way towards hopefully being a fun option for those who want to try it out. And if you don't like it, you don't have to play it.
In my mind, I'm imagining Frank, our local noise DJ.
I take the sounds, I put them together, and they make noises.
Oh my God! Please, somebody, you make a College of the Maestro Bard that is just like a deep noise DJ.
Oh my God!
And now I use my bardic inspiration die to drop the beat. Oh my God! The dubstep bard, please.
That's amazing. Chaotic Nachos on Twitter asks, what shirt you're wearing, Liam?
Oh, this is a Loot Crate shirt.
It's a Loot Crate shirt.
It's a Loot Crate. It's from one of the last couple of boxes. You can still get it. It's alien involved.
This has been one of my favorite shirts that they put
That's a cool
out.
This is the X-Files shirt.
Yep.
This was when X-Files came back.
It's so good.
Yep.
I'm going to answer a super quick one and then pass one on to Matt that I want to hear the answer to. One, why did the twins know Abyssal? We learned it in elf school, like Latin. And then Tuck Roll. Hey, Tuck.
Sup, Tuck?
It asks, the Vegetables of the Virgins is such a cool story arc. Will you release the quest line after this?
Vegetables of the Virgins?
Yes.
What?
The Vestiges of the Virgins.
Vegetables of the Virgins?
The Vegetables of the Virgins. That's a DVD set you don't let anyone know you own.
Is that what people are
I completely misunderstood.
Vegetables.
We've all
Vegetables of
we've
the
all made that
Virgins.
mistake, right?
Tuck means the Vestiges of the Virgins.
That
We're
was like a
never
you don't know,
going to
Jack.
Drop that on the earth.
The Vegetables of the
I-
Virgins.
Possibly. I mean, you know,
Seeing VeggieTales
a lot of this
online,
content
like,
right now I'm
maybe
developing as we go, and I can't really release too much when we're still playing through it.
You know, really, I just wanted to read that tweet out loud.
You did good. You did good.
I just wanted to say
You did great.
Vegetables of-
How did I miss that?
No,
like,
that's
a
my
thing
news,
that's been
like-
happening? Because I missed that.
I'm
Banner.
hoping in the future to release elements of Exandria or elements of the campaign on like DM's Guild or other means to have you guys play more in what we've done if it interests you, or to take and alter as you like. But time has to find itself to me
Gotta
first.
invent
so.
you that pocket universe to get inside of.
People do keep asking who Pike is in love with. And same as what Liam said. We'll just see. It might not ever happen in game. Maybe it won't.
Just let it pop.
No,
But she's in love with somebody. It's something that happened
Spoilers.
prior to playing the show. There was a moment that happened,
Oh.
and feelings were formed.
Hmm.
It might not even be somebody in the group. It could even be an
Trinket,
NPC
totally
character.
Trinket, it's Trinket.
so,
Totally Trinket. I
should-
thought it was
I should
Trinket.
Trinket.
It's probably Trinket.
It's
That's
Trinket.
the forbidden
It's
love.
Trinket. It's Trinket. God, you guys figured it out.
let your soul lay bare.
At CMDR Dara on Twitter says, "How do I get my fellow party members to not be murder hobos?"
Good luck.
Well,
Good question.
my suggestion is consider if your character is a murder hobo, there are ramifications for that type of action in a society. You as a DM, it's your responsibility to keep in mind there probably, unless they're in some sort of destitute place where that's totally fine, there are going to be guards, there are going to be sentinels, there are going to be people that their job is to stop murder hobos from coming in and being murder hobos. So they will become wanted, they will become hunted. There's a possibility there might be a bounty put on their heads from individuals that are more powerful than the party. And if they're going to be real dicks about it and not try and play like the story you've created and just want to murder everyone, they're probably going to end up shot to death in an alley with a bunch of crossbow bolts, and that's the end of their game. That's a valuable lesson to learn. If it's a world which enables a murder hobo type circumstance, that's different, and you can find narratives in there, but it's definitely more of an evil campaign and a little harder to run unless you have some experience as a GM. But if it's something you don't want to happen in the game, just keep in mind there are ramifications for such horrible murderous actions, which could lead to a really interesting story. Perhaps they kill a few people and they all of a sudden meet the families of these individuals, or the person that captures them is related to someone they murdered and decides, no, I'm not going to execute you. I'm going to make you work for me until you realize what you've done. You know, perhaps a paladin or a cleric that actually feels sorry for them and is like, you did a horrible thing, but I don't understand why you did this. I want to understand it. Until then, you're under my watch. Now they're working for this individual who is, you know, trying to understand how you were so corrupted as people. You know, you can find different ways to turn that behavior into part of the story, but if it's just the players trolling you, maybe you need to have a talk with your party to, you know, work with you and respect the time you've put into the game.
And what happens if you're a fellow party member and your party members are murder hobos and you're not?
Then stand up.
Stand.
Stand up in the story and say, pull a keyleth and be like, guys, this is wrong.
Pull a keyleth.
And if they turn around and
Put it on
stab
a shirt.
your character to
Hashtag pull a
death,
keyleth.
and if they turn around and stab your character to death, perhaps this isn't the gaming group you should be hanging with.
Maybe your DM could create an all-powerful hobo lich who could murder them.
Hashtag pull a keyleth, except if it's children.
No, like
Oh,
well,
jeepers
just like in real life, though.
Digging
you
deep.
really have to pick your
Trying
friends. Just like we've had games where it's just like not
to
everyone's
get the,
playing the same game, and it becomes a problem.
Yeah,
Water's
I've been in that game several times in my life where
Hashtag
like there's
not
3
Akibos.
different games happening.
yeah.
Find everybody who wants to play the game you want to play.
Yeah, and as a GM or DM, before you even start the game, have a conversation with all your players to discuss the kind of game you're all looking for. You know, be like, hey guys, so this is the kind of game I want to run. It's got some story, some, you know, intrigue, political elements, and some, you know, some combat balanced in. Some players may be like, oh, I just want to come in and kick down doors, kill shit, and take loot. and you want to make sure you all are agreed upon the type of game you want to play, so you don't end up 4 games in before everyone hates each other. I will also. What's that?
Oh, so no, I've got one when you're.
Go for it.
Well, this one just kind of amused me. Stephen Pennington said, you said what your character's greatest flaws were. What do you think your character's greatest virtues? Which I think was kind of so nice. We never talk about what's good about our characters very often.
That's interesting.
Because what's wrong with us is so much more interesting.
That
usually.
is true. That is true.
I know, this is an interesting thought. Percy, I would say, is his best is probably he is genuinely filled with gratitude towards the people who have saved him from the abyss that he was falling into. He is very grateful. He is many things, but he is deeply grateful for the people in his life, and is willing to do some dumb stuff that he knows is dumb because of it.
Yeah.
I know.
What you got?
I want to
Voice
hear
crack.
what
I'll
I'm
let you
going
think.
to be killing in here.
No one
Let me know what
thinks-
dies tonight.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say I think Keyleth is her her blind guidance, so I don't think she's aware, like her positive effect that she has on Vox Machina that I don't think she's even aware of. That I think because Keyleth is under the assumption that she's constantly ignored and that people are like not. They're like no, but right. No,
It's fine
I
that
know.
She doesn't know that, but
Yeah.
you know she's
I
not.
know that.
Yeah.
I know that. But I don't think she realizes the influences that. I don't think she actually realizes the power of her influence that she actually can wield for the better.
I'm so glad that she hasn't learned the mom voice yet.
No.
I'm waiting for the day
That
of...
Pike
learn that.
Pike
I'm
is
great.
close.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, it was
great.
great.
Oh my god.
Pike has gotten close a few times with Grog. With her, you're like one look, man.
Yeah, I got it down to a look instead of a word.
You nailed it.
I think that was like just a moment in game of like me with Travis of being like, stop it.
Yeah.
Do not die again.
It's pretty great.
We're not gonna clean this up afterwards.
No,
We're
when we
gonna
wa-
cut it off right now.
When I watched it back, I was like, when I watched it back, when I saw the little gif, I was like, yikes.
Oh, it's so good.
That was so
great.
intense.
Colin Dory
That's a tough one.
at @E_GeneSec asks, speaking of Gilmore, is Vax bisexual?
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah.
3 on the Kenzie
Bi-curious.
Oh, we have Zawaga on Reddit asks, quick question from Matt. As we've seen, you've tinkered with the stats of the ancient dragons in the Conclave. Without going into specific details, do you have any idea what kind of challenge rating these modifications might put them at? I don't. I try and measure it, but a lot of the measurements are based on parties of 4, maybe 5. We have a party of 7, sometimes 8 people when we have guests on, and because of the nature of us coming from Pathfinder to this game, and I tend to run games a little higher power than the average. I've had to adjust a lot of the difficulty in the game, which has been an interesting challenge for me as a DM, but also it just means the scale is just going to continue to get more epic. Yeah, I have to tweak it because we have a lot of powerful characters with powerful items, but that's the kind of game I wanted to run anyway. The next game might be a little more low power depending on where it starts. We shall see. I've learned a lot. Remember, I came into this. We went from Pathfinder to 5th edition, and we started the stream our first time playing 5th edition. So there's been, balancing lessons learned as we progress, and a lot of circumstances that caught me and the players off guard as far as difficulty. That's part of the fun of the game. So for me, it's just learning through experience, previous encounters, learning the player's strengths and weaknesses, and finding ways to tweak creatures that better fit those to be a real challenge when it needs to be, and to not be a real challenge when it doesn't have to be. Not every battle has to be a fight to the death, to the teeth. Because sometimes fights are enjoyable for players to show up and fight basilisks that once, tore them asunder and be like, oh, we come back and we tear you down. It's fun to have those quick victories sometimes. But yeah, you have to just kind of find it through practice, and the DMG scaling does help a lot. But on this level, the size of a party with what they have at their disposal, I kind of have to wing a lot of it.
The Raceland level.
Do we have, does
yet.
this go towards anything? Like, is this extra credit?
What, this?
Yeah.
No, just no experience points for this.
Right
Okay.
down the
Yeah.
toilet.
This is for fun.
Extra
I
credit.
Yeah.
This is just for fun. This is just for the bragging rights of saying you can beat the shit out of the rest of your own party.
There's a fun one for me. Someone said, "What characters do your kids play? Would you ever introduce Vax or Vox Machina into their quests?" I hadn't thought of that. I'm going to do it. Thank you for the suggestion. I started with my son, who's 9. He's with 3 boys, and my son is a half-elf druid with a dragonborn fighter and a dragonborn rogue. Then my daughter got interested, so I started doing a separate game with my daughter and my son, where my son plays a dwarven wizard and my daughter plays an elven druid. And then my daughter got into it, so now I'm doing one with 4 girls, where my daughter is a gnome rogue, and there's a gnome cleric, and there is a gnome druid, and a human monk. And I'm up to my neck in Dungeons & Dragons lately. Thank you, Matthew Mercer.
You're welcome.
Hey, that's
Makes me so happy
fantastic.
that this
Me
is-
too.
Someone send him some Best Dad awards.
Because Ashley made a Keyleth killing a child joke. No. Now I got the questions. Were there ramifications for Keyleth killing the child? Yeah. Yeah.
She still has to hear about it all the
All the time
Yeah.
from people like you.
But it was one of the funniest
Way worse than
moments in the
crap
game.
symbol.
But it was
You
for
perverse
me.
motherfucker.
I thought it was so funny, which is terrible.
Hang
but
on.
because
Hang on.
because you were
Go
just
back?
doing this like
You're all learning
amazing
a lot about
thing.
Ashley right
I
now.
know.
She got
I
a
think
dark
if
side.
I ever rolled another character, it would be just the most evil, terrible person.
I think you have to.
I know.
You got it.
For me, I thought it was kind of funny because you were like, I just want to help. And then he was like, and you killed a child.
Yeah.
You know, it's not real. You know, it's paper and dice.
It's
Terrible.
Really, it's really hard to find like a greeting card for that. Like I've been trying for years to find just like a pop up like snap. Like,
Sorry you killed the child. Oh God! Oh
That's
God!
horrible. That's horrible.
A musical card.
It was like up there. It was up there with the moment when Scanlan like had the knife ready to go, and then he just kept going out the window.
Yeah,
the
that
one.
was so amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I pretty much did the same thing too when I accidentally killed the like half-dead dwarf as Minxie by picking him up by the neck when we were
It's
in
like
the Underdark.
by a scruff. You were
Yeah, I
saying?
picked him up by
Yeah.
his
Oh, he's
scruff,
dead.
and he had like 1 hit point left.
It's like
Really
snap.
just enough.
Oh.
Those
That was
are,
where I try so hard and I'm the worst.
Bury
You-
your shame.
have
Very
had
much
so
so.
many of those
Yeah.
moments, and those are some of the best moments. You've had so many of those. Where you're
Yeah.
like,
No, it's fun.
guys,
Admittedly
I got
the worst.
this. I'm here to
That's
help.
Yeah, Keyleth's the worst. She's
No, she's the best.
well, I looked.
The reactionary push into the lava is one of my favorites.
I'm
He's like,
sorry.
I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just like pushing him down into the lava. She's like, ah! He's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was so funny.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
So good.
Get me over soon.
On the flip side, you know, one of our home moments was amazing. It's actually on my Vine account, which was Keyleth walking up to a shambling mound. We were gonna. It was a
No,
shambling mound?
it was a corrupt treant.
Corrupt tree, and we were gonna have to fight that
Oh my
thing, and you
God.
just went up and went and went and wandered
walked
off,
away.
and we were all like, "Wah, come on!"
That was great.
Yeah, I can't remember what spell it was, but it was something that essentially you can charm a specific plant-based monster, and it failed its saving throw, and there was going to be this epic encounter with this giant corrupted tree into the middle
was
of
dominate
the
plants.
bramble forest, dominate plants, and it was
During
this
Pathfinder days.
yeah, and it was this big old bramble forest that led up to the actual home of the Dread Emperor, and it just kind of walked out, and was like, "Rrrr," and you're like, sit down and sleep.
Like-
Okay, and that was it. And I was like, well done.
Yeah, no, I like believing in the what I like to call the community zodiac, as in Dan Harmon's community, and Keyleth is definitely the Britta of the of the community zodiac. She's Britta.
I like that.
No,
See
yeah, I
that?
totally see that.
Yeah.
Just got under that blanket.
We'll find out here shortly. Let's do one more question, then we're going to take a break and come back here
Make
for
it
the
a
Battle
good one.
Royale. I know, I'm trying to see. Let's go for the chat. We've done a lot of these. Chat, let's see what we got. This will be our last question for the night.
First.
No, no.
One.
Keyleth is totally Britta. See?
Unless that is a hedge maze, I am a dead man.
I would love. That's another thing. I think we need community fan art.
Unless
Community
it's a
fan
hedge
art.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Hedge maze,
crossover
fighting
community
game.
fan art.
Crossover community fan art.
You ain't gonna find me.
I
if
love
it's a hedge
community
maze.
so
Just
much.
they're just going so fast. Like draw back and make the
Room?
animal.
If that's a big room, I'm gone.
That is not true.
This is a quick throwaway. It won't be the last one. Someone asked if I could ever join Vox Machina, what class and race would I be? Or Dwarf Bard. I think I've already kind of specified that.
That's pretty good.
Let's see. Be a good one. A good final end question.
Someone said, "What's worse, doors or dragons?" That's a pretty good question.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Can't read that stuff.
I know. It's going so fast. It's okay. I'm glad you guys are so excited to ask questions, but I can't. Wow, it's like it's like looking into the abyss. It's
Yeah,
like
this is about the time where I'm like, "Do I need
It's just gonna be
glasses?"
3 minutes of us just staring at
I
this.
can see through time.
Somebody asked. Here's a big question.
Okay.
Somebody asked.
Make this the last one.
I didn't see it on there, but somebody asked which character dying would have the biggest overall effect on the group.
I don't want to answer that because then it's going to subconsciously make me feel really awful if they
If it
die.
happens.
I don't want to answer that.
Bad idea. Bad
I
idea.
don't want that to happen.
Do you have someone in
Interesting
your
idea.
head though?
No, I don't. I don't want that in my head. I don't want any of that in my head. If it happens, it happens.
Forget it. What are the dimensions
Yeah.
of the cube?
Was it the dimensions of the cube? Not Sam's cube?
That's one by one.
We're not talking about that.
Forget it. Just how do we kill the dragon?
Yeah,
Right,
and
right.
someone asked if Umbrasyl was suicidally depressed yet.
Who's the Hodor of the group? Oh, we're not going to talk about that. Also spoilers.
Spoilers. God, some of us haven't had time.
I know.
Have you watched it?
I haven't even started the season yet.
That's
He
okay.
has an
dear.
amazing.
There's been
You
no
haven't?
time.
Oh,
Hodor
dear.
has an amazing moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Third episode.
The internet told me.
It's awesome. Have you ever regretted a decision you made either in character or while DMing?
Yes.
We'll have this as our final question for the evening.
We regretted a character regretted a decision in character.
I got mine ready to go.
Go.
Using my Cape of the Mountebank for the first time to teleport to the other side of the glass and save everybody, Chakunk! Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
That's
It
right.
was like my stomach just went.
That was going to be their turn, leave, and hit the button as they left Circumstance, and you went right there and hit it. I'm like, well, that saved them the problem of it.
Thought it was the door opener.
I know.
Nope.
I know.
Sorry, it was a great moment.
It was a great moment, but yeah, it didn't quite work how you thought.
Still alive for one more week.
How about you guys?
The treasure chest by far. Like if I had killed Vex, I would have felt really, really terrible. I mean, like not actually weirdly less more out of character than in character. Like
Yeah.
I would have felt really awful because like that's such a fourth grade mistake. Like I feel like really a junior high level foolishness.
That's okay. Anything from you guys?
Man, I
So
probably
many.
there's so many. There's so many just like little ones where I'm
Little
like,
ones, I know. All the time.
Cumulative.
Accumulate.
Death by
Well,
1,000 cuts.
yeah. Oh no.
Oh.
A few kill grades.
That's after the break.
Well, sometimes I get angry at Keyleth sometimes for not being more assertive, and then there's sometimes that I like want to say things as Marisha like for Keyleth, but I'm like, no, she wouldn't. She would just kind of be bowled over right now. She would just go with it. So there's like several times where I'm like, fuck, why couldn't you speak up? And then there are some times where the game just moves faster than we can keep up with it, and sometimes you're like, oh, I want this to happen. God, there have been like 3 separate times where I've wanted to come knock on your door, and the game rolls
Yeah, I mean,
past.
it's a lot of just like theater etiquette and improv. It's like you're like, I'm gonna. Oh no, they're having a moment,
No,
and then you
Yeah.
kind of forget it, or the
Yeah,
moment
you already
passes.
let it
And you just
go.
gotta let
Yeah,
it go.
theater etiquette. I mean, there's. I remember in like the audience noticed it, and they were like, if they don't come back to this moment, and I came over and I sat down, and I said, we were like in a tavern, and I said, Keyleth puts her head on Vax. She like leans her head on Vax.
Right, and what I was thinking was Gilmore's over there.
And
he's
then
looking
Gilmore
at
walked
this,
in.
He's looking at this.
Yeah.
And I can't explain this.
No, it was literally like it was like a fucking bar scenario. Like
Yeah.
I was like, oh, there's
Hey,
Gilmore.
I'll be right back.
Oh, no. I totally like.
That whole bar episode was great.
I love that bar episode so much.
Yeah, no, like I want to yell at Percy all the time. Like,
Yeah.
he does dumb shit all. I'm like, I gotta let it happen.
Gotta let it happen.
Vax and Keyleth really like each other, but this is them.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Ross and Rachel.
Oh well.
Yeah, I can't
Did
say.
you just say that?
Yeah, I
oh
did.
my god.
So
I
much
did.
Ross and
Thanks
Rachel.
so much.
Oh my god, this is so Ross. And
That's my
Rachel.
biggest regret as a DM was saying that right there.
Yeah, you're never living that down.
No, I can't say I have any regrets as a DM story-wise because I let you guys guide so much of it. I build stuff and let it happen, and I'm usually happy with things when they turn out, whether or not I planned on it or not. That to me is what's fascinating and interesting and fun as a DM is being caught off guard and having to justify and work with it on a constant improv level. I may have regrets like mechanically. I might forget elements in battle or maybe circumstances that happen. Like for instance, when Gilmore came in and gave you guys the Heroes Feast, not thinking at the time, it set you up for a battle with the Purple Worm and essentially disabled its most dangerous element, its tail poison. And I didn't realize it at the time because it just organically happened. But I'm not going to try and hold that back or restrain it in the moment. It happened to work out to be in your favor, and that's how it works sometimes. I just let it happen. So I wouldn't say I really have any regrets. Not because I'm too good for them, just because I let things happen, and I appreciate for the good and the bad that comes with it, and let the story guide itself. So
We can entertain ourselves.
Yeah, no.
I hope so. The moment that stops, we need to stop doing this.
Yeah.
Into Greg, who says Keyleth probably regrets not reading her spells. And I'm gonna join Ashley and speak for you, even though you're not asking for it.
You
We
can.
have a lot of fucking spells.
So many
man.
spells!
So many damn
It's so
spells.
hard to keep track in the moment when you're stressed.
You're so stressed.
No, and like you'll turn to me and be like, "Am I reading this right?" And I'll go, "Oh yeah,"
Totally.
and then like thing will happen. I'm like, "Whoa,
Whoops.
wow,
That's
that
happened
Yeah.
so many times where you're like, and I'll show it
Yeah.
to Laura or
Yeah,
Travis
no,
and
like,
be
Be
like,
like, is
This
this
is right,
a
this is
good
right?
idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be fine.
yeah.
Well, and people don't understand either, along with DM rule bending, we don't necessarily know how you're going to interpret the spell. And there's a ton of things, like
Yeah.
mist form, that I didn't know how I was going to act in the moment. And it didn't mean I didn't read it. I read,
No, we read it.
all
We
of my
both read
spells
it.
Yeah.
hundreds of times.
You
I
always
have
read it.
hundreds. I have hundreds, and I've read all of them. And I will try them in the moment, and sometimes they'll work in my favor, and sometimes they won't. I don't always know.
Which is fine. That's I mean, a good part of big part of D&D is fucking up. That's just how it is. That's
Yeah.
and any good
Just
game
like
is going to be
real life.
fuck ups. Yeah. We just roll with it.
Yeah.
It's not a pellet
Yeah.
law.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're going to come back here in a few minutes and do our battle royale. We're going to go ahead and get you guys to use your room and get ready. Get your characters.
comes the murder
We've
hobo.
leveled everybody up. For the purpose of this fight, everyone's been leveled up to a baseline level 14, so everyone's at an even scope. So
I'm behind.
because you're
And I'm
behind,
behind.
Percy's behind.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so let's go ahead and take this quick break. We'll be back here in a few minutes, and we'll see which member of Vox Machina in this battle will stand supreme. See you guys in a
And I
minute.
know the answer. The answer is not me.
May the odds be.
First and foremost, let's get through our announcements. At the top, we are excited. This episode and the episodes for this month are brought to you by our new sponsor for this month, Loot Crate. Me and Marisha ourselves have been Loot Crate
Purveyors for like 3 years.
As
3
have
years.
I.
We've been together.
As have
Yeah,
I.
Taliesin
Couple
as
years
well.
now.
But they've been awesome enough and interested in helping us sponsor this next month of content. So that being the case, if you want to go ahead and open some of these boxes real fast and see, those who aren't aware, the kind of stuff that Loot Crate does.
What's your letter?
So while they're opening this, Loot Crate it's like a monthly subscription box service where you it's $20 a month and you get 6 to 8 unique items that are based on a specific theme every month.
Yeah.
Lulu Dallas Multipass! Lulu Dallas Multipass!
This is the one that comes with the Harry Potter socks.
I haven't gotten this one yet.
Sorry, Matt, you were talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's
You're-
okay.
you're not
You guys show off
prepared
what you got.
I have a little cute face hugger.
This is too perfect.
Oh yeah, no. The drinking drinking horns with a little carry on.
I got a shofar.
Looks like a shofar.
I'm still saying we should rename the show Critical Role for this month. I'm just saying.
No, I'm good.
This
is good on that. Thank you.
Labyrinth T-shirt, which Travis is sporting.
Travis is actually wearing. He already has.
Nothing. If David Bowie can't keep you alive, I don't know what can.
Oh, and the pin has a D20 on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, it's a
class.
beautiful pin.
Oh,
Oh,
original
that's so
War of the
thematic.
Worlds.
And there's
Day
a
the Earth
pin in
Stood
every
Still
box.
print?
That's pretty
That's
cool.
so awesome.
So yeah, so the cool thing about this,
Rad shirt.
they send you a new crate every month that has a certain theme and the content, and that's based around that theme. If you go to www.lootcrate.com/criticalrole, you can enter the code Critical Role, one word, to save $3 on any new subscription. So if you've ever been thinking about it and you want to get yourself tried out for a little while, go ahead and use our code and get yourself a nice little discount, which is rad.
Yeah.
The other neat thing about Loot Crate boxes, you can turn them inside out and it
turn them
becomes
inside out.
something.
Yeah,
And they
you
get
can
fancy?
use them.
This
This
one's an arcade machine.
one's got a maze on the inside.
Yeah, you can
All
actually
my
turn.
stuff in these boxes.
Yeah, they're
show off
store
the
shirts
shirt?
or
Multi-pass.
re-gifting boxes.
Okay, that's pretty rad.
Yeah.
This
actually.
is rad.
Is that the invasion box?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
There's an
remember when we got
invasion
that
box,
one.
X-Files
a quest
shirt?
box, and there's a power box, but we don't have that yet.
Not yet. Power box, I think, is this month. So
Is this one?
that'll be
No way
fun.
have I got
Oh, there's a
power.
maze on there.
I know the X-File. There's so much X-File stuff in here. This is awesome.
That was a good month.
I think May is like World of Warcraft, DBZ. It's
That'll
got
be
all
cool.
these like amazing things, and I was like, I'm a part of all of these things, and I want it.
Oh, Space Invasion. It's,
I know this is
Christmas.
I like it. It is essentially it's a
gave it
really
to my
tiny
friend's dog.
pre-stream Christmas is turned into.
This is
sorry,
how quickly
sorry.
you can turn the
Dog
box
toys.
We're
inside
gonna
out.
stop.
And now you have a 3D puzzle.
You guys are-
Guys, you can watch us open
Sorry.
stuff all night.
I've already lost control of the
Inevitable
episode.
slaughter.
Go to Loot Crate, click the
Longest
link.
plug ever.
Go some love.
So yeah, lootcrate.com/critical role. You can put in critical role in the as your code there, and you'll get a 3% off your subscription. So
$3 off.
or, yeah, sorry,
Not
$3,
$3
not
$3
$3%.
off your
$3.
subscription.
I'm gonna
So
keep him
silly.
here.
Better than 3%.
Much better than 3%. I'm so stupid. $3. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you, Loot Crate.
Good show.
Thanks, Loot Crate!
And welcome back, everybody. We're about to jump here into the Battle Royale. Wanted to let you guys know, as part of our final week of the Loot Crate sponsorship, their June theme is dystopia.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's dystopia, which is cool.
Oh my god,
That sounds awesome.
It's gonna feature RoboCop, Terminator 3, Matrix, as well as Fallout 4 and BioShock Infinite stuff.
Oh yeah.
Have me a Fallout 4.
Wait, did you say Matrix?
Yes.
That's dystopian.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
Outside of the Matrix.
I just haven't heard that in a while.
No, the world that created the Matrix films is a desolate, sad.
They've created the sequels, yeah. But yeah, so in order to get this crate, you have to sign up by the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific to be able to get the dystopian crate when it goes out. But once again, you can get $3 off your subscription by going to lootcrate.com/critical role and enter critical role as your code. One word, critical role. I know. I was really happy when they put the Pip-Boy statue. So
You need your dice?
we're just gonna get her dice.
Are these mine? Yeah, that
There you go. There you go. All right. So, welcome back as we kick into.
Oh my god, you guys.
So, suddenly, a flash of white takes your vision. And as the white fades, you see at the end of a long, blue, sky-like tunnel, a man standing. Dark, curly, almost permed hair. A suit with a white, wide, white polyester lapel. White track pants and white shoes. He approaches, his chest almost visible. He speaks with you with confidence, the voice of God, the voice of everything. He goes, "Hello, Vox Machina. I am the Beyonder. And I've decided for fun, I want to see which one of you guys can fight. I did this thing once with a bunch of heroes and it got kind of crazy, so I'm scaling it down. So you four, let's see who beats the crap out of the others, huh? Shall we?" He snaps his fingers, and with that, it flashes to black, and the air around you gets hotter and hotter and hotter. You feel yourself sweating in the darkness, and suddenly your vision comes to you, and you see before you a landscape of molten rock and lava.
Is that actually your Beyonder voice if it ever happens?
That's exactly how I think
Okay.
the Beyonder would
Suspect.
sound if he were to show up in an event. So, that being the case, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
What? What am I doing? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Luck right now.
Losing luck right now.
This is ridiculous.
Already so soon.
Yes.
Holy fuck bullshit.
That'll do.
I'm so nervous.
Alrighty. So,
What a shocker.
roll initiative, guys.
Not as good as I wanted.
Damn.
18.
Alright. Ashley?
7.
Okay, so a total of 7. Alright, so we have
Total.
25 to 20, 20 to 15,
17.
18.
I got you, babe. Wah, 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 wah.
Alright, to see
What a
which
shocker
of
that
you
I'm
goes
freaking going
first,
last.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you guys both roll off again for initiative just to
Oh,
see
that's
who's
20 again?
20 again, both of you.
Ugh.
Probably.
Oh!
Natural 1.
Alright, so Vax is going slightly before Keyleth, then we have Percy, then we have Pike.
Oh my.
Alrighty, so first round is Vax's. Vax, what are you gonna do?
Holy crap. Okay, being with the assassin feature, I have advantage now because I'm going first. I'm going to throw a dagger right at Percy's head. Am I within 60 feet yet?
Right out the
You are,
gate.
yes, 5.
Right out.
Right out the
Do you have-
motherfucking
do you have
gate.
my
50,
sword?
he's within
I don't
50.
have my sword right now.
This is our basic stuff. I'm not,
Okay.
Yeah, this is
even
basic
if I had it,
weapon.
I'm not using that. Okay.
In that case, this is.
So here goes the dagger. Oh, good. It's 29.
What's your AC, Percy?
My AC is 18, but
I'm going to try and use the gloves of missile snaring. So that brings it to, let's see, what's my deck?
The damage of it, at least. Let him roll damage first.
Oh yeah, roll damage. So that hits.
Alright.
Okay. All right, Percival. Okay, so
I don't know what to do. I'm scared.
8. 14, 23, 24, 29, 33 plus 6 is 39, and this is the Dagger of Venom, and I want him to roll versus poison.
So 39 damage. You want to do your gloves and missiles now?
I'll do my 39 damage right now.
Yes.
I didn't roll the right die. So
Set aside.
Do that again. So that's 13 points off that. So that's.
I want. How does that work?
He basically grabs your dagger out of the air and stops some of the damage before it
Automatically, or
strikes
does he
him.
have to succeed to do it?
Nope.
Nope. It's
Automatic.
he just lowers the damage.
Okay.
So that's 13 points off that. So that's
So 39. That means
26.
26 damage you take,
26
piercing damage.
26 piercing.
And I need you to go ahead and make. Is it a Constitution saving throw?
Yes, 15 is the DC.
Constitution saving throw. Of
Correct.
15. It's a D20, right?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
He succeeds.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
What are you doing, Max?
Now, a quick question, Matt.
Yeah.
So, like, if I were to attack him 3 times in a row, right, the next two would get no sneak attack. I know that. If I move to another target, do they get sneak attack or no in this instance?
No, you only get sneak attack once per round.
One time per round. Okay.
Correct. And remember, you have not activated your boots yet.
I click them now.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
Just looking at the item real fast too. Is there an activation cost for the
Boots
boots?
of haste. Laura has that piece of paper.
Oh right. Okay. We'll see if the purpose is to be a bonus action to activate it.
It is a bonus action.
Pretty sure
The
it is.
hiding in here is crap anyway. Okay. What's the lighting like in here? There's just light from
This whole room is low light. It's just the glow from the lava in here. So it's like especially since a number of you have dark vision, it's not a huge deal within 60 feet.
Okay.
But it is considered technically low light.
Okay. I'm gonna use. All right. I'm gonna use my action to go stealth.
Okay.
Because it's action, bonus action. So you're saying the boots. I don't think I've ever used a bonus action for clicking the boots. So we need to change things from here on out. You've
should've
never
been.
called me on it in like 50 games.
Right. Well, usually it was the first round that you did it, but it's fine.
Oh.
It's cool.
Okay. Then, if you give me permission, I'm going to use my. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm going to throw another dagger. Sorry. And I totally miss, and I'm going to let it go. It's a 1.
It's a 1. Okay.
And I'm going to take I'm going to step past that wall there. I can do it myself.
You can. You can reach out and actually change things as you want.
Okay, I'm hasted, so I get double speed as soon as I'm there.
Secrets.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Okay.
Secrets.
Ooh, I'm using luck.
Second luck down already.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. I need Keyleth and Percy to roll perception checks.
29.
11.
Okay. You guys both, actually all 3 of you watch as Vax turns behind the corner and vanishes from sight. You have no idea where he is. You know he's somewhere in this area, but that's all you know. All right.
Every damn time. Classic.
That is the end of your turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Alright, I am going. Okay, so bonus action is different than free action, right? This is
Yeah.
Okay.
What you got going on?
Let me know, buddy.
As my action, I am going to cast Sunbeam.
Okay.
And I guess first, since Percy's the one in my line of sight, I'm going to be beaming it right at Percy.
My line of sight? Yes, I am line of sight, aren't I? Do I have partial cover from that? No, I don't.
All right, so you're firing it this way. All right, so what is the...
It's like
Isn't that great?
I love it.
Sunbeam. All right, Percy, I need you to go ahead because it is within a 60-foot
Is
line.
the save, right?
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw?
Correct.
Okay, just remembering. Okay. Constitution saving throw. That's a 17, 18. That's a 19.
What's your DC?
19.
So he saves.
Fucking balls.
So
Well,
you
still
take half damage.
Just the
and
shadow just goes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You take. So as Keyleth, you go and you reach your hand out, and suddenly the room blasts into bright light as a beam of pure solar energy streaks into Percy's face. Percy, you manage to close your eyes and bend out of the way just in time, still taking some of the impact.
I rolled really good. 17 plus another 7 is 24 plus 8, which is 32 plus 5, which is 37, 38 halved. 38 halved.
19 points.
The 19 points of damage you take. 19 points of radiant damage. You are not blinded because you made your save.
That is true. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Grasping Vine. Sorry, Percy.
Grasping Vine, unfortunately, is a 4th level spell. You've already cast a 6th level spell. It has to be 2nd or
That's true.
lower.
No, you're correct. Never mind. I'm not going to do that.
I got the brain on Brad.
I gotta pay attention to this stuff. Otherwise, the internet lets me know.
I'm going to go Earth Elemental.
Okay.
Fit anymore.
Oh, barely.
Holy cow!
You
How
are.
high is the ceiling?
The ceiling actually is about 30 feet up.
Okay.
It's kind of a domed cavern.
So watch your head.
You are set into this pocket of very hot earth with no foreseeable exit.
And I'm just going to sink into the ground underneath me.
Okay. Keyleth sinks beneath the ground. As you do, you suddenly feel yourself plummeting into a pocket of molten rock, which is just beneath
Okay.
this entire area here.
I come up really fast.
Okay, but you still go ahead and take damage from this.
And we're dealing with molten lava.
This is happening fast.
We'll say here for the purpose
Yikes.
of this, and everyone gets a nice view of the top of my head. Woohoo! Okay.
Bonus camera.
That is 11, 17, 24,
We don't know where Vax is.
28.
We do not know where Vax is. We know that he's back there somewhere.
35 points of fire damage
Okay.
from suddenly submerging yourself partially into molten rock. And as your rock form does help resist it somewhat, it still begins to severely damage your earth elemental form, and you immediately pop back up into the space you were.
Okay. In that case.
In that case.
I'm just going to. No, you know what? I'm happy where I am.
Happy where you are?
I'll stay there.
Okay,
That's
Keyleth, it's her
fine
turn.
now.
Percy, you're up.
Okay, let's figure out what we're doing with this. First of all, I'm going to. Yeah, you got away, you little son of a bitch. You're hiding back there, aren't you? Okay.
You see this giant earth elemental submerge and then come back out of the earth with like elements of superheated rock around the edges of its surface. Pike is off to the side, just looking about, trying to decide what she's going to do, but you have the jump on her.
I'm going to. First off, I'm going to cast Hex on. Let's cast Hex on Keyleth for the moment because I gotta get that thing off the board.
As a note, Keyleth, by the way, because you took fire damage, you need to make a concentration check to maintain your sunbeam.
What do I have to roll?
Half the damage, or which would have been how much you take from that? Sorry, it was.
It took 35 damage.
35 damage.
Yeah, I'm good.
So you rolled a
15.
15 plus your constitution. Yeah, you're good. Okay.
And I'm going to make you have a disadvantage against let's say strength checks for the moment, so because that'll amuse me.
So your strength checks are a disadvantage while you're hexed. What else you got, Percy?
I'm gonna hit her with the retort pistol for the moment. Actually, you know what? We're welcome to the world. I'm gonna hit her with I'm gonna hit her with retort pistol for now. That's,
Without retort.
Let's take first shot is 23.
What's your AC of your Earth Elemental?
That hits.
Okay, let's go ahead and roll damage on that.
It's amazing how careful PvP is making us all be.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. Seriously.
Well, and then it's that's 15 points of piercing damage plus 4 necro damage.
Okay, it's piercing is halved for me.
It is not magical, correct?
Oh, good to know.
So 15. What was
So that's
7 plus.
Be 7 damage plus
4
necrotic. So a total of 11 points of damage.
Okay.
The blaster hitting the hide of the Earth Elemental, not quite impacting as strongly as you thought.
All right, I'm gonna take one more shot then, and I'm gonna spend a grit for a headshot to give her disadvantage on attacks until the end of her next turn.
Okay. Make a concentration check, by the way, from the first hit. So you have to roll 11 or higher.
11.
Yeah, you're fine. Okay.
Oh wait. Oh, thank God! No, it's not bad news. Yay! 15. That doesn't hit.
AC
17.
17. No. This one actually does manage to hit the shoulder, but it ricochets off and blasts a port of the volcanic rock near her.
Damn it. Okay, so that burns that. And just for fun, I'm going to take a third shot and see if I can do anything.
Go for it. Third shot against the Earth Element.
That does hit. That's a 20. 21.
21. That does hit. Go ahead and roll damage
so
on this.
That's 10 plus 6. And that was another grid shot. So that's that's nice. 15 halved again.
7.
Plus 6 necrotic damage.
All right, so 13 points of damage total. I need you to make another concentration check.
3.
Plus, what's your Constitution modifier? Of
As
Earth
a
Elemental?
Earth Elemental
Yeah.
plus 5, so 8.
With that, Sunbeam drops. The
Fucking
impact
fuck!
manages to actually knock the spell out of your peripheral.
Also, make a Constitution saving throw.
14.
19, so yeah.
So 19 is the DC, so does she make it?
Yeah, she makes it.
Damn it! Ah, she did it better. Meh. And then I'm going to dive back here. For now, I'm just going to try and get some cover. Actually, dive back there for some cover.
Okay, then it's Percy's turn.
God damn it.
Hike, you're up.
Okay.
Really good round.
So we're gonna start.
Not a good
I am
round for
going
me.
to cast
Pretty
Guardian
good.
of Faith, and I would like to place it.
You're on place Guardian of Faith.
It's 10 feet.
See the spell here real fast? Just make sure we're doing this right. So, Guardian of Faith. There we go. It's within 30 feet of you.
Okay.
You choose any hostile creature to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the Guardian. Yeah, has to succeed or take damage. So where are you putting it?
So I'm gonna place it right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I am going to cast, for my bonus action, Shield of Faith on myself, which brings my armor class up to 2 more points.
Guardian of Faith is 4th level. What level is
4th level.
What's the
and
one?
Shield of Faith is first.
first? Yeah, that's fine. So Shield of Faith. Perfect. It's coming. All right, yeah. So you have a +2 bonus to AC for the duration. It's concentration.
Never trust when music stops.
Good for you. Are you gonna move or you stay right there?
I'm gonna just kind of. Oh, he's there. I'm gonna stay. I'll stay.
Stay right there in that little corner. All right, that ends Pike's turn. Top of the round back, Vax, you're up.
Okay. And from hidden position, right, advantage, obviously.
To anything who didn't see you, and from what you are aware, nothing has seen you yet. So
Right. And as soon as I go, I'm giving away my position to everybody or to the person that I'm attacking, or? does it work?
I mean, essentially everybody who could see where you are. So you'd be giving it away to whoever that individual
Okay.
is.
Okay.
Do you have your mini, by the way?
Yeah.
I was wondering where it
So
got
should
put.
I just place him as soon as I attack?
Yep.
Okay. I throw a dagger at Keyleth.
Okay.
Am I partially covered?
Doesn't matter. I'm a sharpshooter. So.
Yeah, he avoids cover.
So that's a 19.
Hits.
Okay. Okay. So here we go. This is 2 plus. Diddly diddly do. 2, 5, 8, 11, 12. Bugger. 18, 24 plus 6 is 30.
Is that halved? Is that magic or no?
His weapons are magic, so it does not have
So 30?
30 points of magical slashing damage against you.
Then I will use my bonus action to hide. Can I?
You right now are completely visible to her.
Okay, so
you're not
instead,
hiding really
I'm
behind
going to go 1. I don't know if this is slowing me, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I attempt to now? Stealth here, if I'm.
You can attempt to hide from her, yeah.
All right.
However, Percy does have sight to you.
Can I attempt to stealth from both of them?
Right now, you're
In
only
low light?
obscured from one of them.
I thought it was low light everywhere.
It is dim light actually. Let me see if what the hide circumstance is. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check just to be safe here. Hide action. Give me just a minute. Pardon me here. Go attacks. Hide. Chapter 7 for hiding. Alright, let's go to chapter 7 then.
Meanwhile, in chapter 7.
I know. It's great, isn't it? Isn't it wonderful? I found chapter
7 is actually hiding in chapter 4. So
it is. I just want to make sure we're doing this properly.
It's choose your own rule.
Choose your own rule.
It's really hiding from itself.
Alrighty.
Aren't we all?
So. Heard,
Answer is no, this is in fact just a wound, and I'm dead.
Let's go ahead and actually. What the hell is it? You are not helping me by telling me it's there! This is ridiculous.
Components.
I'm pretty sure you have to be entirely obscured. It's not so much having dim light.
Just means they're trying to be like silent, then like.
I might be wrong. I don't want I should tell me. Yeah.
Hiding was poorly explained in the
You have to
player's
see where you're
handbook, honestly.
casting it. Sound means you have to say something emotionally.
Got it. Never mind.
Got it.
Hold on. Instead, so
Here we
I
go.
threw it. Oh,
You can have it
I
here.
have a backup idea. I do want to know what this ruling is.
Hiding. There it is. Let's see.
Purify food.
You can't hide from a creature that can see you. And if you make a noise, create position.
Can he see in dim light?
He can see in dim light. He's not. It's not. Darkness.
Okay.
Although he has disadvantage to perception checks because it's dim light. He does not have dark vision.
What's her line of sight? She can see here, obviously.
She can see there. She would not be able to see you in this area here behind that wall.
Okay, check it out.
So that's
I'm gonna
how it
use an
would work.
action.
Okay, I feel better about that.
I'm going to use an action to hide where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Gosh, how would this work? Because what I want to do is like hide and then run past here. If I'm stealthed successfully, I'm invisible to Percy by the time I get here, and if I pass the wall, she's lost sight of me. Is what I think. That's what I'm going to try to do. I guess.
All right. So what are you trying to do? You're trying
Stealth.
to.
I'm going stealth.
All right.
Okay, that's great. That is a 32.
32. Alrighty. As you move past here.
And I'm using my bonus action to dash. So I'm going real quiet, tippy toe and dim light, right? Whew, I'm a 32, still stealth and tippy toe.
All right. I need Percy. Go ahead and make a perception check with disadvantage.
What about me? No?
Well, I've just passed the wall.
16.
All right. He vanishes from sight from both of you guys. Where do you want to go? Okay. Cool. So that ends Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Oh, it's my turn again already.
Only 4 of us.
Wow.
I know.
Sort of.
Kind of.
Okay.
You know, it was half the damage you took on that. I'm trying to remember. So you actually would still have Sunbeam still up.
No, there was also full necrotic damage, though.
It was, but even then, it's half the damage or
Oh,
10 higher. I was taking the full damage at the time.
Half the time. Wait, half the damage.
It's
or
half the
10
damage or
higher?
10, whichever's higher. You are right. So you would still have Sunbeam.
Oh, really?
You would, yeah.
Dream zone.
That changes everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
still have
I just
Sunbeam?
realized that.
I'm out of sight.
Well,
at the
that's
moment.
cool.
Okay.
You are, yeah.
Okay, thank God.
She still saw where you walked,
Yeah.
but
I did. Fucking fuck. I still have Sunbeam. Sorry, that totally changed my whole plan. Sorry, Pike.
Does that also, I was going to say, does that
Go
mean
for
that there's that much light in the cavern that I'm not at
Whenever I
disadvantage
blast.
For, oh well.
So I'm gonna flip around here. Fling.
Yeah.
Sunbeam blast Pike.
all right. So I need you to go ahead and roll it's Constitution, I believe.
Constitution.
Yep. Go ahead and roll a Constitution check, Pike.
All right.
Oh dear goodness. Oh dear.
Wait, what's the, is this one?
20. Yeah.
Wait, so you rolled a 3 with a +5 con mod. I apologize. I'm so sorry about this. The chat room is really distracting me on this. So, it was a 13 halved, but 10, whichever's higher. 10 would have still been the DC, you rolled a 3 with a +5, so you did still lose Sunbeam. My apologies. You guys are helpful sometimes. I really need to ignore chat.
So I lost Sunbeam.
So you did lose Sunbeam, yes, because you rolled a 3.
But a roll higher than half.
Half or a 10, whichever is higher, is how the concentration works.
So I always have to beat a 10.
Always have to beat a 10 no matter what.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's on the other way?
Nope,
Sure
I'm sure it's not the other way.
Damage I've taken, which is still pretty
Okay.
close to all
Then
I roll
that
up.
changes
This is why,
things again.
that's why I don't have chat on during the game.
Right.
I'm like, I start second guessing myself, and then I realize it's okay.
Damage already.
Okay.
You guys are kind of helpful sometimes. It's fine.
Guys.
All right,
Guys.
so you are hexed. You do not have Sunbeam, but you are still full Earth Elemental form.
Okay. Then this is like a kind of a lava pool thing right here.
It is a portion of the wall in which there is molten rock pooling out of the side. Yes. You get the feeling this whole room has pockets of it that are based around molten rock. But you can see which ones seem to be more close than others.
Fuck it. I'm going to come here because I have 2 double damage to rock things, and I'm gonna smash this open.
You want to smash that
I'm
open?
gonna smash up the wall.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
Yeah! Break it down.
16 plus whatever I do against.
Come on, monster.
What do I roll? This is just a regular attack. This is just a regular
Regular
attack.
attack, yeah.
Then I guess adding +5, so 22.
Yeah.
No,
not a-
21.
21. Your fist slams into the wall. Go ahead and roll damage. Double damage because you're siege. And this is technically part of a structure.
I think that's what I did.
I know. Alright. Roll damage on your slam.
Hang on. Okay, it's a +8 to hit. So
Yeah.
it actually would go with it. 2d8
Still hits.
+5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 2d8 plus 5 and then double
So
it.
I double the dice.
It'll double the whole thing.
So I roll 2 more. 8. Oh, I double the whole thing.
Yeah.
8. So 10 plus 5, 15, 30 damage.
30 points of damage to the rock wall with one fist. Your knuckles take out a portion of the wall, and molten rock begins to spill into the alley here. This whole area right now is just spilling molten rock and is now considered an area of lava that is slowly expanding.
And with that, I am going to back up and kind of move and tuck here.
Behind there?
Behind this wall.
Okay.
If I can.
You'd have enough movement, I think, to do that.
With my earth glide as well, I can kind of.
With your
move
earth
some
glide, yeah, I'd say it's supposed to go around it. You just through the wall.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Cool.
Okay. That ends your
stuff.
turn.
Shit.
All right, Percy, you're up. You can see the glow of fresh molten rock kind of beginning to spill from around the wall side, though you're not sure what the source is.
Okay.
And Pike, the heat's causing you to sweat within your armor.
I'm coming in around here. And I'm going to take some shots at Pike.
Okay.
Come on.
So.
Shot through the heart.
To blame.
Okay.
So it's 5, 10. As soon as you step into that spot.
Oh, am I not 10 feet away from it? Oh, I wouldn't even know.
You wouldn't know. You have no idea.
All right.
As soon as you step into that spot, what's the saving throw on the Guardian?
18.
It's the DC, Guardian of Faith. I need you to go ahead and roll a where is it? A dexterity saving throw.
A dex saving throw?
Yes.
Oh, that has a 9. Thank God. That's a 15, but I don't like that. I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay, with your feet.
Yeah, with my feet. That's a natural 20.
All right, all right.
Okay,
all
so you
right.
take half damage. You take 10 points of radiant damage. Mark a 50 for you, so keep track of the damage that it deals.
So I took 10 points.
10 points of radiant damage as you stop right there in that spot. Suddenly, you see this glow emerge from the stone pillar, and this kind of almost armored half-golem-like entity made of pure radiant energy just scoops out and slams you with a fist. And you manage to pull out of the way just in time, but it still slams you in the shoulder, almost knocking you off your feet. And you catch yourself.
Can I back up away from it, or
with the rest of your turn? You
I
can.
still have one more space of movement. Okay, fuck that guy. First thing, I'm going to use my bonus action to run a quick heal. And that sucked so bad. So that's 13 points back. So this goes into 2. That was just awful. That just makes me sad. Couldn't have gone worse. And that's burnt. So pull that. And so I'm going to take a shot at Pike.
Bring it on.
And my gun seizes. So.
Oh no!
Flipping that out for bad news.
Oh fuck!
So with that, retort goes back in the holster as you see Percy around the corner pull out from his back, unfolds, and locks into place.
I have room for one shot before my turn is over.
All right.
Here we go for
Against
my
Pike
one
again?
shot. Let's not do that again. That was really inappropriate.
Rude.
Better. 19, 29, 32 to hit.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
hits.
I think that'll hit. Yeah.
That'll do.
You don't get the bonus
That'll do,
damage,
Pig.
though,
That'll
'cause you're
do.
not hexed, so it's just.
Thanks for doing all the work, guys.
23 points of damage.
Okay.
23 points of
okay,
piercing damage against Pike.
Okay. Okay.
And
I'm known as what was known as a scavenger.
yeah, no, I'm really annoyed right now.
Wait it out,
I'm
bud.
really,
Wait it out.
I'm really annoyed.
That's all I got. Ain't got any hexes or bullets or fancy spells or help from the gods.
Okay. Oof.
No, the minute I have sights on you, you're dead. Like this is.
Never have sights.
I know I will never have sights on you.
Oh
I
man.
may have to burn a
I
turn
feel like
fixing
I'm
a gun too.
All right, Pike, what you
like
got?
Going quick. Okay,
Oh, boy.
well I gotta heal myself because I have such low hit points. So I am going to cast. I have a different plan now since that happened. Where did it go? Okay, I'm gonna do Cure Wounds on myself
Alrighty.
I'm sorry I blasted you with the sunbeam in
Are
your
you?
face.
Are you really?
with a 3rd level.
Let's be honest here.
This is revenge.
Where is it? There it is.
I am owed this.
I know where
Okay.
You do.
Cure wounds at what level?
3rd.
3rd level?
Yeah.
What else are you doing your turn?
What else am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm gonna move.
Just be mindful, 3rd level means you can't cast another spell. That's not above 2nd level.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
I'm just gonna do that and then move.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Tensions are so high, you guys.
I know.
Okay.
It's so quiet.
Not with Leah. Liam's just like whatever. It's like you don't know. You don't know
He'll
me.
easily
Now-
die. As soon as that gopher
I'm gonna
pops his head up, he's
move,
getting shot.
I'm gonna move over.
Oy vey.
So there? Alright. So you scoot over into this mid area as the gnome cleric kind of hides between the two boundaries of this rock formation, this small hallway.
Okay.
There you are, and you hear the burbling of slow-moving molten rock behind you. All right, that ends Pike's turn. We're back at the top. Vax, you're up.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Great. So,
So you?
Yeah. No.
Where
Well,
were
it's
you?
okay. It's fine. Is where I was, but I was going to just use, and I'm here, and then I throw a dagger at the
being
first
so
elemental.
secretive.
All right, go for it.
Okay.
This is
This is pressure. I'm feeling
That
some
hits.
pressure.
That's a 16. That's a 20.
Yep, 17 AC that hits.
And here we go again.
Another ranged sneak attack against the Earth Elemental.
Okay. 5, 6, 7, 12, 18, 19. It's not that good. 19, 24, another 30 total.
All right, 30 points of piercing damage against your Earth Elemental form. The dagger striking part of your armored shelf and causing the stone to shatter and break in a section.
Okay. Take
How are you at health-wise, Keyleth?
I'm still an Earth Elemental.
I'm going to take
Good.
one step this way, which I think takes me out of her line of sight.
Okay, so when you're
Or do I need to go one
Hey,
more?
you have to keep going.
How about here?
you have like double
Here?
hit points.
Wherever you think you need to be.
All right.
Once the undead
here.
drops to
It doesn't go
0,
against
she
my
just
hit
pops
points.
back
And I'm
up to
going to
herself.
use
When it goes to
I use a bonus action and an action. I use another action to go stealth.
Of your haste.
Yep.
Okay.
126. Yeah.
So you're like really super hard to count.
Yeah, although I've
Good,
taken
good,
a fuck
good,
ton
good,
of
real good.
damage. 'cause I'm
29.
not fucking target.
Okay.
So-
Percy, I need you to go ahead and roll another perception check.
Isn't he covered by this?
He can still see past that. There's a base-to-base visible. You do not have disadvantage, though, because of Sunbeam. Actually, it does give bright light in the room for a vicinity.
What'd you get?
I got, what is it?
Perception.
Perception. That's 17, 18, 19, 20, 25.
Nope. You have no idea.
Literally, I rolled a 17.
Yeah.
And I want to go.
Oh, a natural 20?
I would probably have to roll a natural 20 to
yeah.
actually
Okay.
see him.
Yeah.
Since I have a ton.
Yeah, you do. Okay. So,
Holy shit.
all right, you're there. Alrighty.
Okay.
That brings us to Keyleth.
Terran Ghost.
Shit.
Never know what hit.
This keeps happening.
You're so scary.
Okay.
How do we even
Next
show
time this
you?
happens, we're in a giant ball.
You did drop Sunbeam. Keep getting that. God, I'm so
Yeah, I
I'm so
dropped
confused now. I'm so confused. You guys
I
have
have
confused
not
me.
cast Sunbeam since
No, I
you
know.
told me I
So you
dropped
still had
it.
disadvantage, but you would have missed anyway.
It was,
It's
I
fine.
rolled a 17. There's nothing I could have done.
I can't. I'm gonna just cover the chat now.
You can face it away. You
No,
can
it's
just
it's
turn
it's
it.
good. It's good that
Chat,
tonight
you're
is
covered.
your dirt night.
I'm
Like, if
covering
you're
it
gonna
for
have
my
a
own
dirt night,
purposes.
Let it be tonight.
Yes.
I'm willing to
But yeah, no worries. It's fine.
do something similar, and I'm gonna and I'm gonna go bam and bam and
Slam into that one.
slam into that one.
All right.
Kind of more, here. Kind of gotta go reach,
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay. It's good. It's a +8. 14.
That's fine. It's enough to hit the rock. Go ahead and roll damage.
Shit. So it's +5, so then 3, 18 damage.
18 damage. Doubled.
Yes.
Okay, so 18 points of damage. Poof, your fist slams to the piece of rock there. It does open up some of the area, and some of the lava begins to spill out, but it's not. It's just a slow trickle. It's not a large deluge.
Okay, I'm gonna do my second attack then.
Second slam
against it.
attack.
Bam.
Punch.
That's much better. That's a 16 plus.
Go ahead and roll
8.
damage. All right, chat.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Also much better damage. So that's 13 plus by 18. So that is 30.
Wham! Splintering piece of volcanic rock goes shattering through the room, skidding across the ground. You guys hear the blast as suddenly molten rock begins to spill out from that side now, also beginning to illuminate that portion of the floor. This whole vicinity now is now also covered in lava. This one has actually expanded outward to cover that area.
Okay. And then I move back and I hide again.
Okay, so that's
Kind
5,
of.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What's your full move? On your
I'm
Earth
just
Elemental?
walking 30 if I'm earth gliding 60.
Are you then subterranean gliding through? based on what you did before? Because if not, your full movement's going to take you to there.
Well, then I'll stay there, I
Okay.
guess.
Just so you know. All right, so you are right there. Cool. And Skelet's turn. Percy, you're up.
Okay, I'm peeking around. I see the giant earth creature. And I'm taking a shot.
Go for it.
Yeah, here we go. Actually, you have probably really... I'm going to make it a... No, I'm just going to take the shot. I'm just going to take the shot with bad... Actually, I have to reload bad news anyway, so this is the reload shot.
So first shot is a reload, or second
And
attack
second
is
attack.
a shot.
Thank God, because that's... Nope, never mind. Oh my God, for the love of God and all that is holy.
Gun broke?
Gun broke.
Gun broke.
Do you have any lucky left?
Ah!
Don't forget you have your luck points
my
still
luck
from your
points.
feet.
Oh, did he take that feed?
He did for his level 14 feat for the
For tonight.
For
For
tonight.
tonight. I will never actually take it, but for tonight, I got it.
You're like, hey, wait a
Pretty
minute.
good.
Oh no.
Oh no!
You can't roll.
You can't double.
You can't double lucky.
I didn't know that. Well, it doesn't matter because the second luck was also a gun break anyway.
Okay.
So, gun
So
break.
bad news is also broken.
So I'm gonna burn a action surge to fix the
Burn your action surge.
to fix the gun.
Okay. Oof. All right.
Fuck, that's rough.
Fuck that
buddy.
die.
So make your thing. On which
That's
gun?
rough. I'm so
On bad
sorry.
news.
Bad news. Okay.
And yes, it's fixed.
Okay.
It's it's just way above the number.
Cool. All right. So you, after the gun echoes back, and you can see the little bit of dull gray smoke spilling from the barrel, which immediately warns you of an impending blast. You put the gun down, shake it to get the explosive material out of the side as it just scatters from the gun and burns naturally. You manage to fix it and ready it in time with a quick, swift action.
And dive right back there.
Okay.
So
Right there.
yeah, I'm diving. Actually, I'm gonna dive all the way back here.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm terrified at the
Ends your turn, Percy. Pike, you're up.
Okay.
Ugh.
Can I make my way to Percy?
This way or this
Yeah.
way?
Ooh, that sounds scary.
You step out to there. You can see Percy right across the way.
How close can I get to him?
You can get pretty close if you want to.
I want to get very close.
Aw. Wait, no.
You get right there. Yeah, right up next to him.
Okay, this is uncomfortable.
I am going to inflict wounds because I can't use these necromancy spells in the regular games.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use them. I'm a monster.
Okay, I'm gonna be fine.
All right. At what
This
level
is
are you
fine.
inflicting wounds?
You know what? I'm gonna do it at just second level.
Just second level?
Yeah, just second level, which is only.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a melee spell attack. So roll a d20 and add your spell attack modifier, which I believe is plus 11.
Yeah, that would be 28.
28. You see Pike run around the corner, this glowing beacon of energy, and as she goes towards you, the radiant divine energy from her holy symbol shrieks into a deep, black, dark purple as her hand reaches out and grasps at you. Try and dodge out of the way, but her hand touches you. And pain courses through your body. You take 4d10 necrotic damage. So go ahead and roll 4d10.
Wow, really? Okay.
4d10.
Yeah.
Holy balls.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Oh my God, that's so. Oh God.
Look at those big
Oh
fingers.
God.
Those are such big numbers.
so
Look at
big.
those above average. It's cocked.
All right.
It was cocked.
It was cocked. 21.
All right. All right.
Points of necrotic damage as all of a sudden the pain courses through your body. And the sight of Pike you've never seen before all of a sudden frightens you.
Yes. Yes, I'm frightened. I am very frightened.
Alrighty. You're just gonna stay right there? You still have your bonus action. don't you?
Yeah, so I will. I'm gonna tuck. Can I tuck back?
You don't have enough movement. You just got there with your movement.
Okay. I'm going. Can I use my sprinter's boots?
You could. He will get a melee attack opportunity. You only have bad news out, so it's not really gonna.
Yeah, I was about to say bad news is.
Yeah, no.
I have.
So you could if you want to.
I'm gonna use my sprinter's boots and go
Alright.
back behind that wall
You get
where I
right
was.
back to where you were. Yeah. Okay.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Alrighty. That brings it to Vax's turn.
Okay.
This is getting interesting.
Let's get dicey here. Okay. So can I have the miniature?
The miniature is.
Someday you're gonna,
I think you have it.
fail your stealth
So,
roll.
I'm gonna step right out here. Throw
Uh-huh.
a sneak attack dagger right at Percy.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Whoa, you make good ground.
Haste, man.
Oh shit.
I'm going to. That is a 21.
Okay.
Does that hit?
What's your armor class?
I'm gonna use my amulet
Shield.
and drop it and bring it to 23.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna use my last luck.
He already confirmed the attack.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. Oh, I didn't know that I had
Yeah,
to.
you have to roll, see what the roll is, and then see if you want to re-roll it before you go ahead and
Okay.
confirm, I believe.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash. Everyone sees me go foot, and I'm going to go stealth there.
I hate you. I hate you so much. Oh, from the depths of hell.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
I like better telling you. Well, yes.
Okay.
As he says it out loud.
Yeah.
Did you say 28?
29?
Yeah. All right. So that being the case, I'm going to need. No, you just out of the way. No one seems to see you.
Okay, but I'm not done yet because I've
Right.
still got quite a bit of movement left.
Right. Where are you moving to?
Where are you going, Liam? Where are you going?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There it is.
Alrighty,
My
got
hands
it.
are shaking.
Okay.
I'm like.
All right. That ends Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, by the skin of your teeth,
Okay.
Percy.
God damn it. God damn it.
I almost had you.
I've had to burn all my good stuff
Easy
already.
pickings on to Rolo. Get him.
They're all so far.
No. Wait,
At the start of your turn, Keyleth,
Yeah.
the lava is now spread out into this way and has created a complete bridge
What about
there.
over here?
That is beginning to spread. It will probably by next turn.
Next
Ooh,
turn.
she's making a whole lava pool. Remodeling.
This is good. This makes my life easier. I'm excited.
So,
Well,
what are you doing,
plus she's
Keyleth?
stuck over there.
Did I just scare you?
Can I?
Oh, and actually, Percy, I need you to roll a concentration check against
Against
the damage you just took. Or no, you missed. That's right.
I missed.
So
I was about to
you're
say.
fine. Never mind.
Can I turn and see if I can spot Vax?
Well, it would be against Pike's damage. So roll concentration against the damage that Pike did to you
Concentration.
for Hex.
Oh, Hex is not concentration, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Sure it is.
Wait, what? For the what?
So
For what,
I
Vex?
usually forget to mention because you don't take a lot of damage in battle most of the time.
I never like it's like that might be new because it's been so long since I've had it.
Hex is concentration, yeah.
Holy cow! Okay.
So roll concentration, constitution.
Constitution.
Check. Not saving.
That's a 4.
4. Hex is vanished.
All right.
Thank you.
God damn.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
I don't care.
Okay.
Not having a good roll night. Not having a good roll night.
That's been kind of rough for you, Percy.
Yeah, this has been ugly.
I want to see if I can perceive. I want to see if I can sense Vax with my tremor sense. Can I do that?
You have tremor senses in Earth Elemental?
Yeah.
That's good to know. Hold on a second. Let me check something in here. It might be in here.
I wasn't sure if it actually work.
No, that's an important note to bring up. Thank you for that.
Oh, someone knows where I am.
Let me pull up the DMG here.
Break
real
him
fast.
into sticks. To twigs and feathers.
Break him.
Smear him across the cave.
All right, let's go ahead and make sure I get this right.
That's my tremor sense, but I use my own perception because it's mind based.
All right, let me go
So
to
was
the.
it?
This is the DMG.
Sure,
No,
what
Monster
would be
Manual.
better?
You'll answer my question.
If my I wasn't.
No. This is. I'm really.
Pardon me, folks.
Man, I'm
Sure,
hoping.
get it. Come on. Drama.
This is gonna be. Interesting if this works.
I will be so pleased if this works.
This is so nerve wracking.
I know.
This is very nerve-wracking.
Like, going through my fucking. going through the roof.
Yeah. What's the radius of your tremor sense?
60 feet.
Ooh.
Vax, you know, is right there.
Oh!
Now the whole group knows.
That's okay.
Yeah, but we're not gonna.
We're not gonna play it that way.
Not talking to them.
They have no idea.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna.
That
We're not
works.
gonna act on that intel.
Well, I mean, once you start smashing the ground there, you'll have a good idea.
It's possible.
You're behind a wall.
Oh no, you'll take some damage finally.
We'll see.
What are you doing?
I'm going to beat Vax's face in.
Okay, so you're gonna move into here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
As you think
All
you're,
her
you're
attacks are at
smashy.
disadvantage because of my cloak.
it's true. So all of a
Even
sudden,
with the tremor sense?
yeah, it's not the hidden. It's his cloak of displacement. So all of a sudden you turn the corner as your eye and you see bounding up Keyleth's Earth Elemental form, zoning right in on you. Go ahead and make your first attack with
babe.
disadvantage.
I love you! Not great. It's 15.
Nope. First attack misses.
Second attack, even worse.
Well, that
It's a
was
2.
the first attack. The two
Right, with
rolls
disadvantage. Yeah,
okay.
so woof, woof, there
Oh,
misses.
oh, that's fun to know. That's
I
fun.
just pantsed myself.
2.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Two.
No. 3.
Can't roll.
Terrible. I rolled.
Terrible
no.
rolls.
Fucking
Wow.
terribly.
Woof, woof.
That was painful to watch.
That's it.
But he's visible and he's there with
In
you.
my.
In your personal bubble.
Give
Yeah.
me a hug. Hug.
All right. The lava has now spread and connected with the other pool there. There are now 2 streams of molten rock. All right. That brings us to Percy.
Damn it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm taking my shot here.
Alrighty.
And let's hope this goes a little better than the last ones. This has been really sucking. Straight bad news shot. Better. That's a 32 to hit.
That'll hit. Go and roll
That'll
damage
hit.
on Pike.
Oh god.
No, it doesn't hit.
It was already loaded, right?
Kidding.
Yeah. I
Obviously.
Actually, it is not already loaded, right? Because you had to fix it last round.
Yes, which is why this is
So
my only shot.
first one was reload fire. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's go
reload
for
fire.
it. Go roll damage.
Where did my d12s go? I've been so
Give it to
angry
me,
about
baby.
everything.
Sorry about that, guys.
All right.
Oh man.
Yikes.
It could be worse. 12. 18 points of damage.
18 points of piercing damage. The blast hits your armor. It rings in your ear for a minute, but the pain from the impact of the bullet actually touching past the inside of your chest is pretty rough, and you can feel the bullet probably lodged itself an inch or 2 in.
And I'm backing up
All right.
for cover. Yep, that's my run. Yep, that's what I got.
Pike, you're up.
What did you say it was? How many
Yep,
points?
yep.
18?
18 points.
18 points piercing.
All right. So,
Not that hardcore.
Okay. Write it down. Okay. So, where'd he go? He went
It's
over
over
there.
here. You saw him rush out.
Kind of paired off, you guys.
I got
Yeah.
it paired off. Okay.
Do-si-do.
I've literally successfully split the battlefield in half.
I am going
At least I've
to
accomplished something.
You have.
walk over to him,
Gonna walk over to him. 1, 2.
and I'm going to inflict wounds again.
Okay.
All right.
Big money.
What level for this
Big
one?
money, no whammies.
3rd.
3rd?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll another spell attack.
God damn it.
That would be, where are we at? That would be 30.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll another 4d10.
I'm not here to heal you, I'm here to kill you!
Ah!
I am Pike
3.
from your nightmares.
Oh god, I just saw a 0 pop up. Oh, god.
And off the side.
I just saw a 0 pop up.
I don't want to look. I just don't want to look. Oh.
Where did it go? Okay.
There it is. You found it.
That's what you get.
Okay, so.
So Hex faded on me, correct?
Correct.
So I don't have disadvantage anymore on my strength.
On strength rolls, you do not. No.
24.
24 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
As Pike once again comes running behind, slams her hand onto you, and another jolt of horrible necrotic energy strikes through your body. Your vision's beginning to blur a little bit at the edges.
4. Okay, so that's yeah, I can do that. All right. Yeah.
What are you at now?
I'm fine. I've taken 87 points of damage, so I'm fine.
Okay.
Not dead.
Good. Alrighty. Pike. Pike, you still have your bonus action if you wanted to, or move if you want.
Okay, so for a, is it 3rd level? Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Okay. You're gonna move where?
I'm gonna move back behind the wall.
I'm going to take that attack of opportunity.
He'll be able to get a melee attack on you if you pull away.
Okay.
And you only have one more square of movement anyway.
Okay. I can't move just the one square behind this wall.
You can move there.
Can I move behind? I mean, I know
And
that's
there.
not very
No,
far
it's
from him,
still
but...
get you there, and he'll get an
Okay.
attack on you for free.
Okay, so then what I'll do, I will heal myself a little more. I'm gonna cure wounds on myself.
You already used
at-
your action this turn, though, to do the...
Oh, that's true, that's true, that's
Yeah.
true, that's
You
true,
have a
that's
bonus
true.
action.
Okay. Healing word? I'm gonna healing word.
Healing word yourself.
Healing word
at
is a
level
bonus
2.
action.
Or
And I
level
will
2.
just do, I'll just do a level 1.
Just a level 1 healing word?
Which is not that much, actually.
Nope.
Okay.
It's 1d4 plus 5 is what it'll be.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Okay.
Every little bit helps.
A
true.
little bit helps. Okay.
So you gain 6 hit points. You heal up.
Okay.
Alrighty. That ends your turn, Pike. You're gonna... You good?
That'll end my turn.
Alright, Vax, you're up.
Okay. What I'd like to do is take 2 steps back from the Earth Elemental.
Attack of opportunity.
Shut up. Let her do it.
So, sorry. Go ahead and make an attack opportunity on
I have
her with disadvantage.
Disadvantage, and I have.
But don't I get advantage because it's an attack of opportunity?
No.
I also have advantage on. Oh, never mind.
Well, first one was a 16. Second one was a 6, which isn't great, so that's 14.
Woof. It meets air as he switched backward.
For my first action, I would like to open up a pouch in my belt and dump a bunch of metal marbles out towards the elemental underneath. Keep moving. So they're all around our feet is the intention.
A bunch of various metallic marbles and glass marbles all spill out into the ground around you.
Okay.
Marbles.
Marbles. Yeah.
All right.
What are you looking for?
There it is. DMG. It's built down.
There's a marble stat.
So, what else are you doing, buddy?
I'm going to go. I'm going to click my boots. Not click my boots. I'm going to use dash on my bonus action. I'm going to move to here.
Okay.
And hopefully, here, and this will be, I don't know, up to the whim of the gods. Between this wall and all of this stuff, I want to try to stealth right there.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Don't leave me hanging. Not great. I have one last luck.
All right. Is now the time?
Yes. Same exact.
Same
number.
exact roll.
That's
So-
another day. All right. So I have a. That's okay. I am at 25 stealth.
25 for stealth. All right.
I'm not done with my movement.
Percy, you do get to make a perception roll.
What about me and my tremor sense?
I'm behind the wall.
Yeah, you
Well, you can
you,
keep-
you know where he is.
I know where he is. That's so good to know that that's what it is.
17 is my perception.
Total perception? No. So you have no idea where that's gone off to.
Unless I can add my passive perception to that, no.
Okay. I need you to go ahead and make an athletics check to leap.
Secrets. Secrets don't make friends.
Secrets don't make friends, yeah.
Not acrobatics. Can I?
No.
Parkour?
No. You can't parkour over molten rock in the wall.
19.
A 19? Okay. You managed to just skirt over the molten area and not go plummeting a second time with your foot in lava. It's okay.
It's all a dream. It's all a dream. It's all a dream.
Yeah. All right. So that brings us to Keyleth's turn. Keyleth, what are you doing?
Okay, can I hear where Vax is?
Did it really work to go down the couch over there?
It's a 60-foot radius, right?
Our
Yes.
initiative.
It did. It actually worked down the couch. Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy?
Oh, he's...
Where are you again, Jimmy?
across the
I won't look. You can show him.
I'm just seeing the range here. All right. No, you do not sense him. You felt him run this way and then vanish.
Okay. Okay. What do I do now?
Fall.
Fly, you fool.
As an earth elemental, I want to bust down this little wall right here.
Okay.
Still a square of marbles in front of you.
So you go ahead and take a blow on this wall there.
Well, I'm gonna do like right here.
The whole wall is technically what you'd be going for.
Oh, I'm going
Yeah.
for the whole wall.
Yeah.
I don't want to tear down the whole wall. I just want to tear down a section.
Just that section of it?
Breaking the wall.
Breaking the wall.
Okay. You have to move forward to do that.
All right, let's try it.
All right. I want you to make a dexterity check.
Okay.
That's
Is
the
that
Kimbo.
cocked?
That's cocked.
Okay.
That's better.
15, 14.
14. You sliding on the marbles, just barely get yourself there.
Dancing queen.
You don't fall prone, but you get yourself to the wall. Make your attack.
Tiny dancer in my hand. Poof.
Sam's not here, but his spirit is.
It is. Whoa. So that's a 1. That's a 1 for the first one, so negative.
The first fist hits it. Poof, the wall is stronger than you thought. It kind of hurts your knuckles, the impact.
The second one's a 19.
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage for the second strike.
So that is 22 points total.
22 points total. Poof, you slam into the wall, and rocks break and shoot forward. This section of the wall now is currently visible through. You can travel past or see through it. You guys, Percy and Pike, you guys look behind you as you hear the slamming of rock, and you can see part of the wall is slammed forward, and behind it a very angry earth elemental emerges. I'm going to go ahead and mark that as an open part of the wall.
Okay.
And you can still move, or you're going to stay there.
I want to back up. Just gonna
Into that area?
Talk a bit.
Okay, so you're still scooting over the marbles, but you've made your check this turn. You pull back, and this area is still pretty bad for you. All right, that finishes Keyleth's turn. Percy, you're up.
All right, I'm putting down. I'm putting bad news aside and pulling out my sword.
Okay.
And I'm going to start hacking away at the
cleric. Okay.
The cleric. I'm cutting at the cleric.
Like you do.
Like you do.
Like you do.
Slash
attack.
number 1.
Him?
16.
16. Ting! Across her armor, her thick armored hide.
Oh, sorry.
Shh. Her
I
thick
can't hear.
her thick armored hide just or her thick armored exterior deflects the blow. The blade doesn't make any sort of impact or wound.
21.
What's your AC right now?
22.
God damn it.
Clang, clang, clang.
23.
There you go. There you go.
All right, that hits. Damage.
But she's
And
so
up.
little.
I'm forgetting the concentration checks for your spell that you had on you, giving the AC bonus. It's fine. We'll do it now.
And that's 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points of slashing damage.
I'll take it.
All right, and go ahead and roll a Constitution check. Just roll a d20, add your Constitution modifier.
Okay. 9.
Total 9.
Yeah, total.
You lose your +2 AC bonus spell.
Okay,
It
okay.
dissipates off your form.
Okay, okay,
So your
okay.
AC is now naturally the 20 normally.
Okay.
Okay. That ends your turn, Percy.
That ends my turn.
Mike, you're up.
All right. I have a sword too, so I'm gonna take out my frost brand.
Okay.
Time to melee.
Go for it. Go ahead and roll a physical attack against Percy.
I've taken 87. I count up.
23.
23, I believe, hits against your armor class, right?
Yes, it does.
All right, go ahead and roll damage. It's a D6 because it's a short sword, an extra D6 of cold damage, and an extra D8 or sorry, D6, 3D6 is what it is, right?
3d6.
So it's the same. No, it's an extra D8, I think. Let me go check the war cleric bonus. You don't do a lot of melee. Pardon me, folks.
I think I think I have the D8 for the mace. I don't think I
Right, for you it's a D6, but for the war, because you are war-based, you have Divine Strike, it's an extra D8. So 2D6 plus 1D8.
Okay.
There we go. My apologies.
Other dimensional rules.
I know.
points of damage.
17 points of damage as
All right.
Pike reeks back and slams into you with the frost brand. The cut of the blade is hard enough, but the cold enchantment on it causes the wound itself to seal with ice.
That's wow, I'm looking rough.
Anything else you want to do, Pike?
Uh,
Your bonus action still and your movement if you want to try. Boy, it's up to you.
I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself again. Can I do that?
You just use your action. Shield of Faith, a bonus action?
It's a bonus action.
Then yeah, you can.
Okay, I'll cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay. So with that, your radiant field of protective energy begins to shimmer across your upper torso again, helping improve your armor class. You gonna stay where you are, or are you gonna move?
I can move 10 feet.
We haven't
Oh,
moved
well, I
this
haven't
turn?
even moved yet.
Yeah, you can move. You can
Okay,
move 5 squares.
So I'm
if you
gonna go
want to.
back behind the wall.
And this way.
Yeah, like tuck into there.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my
Yeah, you
slashing
do.
attack.
Get your attack of opportunity against her.
That hit.
That'll hit.
It's 31. So
Yeah. So roll damage.
that's 10 points of damage.
10 points of slashing damage against you, Pike. As you
Okay.
back away, Percy gets 1 strike with the weapon as you turn around the corner.
Okay.
All right, that ends your turn. Vax, you're up.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Oh, Vax, real fast. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. I have advantage because of the boots.
You do.
Okay. Dexterity.
Yep.
17.
That is not going to work. I need you take 20 points of radiant damage as a guardian in this vicinity. All of a sudden,
Is it dex while I use evasion?
right?
And
So
I'm
you
taking
take
half
so you take half damage. So you take 10 points of radiant damage as you rush by. All of a sudden, an unseen guardian of energy comes forming out of the wall and slams into you as you pass.
Pass what? Where do I pass?
Pass by.
I didn't
that
even
pillar.
move.
Yeah, you did.
What did I do?
This is technically what happened last
Oh,
turn.
you're backing it up. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry,
so I forgot
didn't
it last turn.
understand. Okay, cool.
So it's another 10 damage. It's done.
Cool.
Mark that.
Does that drop stealth?
No, it's just damage you took on the way.
Damn it. Okay.
Okay.
Is that the only damage you've taken this game?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, and Vax reappears right here on the move, and I am throwing a dagger right in Percy's forehead.
Okay.
Okay.
I was always going to be the first to go. I've just been rolling it
24.
monstrously slow.
24?
24.
All right. Percy, what's your AC?
My AC is 18, but yeah.
All right, so that's a hit.
Good night.
A dagger comes out of nowhere. As you look over just in time to see it coming at you, you're going to go ahead and...
Yeah, I'm gonna do a catch.
All right, go ahead and attempt to missile snare.
I have to.
Well, no, it's a reaction to do it, isn't it?
It is a reaction.
You've already used your reaction to do attack opportunity against Pike.
Oh, does that burn my reaction?
Yeah.
Ah,
So yeah, you don't have the reaction to do it, unfortunately.
36.
36 points of piercing damage
Oh
against
yeah,
you.
no, I'm done.
With that, Percy, you fall to the ground, the dagger sticking out of the side of your neck. You are currently...
I really would have just pinned me to the way out.
Pinned you to the wall?
I'm out.
We'll say as you fall back, the blade takes you and pins you against the wall. You are... eyes roll back, closed.
Percy.
I rolled a lot of ones and twos.
Yeah, you had a
I
rough
rolled a lot of ones and twos.
But and 2s and 3s.
Yeah, it was just
So what I'd like to
not
do,
a lot of double digits.
because I didn't even stop moving, is use my bonus action to kind of dive this way and hide here, right on top of Percival's body.
are we allowed to loot the body?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you could.
Okay. So a roll for stealth.
Yes?
Being the person who died first last time, I know it's
No, I was prepared.
At least it wasn't a finger of death, like 5
All right.
minutes into the
Pike, I need you to go ahead and roll a perception check.
It was going to be either me or
Okay.
Max. It was like really the money there, just because
did a good job of that.
he hid quick. Like yeah.
12.
12?
Oh wait, hold on. 13.
13. Okay, yeah. You see a flash as Vax runs past you and then disappears around the corner.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna run to. Hold on. I'll tell you where I'm gonna run to.
Okay. 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 Alrighty. So, with that, it is Keyleth's turn.
Okay.
You sensed Vax run this way and then vanish from your current visual range of tremor sense.
Okay, I want to.
I ain't moving
very
now, Red.
carefully step forward here.
Yep. Go ahead and make another
Dex check.
dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, yeah, 15.
Yeah, you managed to just scoot past them again without falling over.
Can I sense Vax again? Or anybody else for that matter?
Not moving.
You would have sensed Vax actually moving last round even then because you didn't move that far. You do know where he is.
Yeah. Okay.
Well done. No, you took yeah. You did some intense damage.
I want
Sorry,
to then...
Percy.
It was awesome.
Sucks.
Um,
I don't know if I like this.
Oh.
They're my friends.
You're my friends.
Stupid
Remember all that
Beyonder.
time out on the ocean worrying about Percy? Was he okay? That was his soul.
Do I get a symbiote at the outside?
I don't feel that's fair.
What you doing, Keyleth?
I want to drop my Earth Elemental form.
Okay. You can see through this wall still, and you can.
And I still
However,
want
you
to
do you
know
no
where
longer.
Vax was.
I mean, you remember where he was, but your tremor sense is no longer there, so you have to kind of
kind of
guess.
Well, guessing. I want to. I want to do a flaming sphere.
Flaming sphere.
Do it at 4th level. Why not? Okay, I need to. I'm trying to keep track of 2 different stats here, from my real game and from this fake game.
Okay, where's flaming sphere gonna go?
Oh yeah, I should probably kill the.
Sorry.
Away.
Well, you're still not dead yet. You're unconscious. If you still manage to, which happened in our last battle royale, roll a natural 20 on a death saving throw, you'll become back to consciousness.
Back to game level.
Alright, so flaming sphere
I'll do this option.
at 4th level.
Yeah, correct.
Alright, that's an additional. That means it'll be doing 4d6 fire damage.
And 60-foot range, 46.
Yep, where are you putting it?
I want to go in
Right
this
there?
corner.
Okay, right there or right on there?
How big is it?
That's a 5-foot diameter spear. That's how big it is.
Percy's
Oh,
remains.
it's only a 5-foot diameter?
Yep.
I'm guessing there.
Okay, bright light shines in the area, and from your visual perspective, you show up because of your position of where you are. So, where's your figure?
Oh, sorry. Where'd you go, buddy? I mean, I'm around.
Everybody look.
Oh, there he is.
He stealthed so well that even
I
Claire
was
can't
sitting
find him.
on Percy.
Yeah. So.
Hi.
All right. So the flaming sphere appears. It's just turn within 5 feet. Or here's my d12s. So that's your action, and as a bonus action, you can move the sphere up to 30 feet if you wanted to ram it into something.
Sure, I'll ram it into Vax now that I can see him, I
Okay.
guess.
Evasion.
The sphere starts slamming into you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Right, I have advantage because of the boots.
You do.
Is her rock gone?
Yeah, no, it's
that
back to
is,
Keyleth.
26.
26. Unfortunately, he dodged out of the sphere as it slams into the wall. Yeah.
Zero damage.
Percy, you take a death saving throw automatically as the flaming sphere rolls over your corpse, pinned, or your current unconscious body pinned against the wall.
Okay, so I lose a death saving throw
Yeah,
at that
you do.
point. So I'm one down.
You're one down.
All right.
Thanks for dropping Earth Elemental, darling.
And I'm gonna tuck behind this wall and see if I can hide.
Dex save on marbles.
Okay, well, you can't hide. You used your action.
Well, I'll tuck behind the wall at
Okay.
least.
There you go. All right, so there you are behind the wall. Ending your turn, Keyleth. Percy,
The marbles!
roll another death saving throw. No, she's already made a roll this turn.
Okay.
It's been so long.
I thought for each
Under over.
so long.
No, that would be so powerful.
Under over 10.
Marbles, that's how we kill ourselves.
Over 10 or higher is the usual.
Nope.
It's a second death saving throw. So you're down 2.
Yeah. No. Like that was like I'm rolled another 3. That's magic.
All right, Pike, you're up.
Okay.
You see this burst of flame, and around the corner, you see a very visible Vax just out the corner of your eye.
Oh, hi.
Dodge the fire.
Oh, hi, Vax. Oh boy.
Based
now
on
I
how-
can see him.
Yeah, this is like the one time you will.
Okay. Shit. Okay.
Look at me.
Okay. That changes what I was gonna do. Okay. I am going to cast Flame Strike at him.
Flame strike. Okay.
All the fire.
All the fire, all the rage.
All right. So with flame strike, suddenly fire and divine light come bursting up in a column around you, up to the ceiling in a horrible spray of flame. I need you to go ahead and make a. Where is
Probably made. I think dexterity.
Flame strike. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Advantage. Not good. Not good.
No.
Oh, bad.
Bad.
Real bad. 13.
No. So.
Wow.
That's
Half damage.
8d6
For evasion.
fire damage and 8d6 radiant. Oh, sorry, 46 fire, 46 radiant. So yeah, 8d6 points of damage.
Oh shit.
And Percy incinerates. His
And
body
I'm
is
enemy.
turned to ash.
Oh no.
Yeah, no.
Did I say what the armor was? What did I say?
Which one?
Yeah, what did I set my armor to?
Sit in front.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, it did.
Balls.
Yep.
Dang it, that could have been so accidentally good.
I know, now you said necrotic. So you take half damage, whatever this is. Hashtag no mercy for Percy.
Oh.
21.
21 points of damage to you.
Is the halved version of
Yes.
that?
No, that's the full.
That's the full?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's some rough rolling.
Yeah, I had some bad rolls.
Okay, so you take 10 points of damage.
What was I? I think it was at 80.
Yeah, you're 80.
Minus- Okay. 10 points?
10 points, yeah.
Okay, good.
Alright.
Fuck. Okay.
Alright.
So then,
You can
since
still
I did
move if you
that-
want.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna.
You've not moved yet.
Okay, so I just used a 5th level to deal 10 points of damage. Okay.
That'll happen.
And I'd like to I can still move. Okay. Ugh. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do healing word on myself. At 2nd level.
Second level? Alright, so
Yeah.
2d4 plus 5.
Okay.
Nice. So 7. So 13 points of 12 points. 12 points of healing to you. And you want to move as well?
Oh, I can move as well. Yeah.
Yeah, move
I'm
this
gonna like stand directly behind the pole, or like the.
Over here?
Yeah, sorry.
There?
Oh shit! But then she can see me. Yeah.
She
Whatever.
can.
Can I stay where I was?
Where you were?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay there.
You stay right there? Okay. Using the light of Sarenrae to hopefully guide you. Alright, that ends your turn, Pike. Vax, you're up.
Has she lost line of sight on me? Am I in this little nookie still on Percy's ashes? Looks like it.
Pike, I know there's still a little bit of line of sight on you just to bare the edge based on the square you are.
Okay.
That's where his corpse was on right now. And there's a big flaming sphere that's also lighting up the area. The area is
One good hit.
like there's no real darkness there. So, like
One good hit
obscuring
right
yourself is the only way that it would really aid you.
Yeah. Okay. See, now it gets interesting. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take one step this way.
Okay.
I think we probably. Is this still just like burning in the corner?
Yeah, just chilling there, burning on the side.
All right. I'm gonna throw just a regular non-sneak attack dagger at Pike.
Okay.
Oof.
Terrible. I'm going to.
The blade just hit you as you pull back. You see Vax pop around the corner, throw a dagger, and it just streaks off your shield, and you knock it out of the way.
This is broken, right? This is gone?
Yes, you can see through this part of the wall right there.
Is this wall here?
That wall is still there, yeah.
Okay. So what I want to do is use
Sorry.
my movement to tuck in here.
Okay.
Okay. Press into the wall. Go stealth.
Okay.
That is a. That's good. That is 28.
Okay. View there. Go and make a perception check, Pike.
Shit.
Yep. You have no idea where Vax is. Vax is essentially vanished
What
from
in the
view.
heck?
tell you where I'm going. I'm gonna run to here.
Okay.
Keyleth incinerates the entire cave.
All right. And when you're finishing that turn, it comes to Keyleth.
Fucking fuck. Alright, I have no idea where Vax is, do I?
Nope. You hid to keep out of the view of everything. To be fair, currently Vax really has no idea where you are either.
Right. Okay.
You have a general idea because you didn't see her move from there, but.
If I
Well, I
peek around this wall, can I see Pike?
If you peek around right now, you can go and look if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, as you peek around the corner, Pike is currently not visible now.
So no one's visible?
Nope.
Whatsoever.
Nope.
Can I ask a quick question
Yeah.
too? Like I know, like when I put those marbles down, probably it went right.
Yeah.
A non-rogue leaping over this and going, would I hear? We'd all hear that, right?
A non-rogue leaping over
Yeah.
there? Probably.
Unless they tried to make a stealth move with it.
Yeah. Means you make noise when you run anyway,
Right.
regardless. It's only as a stealthy character
I got it.
who's already hidden that it would be a thing.
Understood.
Okay. I still have my sphere up. I don't know where anyone is. Fucking fuck. Okay.
What you got, Keyleth?
I don't know what I would do aside from something defensive at this point.
Do you have, do you have any spells that cover an area that are helpful? Like Fairy Fire or anything like that?
I didn't take Fairy Fire today.
Ooh, rough call against a rogue. That would have been clench.
Thanks,
But now you know for the future.
Internet.
Just letting you know.
Tremor sense was good though.
It was very good.
Let me go ahead. I do have Sleet Storm that I learned. Which I think it's just an instant. Hang on, let me see real quick. Sleet Storm.
Sleet Storm is an action, yeah.
It's a 20-foot tall cylinder.
A 40-foot radius, and on a point you choose within range, yeah.
It's nasty.
40-foot radius.
Yep.
20-foot tall, 140-foot range, 150-foot range.
Yep.
Okay. So, 40-foot radius.
Yep. Where do you want to place it?
Last I saw Vax was over here.
You saw him in this area, yeah.
I'm going to just do here.
Centered from where?
Here.
Centering it from there will just only get this section. If you send it more further out, you'll hit more of an area. Just so you know from a tactical standpoint.
Well, what's... I kind of want to get Pike.
It's a 40-foot. I mean, it's a 40-foot radius. It's gonna.
So it's pretty
It's
big.
gonna hit everything. So if
Well
you.
then, sure, let's do... What's this?
Do you-
5, 10, 15, 20... Oh, yeah, 25, 30...
Yeah, know that the radius is very big on this. So
5, 10,
before you put it too
20,
close to a wall, you can
30,
have more
35,
space with it.
40. Okay. Let's do, like... let's do, like...
Flaming sphere drops.
Here-ish. Yeah, Flaming Sphere goes bye-bye.
Flamey what?
All right. So the center is where?
Moment. Nobody's
1,
really.
5, 10, 15... Yeah, here.
There.
Yep.
That is the center of a sleet storm. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a burst of freezing rain and sleet starts just spilling out of the sky, conjured from this kind of temporal portal that pulls from some distant elemental dimension. As it hits the ground, a lot of the lava begins to suddenly cool and darken in certain areas. This area begins to cool a little bit. Not entirely, but it's beginning to be fighting against the cold temperature. Also, let's see.
Anything
turn
in
there.
that area has to make a dexterity saving throw.
At the start of its turn. Yep. All right, cool. So,
Or make a spell save DC or lose your concentration as well.
yep, that's true. All right, is that your action? And you're moving anywhere, or you stay where you are?
Can I tuck back against the wall? Hug
Yeah.
the wall again?
Yeah, tuck back and hug against the wall. There you are. All right, so that brings us to no longer Percy. Percy is gone. Sorry, buddy.
Rub it in.
Crossing you off there. Pike, your turn begins. This sleet and rain is hitting you from all over the place. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Pike, Percy was the fan favorite all day.
Was it? Well,
Is it your favorite?
I my money was on either you or me dying first, so.
Mine too.
Yeah, no. It's gonna be one of the two of us, really.
8. All right, you immediately fall prone as the slick ice causes you to fall to the ground, which means it'll take half your movement to stand up.
Okay.
Not a huge deal. But however, any spells you are concentrating in, you have to make a successful Constitution saving throw. So or a Constitution, saving throw.
Okay.
So make a con saving throw.
Oh, that's a natural one.
You lose your armor spell again,
Okay.
so you're back down to an AC of 20.
Okay.
All right, so Pike, now's your turn.
Okay. That changes what I was going to do. Okay, so I will I will stand up.
Okay. You have
Get up, stand up.
10 more feet to move, so 2 more squares if you want to.
Okay, I am not going to move.
Okay.
I am going to create a magic circle around myself.
Magic circle.
And I am going to, any creature has a disadvantage on
Magic
attack
circle
rolls.
is a 1-minute casting time.
Never mind.
That'll take you
Let her do it.
10 rounds to cast.
Oh, it is 1 minute.
Yeah,
Ugh.
sorry, girl.
Okay, sorry, that's where I made a last minute decision. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna stay there, and I am going to cast Spirit Guardians.
The Spirit Guardians?
Yeah, around myself.
Alrighty, at what level?
Third.
At a 3rd level. Okay, which is the basic level. Okay.
Let's see.
Designate any number of creatures
Sorry,
you can
fourth
see.
level. Fourth level.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'm just gonna.
So you are now all of a
hang out
sudden
there.
there is another entity that is swelled up around you. This kind of this image, the spectral image of Sarenrae is now looming over Pike's form, just waiting. Alrighty. Ending Pike's turn. Now up to Vax.
Yeah, I can't do anything else, right? 'Cause
That's your
the
action.
movement to get up.
You have your bonus
was-
still if you wanted to do that.
I'm gonna do Shield of Faith again.
As a bonus action?
Yeah.
That's 2 concentration spells at once. You'll lose Spirit Guardians.
Oof.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. All right.
Oh dear.
I'll do a healing word again.
Well.
Okay. So it's 7. Heal 7. All right, that brings us to Vax. What you doing, buddy?
All right, I would like to pop back into existence right here
All right.
and throw a dagger at the back of...
Technically, she's inside this area there. Like she's tucked against the wall, much like how you were tucked against the wall
I
there.
wouldn't have revealed myself if I'd known that.
You know she's around there, but you'd have to probably
I thought she
traverse.
was 5 feet that way, which would have changed everything. What am I gonna do instead?
She'd be further space out from there.
I
just put Spirit.
That's everything I've been working on.
Spirit Guardians.
Defensive stuff.
Sorry.
Instead of that,
Okay.
because this is gone, right?
Yes.
Can I see her from here?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna materialize.
However, at the start of your turn, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw because of the sleet around you.
Advantage 11 or 11. What is with me? 21.
21. What's the DC on your spell, Keela?
I mean, I guess is it versus my spell DC?
Yes, it is.
So 19. So
19. Yeah, so you save. So
0.
you're fine. No damage, no prone,
Through
nothing.
the ice, through the snow.
All right. This wall open.
I have sharpshooter, so does it?
Yeah, so she would have no cover on this. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. 21, does that hit your AC?
Yeah.
All right, so with that, sneak attack damage against Keyleth.
3.
Oh god, the pain begins.
Yeah. No.
733.
33 points of piercing damage against you, Keyleth. As the dagger hits you in the back of the shoulder, you feel a sharp pain. It's weird being on the opposing end of Vax's daggers.
I'm just gonna dance back. Boop, boop, boop. Use bonus action to hide.
Make a stealth check.
Good. Is 27.
Pike, I need you to go ahead and roll a perception check.
No,
Okay,
not at
you're
all.
And then
Like, is it
my
no?
last action.
Like Izino.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Cool. Yep. Okay. All right. And with that,
It doesn't take much, though. Doesn't take
I
much.
need
Just one good
Vax.
shove.
I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, so it's 21.
21. Okay. You managed to pull through the vicinity without any impact.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Ending Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I still have the sleeve storm up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Although you do need to, sorry, you need to roll concentration for the attack you made, which was 30 what?
30, right? 30? Ooh, just rolled 19.
Well, 19 would be more than half. You're fine.
So yeah.
Yeah, you maintain
Okay.
concentration. See, half that would have been like 16 or 17, so.
I just keep it up, right?
Yep.
Pike still hasn't really moved, right? She's still in her same position.
Yeah, you don't see her. You haven't seen her for a while.
Okay, I want to peer around this corner and see if I can spot Vax.
Technically, also, Vax, sorry, once again, I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw as well.
For why? So many things. Not my strong suit. 13.
13. All right. You take 3d8 radiant damage.
It's a wisdom based. Okay.
Yep. So go ahead and roll
From
3d8.
this thing?
As the spirit guardian that's been looming over and can see over the wall, and that whole vicinity, as you run past, both of those spells blast at you. One of them you manage to dodge, but the guardian of the Saren Ray, like guardian, reaches out and slams a giant light blade down into you.
And
Would
Dex
I
says-
theoretically see that happening? Kind of through this wall crack?
No, because you're currently hiding behind the wall.
Is it a blade? Is it a blade?
It is a blast of energy, but from a styling standpoint, it's a.
So no uncanny dodge for that.
You can uncanny dodge. This is not a spell attack against you. It just happens. So no, uncanny dodge won't help you on
And
this.
it's not a dex save, so full.
Correct.
Okay,
12. Is it also the Guardian of Faith or no?
He already went through that and saved fine.
So it's only- 'cause it's
you
only
take 12
first turn.
points of radiant damage.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So, at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Now it's Keyleth, right?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Yep.
So first I wanted to kind of peer through the wall and see if I see Vax at all. Kind of do like a quick perception.
Make a perception check. Natural 1.
So, since I don't see Vax, what was I just gonna do?
Not a lot of 20 in this game, has there?
Yeah, no.
Has there been a 20?
I mean, you did see some flashes of divine energy, like in that vicinity, but that's all you've
In
seen.
this vicinity?
Yeah.
In
In this general vicinity.
okay. Okay. It's like a decision on if I want to. Like, I'm afraid if I do like a firestorm and if I like mock out to Pike, if that would be considered metagaming if I know where she is. Do I have like an idea of where she is?
You haven't seen her for a while. I mean, it's up to you. You can.
I don't want to be a dick. I want to break the game. Okay. Let me. I'll just leave up my sleet storm, I guess. I'm gonna do a wall of stone spell,
All right.
and I want to block off here.
Okay.
And
And-
can I do another column to block off here?
Yeah, you have plenty of room there. You can do all the way across there if you wanted to.
Well, I kind of want to, once again, kind of want to leave a nice kind of gap here if I can.
gap there?
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can do that if you wanted to.
Making yourself a private room.
Yes.
However,
Yeah.
there's a No, it's an instant
It's
spell.
not.
We made it
We
an instant spell as part of
because we
things. The
said it
concentration made no
makes
sense for
sense.
Wall of Stone for
Right.
older editions. All right. So that being the case, we're looking at.
If he can get in the kill room.
Currently now, stone walls up here, and stone walls up here.
He's in the
room with you.
Is he in the room with me? I'm gonna be
think
really
so.
upset if he's in the room with me.
I don't think
You have
he
no
is.
idea. All right, is that in your turn, Keyleth? Keyleth, is that in your turn?
Uh-huh.
Alrighty. Pike, you're up.
Do I make a perception check?
Oh, and I stuck back against the wall.
Okay, you're talking against the wall, yeah. Back up against there. If you want to go ahead and look around, yeah.
Is this included in the turn?
Sure.
Or will this take away something that I was going to do? Or is this just a perception?
You've already made your perception check. I'd say it would take,
Okay.
if you wanted to really honestly look for him, I'd let you take like an action to do it. But
I would have to roll a
yeah,
20.
you have no idea what
Okay,
it is right
so you know what? I am going to.
Saved your life.
It's the
I
only
am going
thing
to.
I have.
Since I saw that the spirit guardian went off.
now. Yeah, you saw it go off around that area.
Okay,
Saw
so
it and strike down over the edge of the wall.
I
this
would
way.
like to insect plague.
Okay.
God,
The
yes.
hell, gross.
Yes, I've always wanted to do this spell. Yes, do it.
Get your insect
It's just not our
plague.
style, so we can't do it
We
in
can't
a
do
real
it.
game.
Okay. Insect plague.
Insect plague.
Since we're all doing
It is a concentration,
non-character things, I'd
so
like to cast
this
Fireball.
would
Get rid of the spirit,
spirit
guardians.
guardians. So up to you.
Okay,
So it is a 20-foot radius. Where do you want to put it?
I want to put it around that area.
Which one? Around this area?
Yeah. Just,
Okay. So keeping you outside
Said
of
it
the
went
radius?
off right there, buddy.
Yep. Where do you want it to go? This whole area there?
Yeah.
Where the center where it went off?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but keeping you out of the radius, I imagine.
Yes.
Okay. So they put you about there, would get this whole area there. All right. So
Not in there. This is gonna blow.
It's
you
gonna
drop
seriously
down
blow.
insect plague. Your spirit guardian vanishes as instead, suddenly swirling from the cracks in the ground, a cloud of biting scarabs, locusts, and various poison insects begin to fill the area. The loud buzzing sound just fills the entire area. Vax, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. Whoa!
Nudged her towards that corner, Mercer. You nudged her towards that corner.
No, she said where it happened,
Okay.
but away from herself. It would have been
Is that a natural one?
It's a natural one.
natural one.
Oh!
4d10 piercing damage.
Okay.
Does he
Okay.
also have like some sort of poison stuff too? Insect plagues or something like that?
Nope, it's just piercing damage. Things biting and clawing at him.
And there's no uncanny dodge in this because the area.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Only against directed spell
Wow.
attacks.
4 tens.
20 did I roll?
4. What you need to do.
13.
13 points piercing damage.
Rough.
Well, it's not supposed to be the
Rough.
full enchilada.
That's a pretty shitty roll though.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 is the mid run.
Is
on
mid.
that.
So you see all of a sudden all the insects kind of coalesce and start biting in an area. You see the shape of Vax appearing in this corner there briefly as the insects are biting. You want to move still?
Yes.
Okay.
Um.
You want to move?
I'd like to move. Can I move in between?
Between where?
Between the walls?
You can move over there if you want
Yeah,
to.
I'll move in there.
Okay.
Not that that's that far away from it, but.
Get that far. That's as far as you can
See,
get there.
because bugs are biting them.
So through the pains and anger in the cloud, you can just the area is lightly obscured.
Do I have a bonus action?
You do still, yeah.
Can I cast Shield of Faith on myself again?
You can, but you'll lose your insect plague.
Never mind.
So
Oh,
beware.
well, is it a
Concentration.
continuous?
It's a concentration, yeah.
Okay,
Insects
okay,
stay
okay,
until
okay,
it leaves
okay.
the
That's gonna
area.
stay. That's gonna stay.
Alrighty. So let's see here. So that's part of that. Up there. Alrighty. So ending Pike's turn. That brings us to Vax.
Okay, will you allow me to go to here and then Jason Bourne behind these, like a bus, and go stealth right there?
Yeah, I mean there is no way to see through these walls right now.
Oh, I
Technically.
thought there was like.
I
gap
still
in
have
It's in
Sleep Storm
the
up, by the way.
design.
Okay, so yeah, I'm right here. Gonna go stealth.
Okay. However, you do also need to make another dexterity saving throw as you rush into the radius.
Would that affect Pike too? On her move?
What? The
Sleep Storm.
technically, yeah. Sorry, thank you for
Ooh.
reminding me.
Okay.
So this is the
you
sleet
got-
storm that I'm dexing.
This will be the sleet storm. You make one as well.
Dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw?
Yeah.
20.
Okay. So you managed to avoid it.
Oh wow.
And I'm gonna go stealth.
3.
3. So you would have not been able to get all the way over there. You would have gotten to there.
Okay.
Your full movement, because you had to use half of it to get up.
Yeah. Okay.
Move that way. So yeah. So
Stealth is 27.
Oh,
so
this is so
27.
stressful.
She technically only got that far.
Oh, okay.
So then you know.
Yeah.
So
is that where she was standing at the beginning of my
that's
turn?
where she would have
My
been.
ice
Then I
cream
just
fucker.
want to do it here instead.
Okay. But now make another dexterity check.
Okay.
There's a dexterity saving throw, sorry, as you rush into the radius of her guardians.
Didn't she
No,
dispel that for
she
the
dispelled
bugs?
it for the bugs.
No, she has 2 up. One of them isn't concentration.
Okay.
Oh, the Guardian's not concentration?
Yep.
That's
It's just, it lasts for 8 hours.
dope. Holy fuck, that's dope.
24.
24? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Stealth. And I will. I haven't even taken an action yet. I guess that was a bonus.
You've rolled so much and you haven't done anything.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's on stealth. God dang it.
That's what he does.
It's like trying to hit him with a spotlight and then throw everything you
Yeah,
can at him.
yeah.
It totally is.
Yeah.
I should have fucking packed Fairy Fire. That was
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
What is fairy fire?
It lights up everything. I took Cure Wounds and Thunder Wave and Healing Word instead for my first level spells.
This is
But
so
Fairy Fire is
stressful.
like is
This
yeah
is so
it's
It's a really
Stressful.
good first level
Okay.
spell.
it is it's an anti rogue.
Anti-stealth
Yeah.
spell. Yeah.
Cool. Got it. Okay.
That was stupid.
All right. That ends Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up. You watch as this cloud of insects appears in this corner. You see a coughing Vax run this way to the edge and then disappear behind that wall.
Go in my mouth
He
and eye.
disappears over here through this
Disappears through this little channel here and doesn't appear
hole.
to
And
leave
there's
it.
still like
There's still insects filling this whole space here.
Disappeared into the bugs, man.
into bugs, into bugs, into
My
bugs,
favorite
into
scene in
bugs.
the moment.
Yeah.
Scarabs in the wall.
Oh yeah.
It's also my favorite part of the Indiana Jones
Joe's
ride.
movie. That's what. Yeah, the right. Totally,
Yeah.
totally with you there.
It's getting real interesting.
You're like,
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. Sorry, I'm double checking something before I do something stupid. No, it is instantaneous.
Yeah, not too bad.
It's instantaneous. Whoa.
Okay. I'm gonna pop around the corner.
Evasion segment.
Okay.
Pew, pew, pew. And I'm gonna do Firestorm.
Okay.
All up where I think there's bitches. So since I saw Vax go this way and a bunch of action and a bunch of insects over here, I'm gonna start it here.
Okay. So we'll say
10
cube,
foot, 10 10-foot
Cube,
cubes.
yep.
Cube.
cube.
I'd probably try and get this corner too. Cube.
Yep, cube.
Cube. Hang on, wait. 1, 2, 3.
You saw something run through this way.
5.
5.
Let's do 6, 7, 8, 9.
Covering this vicinity
10.
here.
I'm just gonna, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So 1,
almost.
2. Okay. So suddenly, the ground, already hot,
God, I hope
bursts forth in flames surrounding the whole area. What's the saving throw on that?
Dex.
Pike, I need you to roll a dex saving throw.
okay.
Just Pike?
Yeah, just Pike.
Ooh! 6.
6?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
That's a lot of damage. That's 7d10.
7d10.
D10.
Anger!
In another life somewhere, I'm very much in love with you, but
Yeah,
Not
not
this
today.
day.
Not this
Not
day.
today. 7D10.
9.
All right,
8,
so we've
9,
gone.
2, 17.
I know someone in the chat's paying attention, and I lost track there. How many rounds have we gone so far?
4. Ooh, 24, 34, 43, plus another 5.
48.
48
Okay.
points of fire damage.
Shit. Okay.
I should not have asked chat.
Right.
No,
right.
you shouldn't. There's
what spells are going on right now? Ice Storm is still happening.
All right.
All of them?
Apparently 13.
All right, good
Crit
to
roll
know.
stats is the only one we
This is
can
a
know
valid
and
point.
trust.
Okay. So, just so you're aware, the surge of energy that you felt from your boots has faded.
Okay.
You no longer have the haste enchantment in your
Haste. Phew. Okay. One thing's down.
Has there already been 10 rounds? Already?
Shit.
Yeah, it's been 13. You technically had it for more rounds than you should have, but it's fine.
The Beyonder is a mysterious creature.
Isn't he though?
The laws of physics do not apply.
Do not apply here.
Believe you were not
All right, so
in that shit.
is that your turn? What else are you doing?
Hiding again.
Okay, so you move back into this
And
little
I'm
area
still
there.
maintaining my ice storm.
Are you moving further back this way or staying in that same
No,
pocket
just
there?
sucking up in that pocket, like up against the wall.
Against the wall there? Okay, we'll say like there for the purpose of that. All right, cool. That ends Keelan's turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay.
The flames erupt around you subside. You find yourself singed and burned,
Oof,
angry.
Okay. I'm gonna cast.
I need you to
Cure
go ahead and
Wounds.
roll a Constitution check to see if you maintain. How much damage you take total from that?
48.
48.
48 damage.
48 damage.
Roll a Constitution check. You have to beat a 24,
To be a 24? There's no way.
possibly.
There's no way, because I don't have. I had to. Yeah, there's no way.
Insect plague fades away. The insects subside and vanish.
Oh! Okay. Okay. Okay.
We're so frustrating against ourselves.
All right.
This is like
I know.
This is phenomenal to watch.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Go for it.
Oh wait, no. What am I doing?
What level are you doing?
4.
Level 4?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pretty sure this is all your 4th level spells now, right?
I have one more.
You have one more?
Yeah. I have 2. We'll have 2. After this one, I'll have one more.
You have 2, but I'm pretty sure Spirit Guardians.
Because
Or
I
you
have
put,
4.
You put that at a higher level. That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What was it? Guardians.
Wow.
Okay.
Guardian of Faith's 4th level. You did that at. No, it's true. Guardian of Faith was 4th level. You couldn't do that at a higher level. So this would be your last 4th level spell.
Because I have 4 because the ring.
Oh!
Keyless ring. Yeah.
Why'd you give her that ring?
Okay, so 6.
Never give
Seemed
her the
like
ring.
a good idea at the time. Never give her the ring.
Some sort of Hunger Games deal, or?
In-game deal.
So the ring gives you an additional,
An additional 4th
like
level.
four levels of spells.
Yeah.
Are you talking about my spell slot ring of holding, my level 5 spell slot ring holding?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
5? So I have 2 5th levels?
Well, no, it would mean you would have a 4th level, and then you could have like
Of
a
what
one,
first
a
level
level
that you
1
would have
level.
prepared.
Yeah. the
They
first
have to have already been prepared, is how it would work.
Okay. Okay.
We'll say you had your guardian spirit as part of what you had in there, because that was part of your plan anyway, so that's fine.
Because I took
Dang.
your cloak, so I technically have your cloak. From if we're going from last.
I thought we were using basic gear.
We're using the basic gear you would have normally.
Oh, basic gear we have normally.
So technically you would have that ring?
Yep.
It's normally my ring.
No,
No, I don't think that. I don't think that's what it is.
I think there were 2 rings.
There was
And
one that was-
we got a 5th level that I kept, and then there was a lower level that
a
I
third
might have
level
given
one.
a 3rd level.
I think I have.
There was a 3rd level that I might have given you.
Maybe that's one that it is.
Well, anyway,
Okay.
keep this
Let's
going.
figure that out.
the time
Okay.
being as we're on
Okay.
Riveting.
No,
Sorry,
it's like,
guys.
I'm reading chat, and so everyone's like, "Wow, Talison's like spaced out." I'm like, "No, I'm just reading chat."
It's like someone win
Like,
already.
I'm just like watching. It's like, no, it's just the
I
chat's
know.
running by. This is yeah. Oh,
No, it's
Okay.
just we actually get to see chat.
So
we never
normally happens.
normally
Never
don't get to see
happens.
chat.
now I'll
so
move. Does that last for a long time, or is that like a one-time deal? The flame
It's a one-time thing.
storm. Okay.
Yeah,
Big
it's
food.
one
So
time.
I'm going to tuck back behind that wall.
Over here?
Yeah.
Back around this way? Or
Yeah.
this way?
Just like towards the like towards my guardian of faith.
Okay,
In
it's
between
freaking
them.
out. There?
Like not visible though. Like in between.
because you don't know where
There?
he is.
Like.
Okay, between this section.
Could be in the room with you.
Okay.
Could be in
Okay.
Alright. That ends Spike's turn. Vax, you're up.
Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Because you're
Where's
not in my
Waldo?
fucking firestorm.
Where's
Go
Waldo?
over here when your turn's done.
Yeah, thank
that way
you.
he's there.
Hi. Right a pike.
Okay.
Wait, was he? He wasn't
Mine's
in
over
my
here.
son of a you son of a dick.
Oh, that's a natural 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Like, as you run up, all of a sudden you hear a ping, and a blade streaks off the back of your armor. You turn the corner and you see Vax looking there sheepishly.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And so now I see him.
Okay.
You do.
Hey, buddy.
You're no longer hasty.
Hey, guy.
No, I know.
Oh, hey.
I know.
Hey, guy. Hey, friend.
Hey, buddy.
I'm not your friend, buddy.
I'm not your buddy, friend.
I'm not your friend, pal.
Knock it up,
Is
guy.
this out of sight here? Is this like a
From
solid
her?
wall?
Yeah,
you
that would
said?
be a solid wall.
Okay.
Run away!
Run away.
Okay. I'm gonna roll stealth there.
All right.
That's a 25 because I was under the 10. So.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check just to keep that in mind.
Is he invisible?
I'm
No.
about to
No?
find out.
19.
Nope. You just see him duck on the other side of the wall and vanish.
And
Damn it.
I want to go.
Rogues, man.
They're still doing South Park level.
Well, it takes a while for them to catch up to it.
I like it.
How are we at health wise, everybody? How's everybody?
Yeah, the Canadian.
Keyleth is
Oh,
is
no, 'cause they-
fine. She
Yeah.
may even be pristine.
I'm not pristine. I've taken sneak attack damage,
Okay, yeah.
which hurt
That
badly.
did hurt badly.
Right there.
Although,
Probably
Got it.
kind of sort of.
Okay, that ends Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Hit him for a lot.
Keyleth is up. Okay, Keyleth is gonna peek around the corner. I can see Pike, right?
Nope, you can't see anybody.
I can't see Pike through this?
No, these
Those
walls are
cracks
like
don't
full
exist.
walls. These
They're
aren't little.
sturdy.
Oh.
Right there.
Holodeck.
That kind of confused me at the first. Solid wall.
Solid wall. I can't see anybody.
Mobius, that's
Nope.
funny, man.
Your guess is as good as anybody's.
Great. Great. I thought I was going to be able to see her.
Sleet Storm was dropped, guys. It's all good.
Was Sleep Storm dropped?
Yeah.
Yeah, you took a bunch of damage.
Excuse me. All yawns.
No, you didn't. It's still
No, I
going.
haven't taken any damage.
I am
That's still
so
going.
confused by all your spells.
Oh yeah, so does he still has to make dex checks,
Technically,
right?
yes. Make
And so
another
does
dex.
she.
Yeah.
And
Fuck.
spell concentrations. I should remember it.
You should remember
I'm a
it.
dick.
I'm trying to keep all this in my head.
Dex save 24.
Okay. Pike, make a dex save.
Did I
was
move?
hoping
Did
you'd
I?
fall on
I
your
did
ass.
I did move.
That's not bad.
16.
Yeah, you even though you'd fallen, you didn't move that far, so you would have just moved back half your movement, so you're fine.
Okay,
You're no longer
okay.
in your turn. It's fine. Didn't make a huge difference, but
Okay. This is
sure you do
weird.
confuse me. Love you guys, but you do confuse me.
I can't see anybody through my window then. Right?
Nope. You have locked yourself into a bunker with a very limited viewpoint.
You know,
You've got a
Metaphor.
Good arrow slit.
I died really quickly last time.
You did.
I didn't want to.
So you can either wait it out or start making a guessing game.
But that's the thing. It's the guessing game, and I don't have a lot of AOE's at this point. Actually, you know what? I brought Tidal Wave. I brought Tidal Wave. Where was the last action that I saw? I saw shit go down over here.
You didn't see anything. You ducked behind that wall.
Okay, so the last thing that I realistically saw is still like insects and
Still
things
insects
going on.
over here, dashes of light over here. Yeah. And you saw Pike over here get, flamed.
Okay, let me
Do it.
peek around the corner. Can I do a quick perception check to see if I can spot any movement or see?
Sure,
any
make a
type
perception
of
check.
Movement.
It's hard to see through the sleet right now, man. It's really all that the sleet is helping you, but it's also just you can't see shit.
Is that an action like you told me? Effort for Pike would be would waste an action?
Yeah.
So if I can't see anybody, I can't do anything.
Yeah.
I don't have line of sight, and I literally burned my AOE spell that I brought for the day.
Yeah, you're in pickle.
Such an asshole.
Such an ass.
Such a dick. Such a dick. I'm gonna cast a Cure Wounds, a level 2 Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay, go for it.
Because I can't see shit.
Remember, you can also hold your action in case something.
That's true.
Hold your
my
action in case of something
You
interesting.
have a spell ready and have a trigger for a spell that can happen once it occurs.
That's true. I never can do that because
Like
I'm not
if-
a melee
if-
person.
Yeah.
Well, let me just cure myself since I already said I was going to do it.
Go for it.
I already said I was going to do it, so
healing.
I'm going to roll a second level cure wounds.
You're up next,
which
Pike.
is let me just roll. And then I'm going to tuck back behind my wall
Level 2 you
because
said?
that's where I'm happy in my box.
Level 2 you said, Keyleth?
Level 2.
So it's 2d8 plus 6 for you.
Someone was asking about this.
Ooh.
13, you heal 13 hit points. Pike, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself again at second level.
So 2d8 plus 5.
So 15. And then Shield of Faith. As a bonus action, I'm gonna stay.
Okay. All right, Shield of Faith is up again. Protecting you,
I'm
staying
done.
where you are. Not moving anywhere.
Nope.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Vax, you're up.
Yeah.
Anyone who moves.
Oh, at the top of your turn, by the way, because Sleet's still moving.
Sleet.
Dexterity saving throw, dexterity saving throw.
I didn't move.
You didn't move, so it would have made a huge difference anyway, so that's fine.
But concentration's okay.
She cast it at the end of her turn. She already lost concentration.
Okay.
Because of your last inflaming column of fire of doom.
Boof, burn,
Boof,
burn,
boof,
burn.
boof.
Burn.
So, dexterity saving throw?
Is a 23.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Fuck are you?
It's like
Fuck.
Waldo with
The
knives.
It totally is. If Waldo was a serial killer.
Where am I? Where am I?
The fact
I
that
mean,
you
we
can't find him
can't.
is your worst nightmare.
And then lastly,
I would think a dark reboot of Where's Waldo would do
That would be
really well.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like a Freddy Krueger, where's Waldo?
If you find him, you die.
yeah.
Okay.
This is rough.
All right, that ends Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
He's like right behind me, isn't he?
Again? Already? Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna peek around my corner.
You feel breath on
Do
your
I
shoulder.
see
I
anybody?
know.
Another perception check. I'm gonna peek through my wall of my hole that I've made.
Yep, perception check.
I like
This is your
this.
action to take your perception, by the way.
Oh, it's an action?
I like this
Oh,
character.
and bonus action will
Bonus
go fast. I'll
action?
say, this is not like
Okay,
your full
27.
thing. 27?
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
To do what?
What was your stealth
27
roll
to see
again?
where the fuck you are.
Perception. I rolled a. Well, here's the thing. Let me tell you. Hold.
I imagine a little chessboard that he.
So you're looking through this way, right?
I'm looking through this wall.
Yeah. You don't see anything.
Then I prepare a blight spell and I hold
Until.
until I see either Pike or Vax appear in my view.
Okay, good to know. All right, that brings us to Pike's turn. Pike, what are you doing?
I'm going to hold my turn until someone attacks me.
Nobody move!
Well, you can't hold your whole turn. You just have an action prepared. Something. What do you want to do with your action?
If someone attacks me, then I'm gonna attack back.
Okay, so you're gonna hold your attack action until somebody attacks you.
Yes.
Okay.
Come out of hiding, motherfucker.
Come out wherever you are.
Alrighty, that brings us to Keyleth's. Oh no, Vax's turn. Same. Okay. It is now Keyleth's
Are
turn.
you just fucking hiding, motherfucker? Are you just waiting this
I don't have
out?
any fireballs to blast
Are you camping right now?
Mhm.
Are you being a fucking camper?
Because this is intense.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm gonna give you damage for that.
How many times?
I'm kidding.
How many times have you been tweeted that?
This is turning into a bad Counter-Strike match real fast. All right,
I'm
Keyleth.
gonna do another scan to see if I can find the motherfucker.
Looking out where?
Well, my same hole, and then probably nothing.
Nothing.
18.
Nothing yet.
Okay, someone's gotta do something here. Let me see. What do I have in my bag? What's in Papa's? Got a brand new bag. What did I put in it? Okay. I am going to
on deck, Pike.
I still have a light spell prepared, right?
Yeah, you didn't cast it. It never happened.
So I just like put it away.
Yeah, you didn't actually cast it. You just were ready that if it happened, you would do it immediately. So you could do the same thing if you wanted to. Though it seems like everyone is doing nothing right now. So
Okay, I'm gonna kind
this
of
continues to have to shake things up.
crawl out of the wall here.
Okay.
Crawl over.
Okay.
This is still lava flow, correct?
It is, but the sleet spell has cooled it now, and most of this now is darkened rock again, actually, due to the constant cold rain and snow. It's still probably hot in there, but there is a shell of rock over it. You're not sure how strong it is.
Alright. Here's what I want to do then.
And also, technically, how does the sleet spell work? 'Cause you may have walked into your own spell radius.
Oh, that would be no. Never mind.
Well, but would she? Would she walk?
Yeah, would I do
When a
that?
creature enters the spell area, so yeah, if you don't want to do that, you can back up, but otherwise you'd be walking right into your sleet spell.
Oh, well, I didn't realize it was that stretched that far.
Yeah, it's a 40-foot radius, so it's like out to here.
Okay.
So you would have to be like back in here.
Sorry. There's a lot going on.
Run the bathroom. Excuse me.
Okay.
What you doing?
I'm trying to figure out. I don't have the whole lot. Okay, I'm gonna cast a tidal wave. I'm gonna leave my sleep spell up, I guess. And I will cast a tidal wave, which is in this thing, and I
Put it right
will 10 feet wide, 10 foot tall.
Yep.
Foot long.
Yep. So you have a 10-foot wide column you can put anywhere for 30 feet.
20-foot radius. So I can see here, correct?
Yep.
I want to do it going this way.
Starting from where?
Here, where I can see.
From there?
And going this way.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It would just hit Pike.
Okay.
All right. So Pike, as you're waiting and waiting, all of a sudden you see the surge of water comes splashing across the way towards you. This wave. You turn, make a dexterity check. Or dexterity saving throw, sorry.
Okay.
What's the spell?
Tidal
Tidal
wave.
wave.
It's what she used to destroy the elementals.
Yeah, it's instantaneous, so my thing is still up.
17.
Fail.
Fail. So you take 4d6 bludgeoning damage and you are knocked prone.
Ooh.
4d6.
48.
48, so that's 8, 16, 17. Wait, 48?
48, yeah.
17.
17 points of bludgeoning damage and you are knocked prone as the wave crashes over you, dissipating into the stonework around, leaving little puddles. Beginning to steam and boil upon the impact.
Okay.
Across the ground, even as the sleet storm is crashing all around you.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. You're up, Pike.
And I'm gonna tuck back up against my wall.
Okay, so I'd like to.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going
At the top of your
to-
turn, you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Sleep storm is still up.
Yep.
Sleep storm. Sleep storm.
19.
Yeah, so you maintain your armor.
Okay.
God.
So, can I just get up and then go to the middle part of the walls?
You can move there. That's about as far as you can get with only half your
Okay.
movement left. So.
Okay. Can I just start swinging and see if I can hit him if he's in there?
If you want to.
Yeah.
Just make an attack up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll an attack.
I mean, he's not in there, but.
Oh.
No. I mean, 28.
28. Through the air, nothing there.
28 is such a great roll, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sucks.
All right, so all you're gonna do your turn.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Vax, you're up.
Okay, I'm telling you what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Sucks!
Stealthy bastard.
that will drop stealth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then
Do it. Show your face.
get that. Just this.
Show your face.
Okay.
And the second thing.
Okay. What are
You know
you?
what I'm talking about, right?
Are you holding what you were holding before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. Cool. That ends Vax's turn.
You
Keyleth,
bastard.
you're up.
You dickhead. You dick. Okay, I'm gonna pop around the corner again. Do I see Pike at all?
No.
Sorry.
Nobody's in view right now.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's 11. It's amazing. This
Yeah.
game is so grossing.
I did not know it was. I was like, oh yeah, it'll probably be pretty quick.
I just broke the fucking
Nope.
pen. I just told Travis.
All right. What are you doing, Keyleth?
I'm gonna do another. I'm gonna. It sucks when you can't see people. It really fucking sucks. I am going to call lightning, I guess.
Okay. You will lose Sleet Storm. You good with that?
No, not really.
Put the pen down. Make a
Sleet
decision.
Storm has been somewhat effectual with Pike, but she's not moving much.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to affect.
Okay.
So it's up to you.
Okay, I'll drop
It can be useful. You drop it and go call lightning. Sleet Storm ceases as suddenly a small cloud begins to form at the top of this chamber. You hear the crackling and rolling thunder as little flashes of electrical energy begin to appear across the ceiling.
I am going to bring it down here.
There? Okay. With that, a blast of lightning hits the floor, smashes into the ground, rocks get thrown, no apparent effect.
Okay.
All right, you gonna go back in your corner?
Yeah.
All right, Pike, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Death Ward on myself.
Okay,
My last fourth.
last fourth spell.
Death Ward.
Death Ward on Pike. Boom.
I'm
gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. What else are you doing?
Okay, so. Oh, so frustrating because we can't see him. Can I make a spiritual weapon to see like stealthy people, like stealth goggles?
You can make a spiritual weapon that can move around and be a danger, but can't really make it to help you see stuff.
Stealth goggles.
I
yeah.
know. I was just.
I tried to make stealth
trying.
goggles.
I mean, an extra bonus action attack doesn't hurt if something does show up. So up to you. What do you want to do?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put a spiritual weapon. Just a hovering that just. Sweet sword of Sarenrae.
Okay. What level?
Second.
Second. Okay, so a basic spiritual weapon appears. I'll give it this yellow one. Where do you want to go?
Just right above me.
Right above you? All right, so it'll be right there. Okay, then in your turn?
Yep.
All right, suddenly, the entirety of the room begins to quake and shift. You hear the cracking as all of a sudden every stone wall bursts forth and molten rock
We all
begins to
died.
spill
Time ran
into
out.
the territory. All the walls, now 5 feet of lava have filled in. Show me on the map where you last were.
Where I last was?
Yes, show me.
Oh, okay.
Snapper shot.
Okay. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Don't have advantage anymore because haste is gone.
I know. That is a 30, I think. Hold on.
Yeah, it's funny.
Okay.
So you dodge out of the way just in time. However, you guys watch as all the walls now within 5 feet of them are now just spilling lava and it's filling into the room. You get the sense that it's going to continue to fill with each passing round.
Like that? You mean closing
Like
in?
all the walls are slowly closing in until the room fills with lava. So.
Do we see Vax now?
No, you do not. It is now Vax's turn.
Okay, so Pike is in the little tunnel.
Yeah.
From what you
Hiding
can tell,
behind the walls.
You don't see her.
Well,
You
I'm
just-
looking from my spot.
You don't see her.
Oh, okay. Right, I don't see her. And I don't see Keyleth.
Nope.
Okay, so what I want to do
How's it feel?
is use my action to do that.
Yeah.
And use my bonus to...
Okay.
A little.
All right. Just a little?
Mm-hmm.
To where? Give me specifically. Sorry, guys.
So here, I go.
There.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
put this here.
Put a
And then
little
I'm gonna
here.
go there.
All right. So,
Okay, you're the bottle cap. You're the broken twig. Go
you
beside.
hear in the distance this kind of hissing sound. Hand me the sheet real fast. Sorry.
Oh gosh, yeah.
As from around the corner, a tiny serpent appears and lashes out at you, Keyleth.
Yeah.
Simon, a very familiar friend,
Simon!
Hey, friend, what's up?
rears back and strikes at you, being the poisonous snake that it is.
You lost Simon? Oh, don't worry, Bob. We're gonna get out of this, okay?
Roll d20.
Okay.
Okay.
So silly. Oh, it's a 5.
All right. It strikes at you, and you just kind of step back and go, "Oh, Simon."
Bad Simon. Bad Simon.
Oh, it's an attack roll.
Yeah.
I got it.
But there's now a tiny little snake there.
Oh, that's so cute.
Alrighty, that ends your turn. All right, Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, so the walls are forming in. Do I see a floating weapon?
No,
No? I don't see like a floating ceremony weapon or anything?
not really. The wall's too high. The walls are about 10 feet up.
Okay. I'm going to... Okay, I dropped my Sleet Storm. I am now going to come through and come here.
Okay.
Do I see Vax at all when I do another perception check?
Perception check is a bonus action.
Negative.
Wow.
A 2.
Oh, you
Rolling
see
terribly.
nothing.
Oh my god, again!
So we're trying now, the lava's caving in. What am I gonna... I'm gonna just hold Blight. Again, I'm gonna hold my action and see if I see Piker Vax.
Okay, good to know. All right, Pike, you're up.
Okay,
Or
yikes.
Blight or call lightning until I see
I'll
it.
just start.
Light or call lightning, which one are you gonna do?
Well, I'm holding my attack action. It depends on how close they are.
Okay. I mean, usually you tell what spell you're preparing. You're
Well,
saying
I have Call Lightning up as a concentration spell, and Blight is an instant action. If I see Pike, I will Call Lightning. If I see Vax, I will Blight.
Okay, good to know.
Alright, I'm gonna move forward to the
Or vice
front of this
versa.
little tunnel here,
Right here.
but I'm gonna stay in there.
All right.
And then I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon.
Move it over you as well.
So it stays with me, right? Or does it stay with me?
No, you can as a bonus action. You can move it 20 feet and repeat an attack against a creature within 5 feet.
And each square is 5? Okay, I'll just keep it with me.
Okay, cool. Top of the round. The lava begins to pull further into the room. You guys notice now as molten rock is now beginning to spill at the 10-foot radius around the walls. Pike, it's starting to get close to closing off the exit of this wall. You see it now beginning to spill into this lava form
Well,
there.
I have my wall of stone up here and here.
Correct, but it's still spilling out of all the walls on each side.
Sure, right.
You need to make another dexterity check.
Even though I stepped one in.
You stepped one in,
Yeah.
away from it,
Okay.
and then it moved in one more.
Okay. Oh, it's fucking 1.
One.
Oh!
Ooh.
Welcome to the club.
Ooh.
No.
You take 42 points of fire damage.
Whoa!
As the lava surges past you, you manage to just step out at the very edge, but a familiar sensation hits you as the severe pain you once held in one foot, you now feel in both.
Okay.
Alrighty. Vax, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm going to materialize right. I'll have gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to here. I'm going to throw a dagger.
The moment you appear,
Yeah.
Keyleth, you
Okay,
get your
good.
blight spell.
Hey, baby.
Alright.
Okay.
I haven't walked up to you, but if it's ranged.
I see.
No, it's
you, so
ranged.
if
It's a
ranged,
30-foot range.
Okay.
As soon as you appear.
Oh, damn. Dex?
No, Constitution.
Constitution.
Constitution saving
I
throw.
am doomed. So it's on me right now to roll.
Yep,
Okay,
roll it.
Here we go. It's a big 6. Big 6.
Alright, that is 8d8 necrotic damage
I'm gone.
against you.
I'm out.
Low rolls. 10.
You do have
15.
necrotic resistance.
Oh, yeah, still gonna get me from.
What did I say? 28 damage.
So 14 points of necrotic damage to you.
I'm down.
You're down?
Yeah.
As you see
Whoa.
Vax appear, dagger in hand,
What?
rushing towards you, you turn and release the blight spell. You see the veins of black curl up his body as his skin begins to curl and tear open at certain places, and he falls face down on the edge of this lava pool right there. One hand kind of like his fingers begin to catch flame as it just touches the edge of the lava.
Wow.
This is like a nightmare.
I did not think that was going to happen. No, it's.
Oh.
All right,
I feel so
Shit.
guilty.
Keyleth.
Keyleth, it's your turn.
Okay.
On me, I should have stayed hidden.
Vax is down.
Said that, yeah. Vax is down.
How sadistic do I want to be?
It's your win.
It's up to you. What do you want to do?
In typical Keyleth fashion, I walk up to Vax and I say, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I push him into the lava.
So what do I do?
Holy shit.
You don't do anything as she kicks your unconscious form into the molten rock, and your body slowly burns away.
And the death ward does nothing against that. Death save, advantage, all
You're a
that.
Raven Queen
Nothing.
and stuff?
This isn't so much about death saving throws as your unconscious body unable to do anything, being pushed slowly into molten rock. Vax is no more.
Wait. I'll never let go. I'll never let go.
You,
Vax.
you watch as the molten rock takes his arm, as it slowly disappears beneath the lava. Marisha, as the hand disappears between the lava, it turns into a middle finger and disappears beneath the molten rock.
It's totally on me. I wasn't paying attention. I heard you say blight, and I should have stayed put. It's
Yeah.
my mistake. I
Wow.
should have stayed put.
So that's your action, kicking his body into the lava.
It was gnarly.
High five.
Oh my
What
god.
are you gonna do now? You still have a move and a
Glorious.
bonus if you wanted to use it.
I still have a move and a bonus?
Yeah.
Remember the walls are caving in.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know you wouldn't sink in lava. It's fantasy lava.
This is fantasy.
Every time I go over in a chat, there's just someone.
Guys, it's a game. It's a game.
It's fun.
A game.
It's fun.
A game.
It's having a good time. She pushed him partially into it, and he just burst into flame. This is what really would have happened, but it's fine.
Down to the ladies.
It's Hollywood lava.
You mean not
Down
like
to the ladies.
Oh god, knock it off.
I saw the Terminator.
It's all good. The physics in Exandria are different than your normal mortal realm.
All right.
Beyond her.
All right, so
Okay.
Beyond her lava.
go over there, and you're done.
I'm
they
over
all
there,
spells?
and
It's
I still have a
fist fight?
bonus, right?
Something
Nope.
just beat each other to death with sticks.
As
my
a
God.
bonus,
So good.
I am going to healing word myself
Get a healing word too. God damn.
for Kiro, man.
So 1d4 plus 6.
1d4 play. Yeah, I'm just gonna do first level here, just to top me off.
Hiding under
All right,
it.
Pike, you're up after this.
Nice.
That's fun.
10
So,
points. How does that keep
all right.
getting there? Oh yeah.
Pike, you're up.
Keep sitting on
Okay.
Dude, you
so,
held a good game.
Amazing.
So
It was
roll
Dude,
some
Great
you were-
game. It
you
was
were-
a great
you were
game.
metal.
I'm gonna peek out.
All right, you peek her out on the corner, and you see Keyleth
I see
immediately
her.
off across the lava. You also see there is lava right lapping at your foot, and you can see it moving slowly in your direction.
So how far can I move?
Well, first off, this lead spell you let go, right? You said?
It's gone.
Yep, for Call Lightning.
That's
So
all
how
I can do
far
right
can
now.
I move around like
That's
right here? and
5, 10. It says 10. You can move all the way over here if you want. It's up to
Okay.
you, or over
and
here.
is there lava over here?
Yeah, this whole
Okay,
area
so
is.
let me move. I'm gonna move right here.
Okay, you move right there.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so I am going.
And you can use your bonus action to move your blade if you want to as well, 20 feet.
I want to tell everybody. what
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
gonna do.
So you're gonna do that?
I'll I'll
Five.
do that.
10. Where you want to go for the rest of it?
I'll
Towards
start
Keyleth?
going towards Keyleth.
15, 20. It just floats over the lava, so it's fine there.
Okay. I am going to cast Harm on Keyleth.
Harm?
That sounds horrible.
Oh,
sounds harmful.
I
shit.
don't even know what that is.
Oh, you're about to find out is what you're about to find out.
Awful.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
While Matt
Okay.
flips, what I was gonna do before I forgot about it was stab you in the
Keyleth.
back and then just wrench you down.
Keyleth, make a Constitution saving throw.
Roll the opposite of what you've been rolling.
Oh no!
Clerics, man. Clerics win the
Hey, no, man. This is a good matchup, though, because...
3.
Oh.
All right, you take 14d6 necrotic damage.
Would you like some extra d6? Hold on.
14d6.
14d6.
You were sitting
3,
on that.
4.
Take my
Five,
sneak
six,
attack
okay, 1, 2,
dice.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Ouchies.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
13,
13, 14. There you go. All of that.
All of them roll all at once.
You're doing
Let's
well
do
for
some
the
math here.
crowd.
I'm still pretty much a
Wow.
full
Oh my
Reroll
god.
that.
Reroll the cocked
Just
one.
roll the
Oh yeah,
cocked
reroll
one.
the cock one. There we go.
All right,
Oh, that
so
changed that one.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
that's fine.
Okay,
Roll the
so
dice.
That's a lot.
We've got
Figure sixes.
10.
10,
There's another 10 right
Fist fight
there.
at the end of this.
16.
Just go on to the
Throw
parking
that
lot.
to
Women
20.
are both tapped out.
Just take our shirts off.
Ah, you hit me in the ear.
Grab a 2 and make
Stop
that
pulling my
30.
hair.
3, 3, and 3 is 9 plus 1.
Where are we at?
And now you're at 40. And then
Now you're at 40.
44.
Where do we go from here?
44.
44.
44 points of necrotic damage.
That's bad.
By the way, your max health is also reduced by 44.
Yeah, that necrotic stuff hurts. Huh?
What does that bring you to?
Come join me in Hades.
31.
Okay.
Right? 91 minus 44 is. Or sorry, 95 minus 30.
Minus 44?
Minus 44.
Yeah, that's, so 90 was the straight one?
95.
95.
Is my total minus 44.
44 would be 50.
Oh,
51.
I way overcompensated. 51.
51.
Not
51.
51?
She's 51
Okay.
hit points.
Okay.
All right, so that's your harm spell.
that was intense.
Yikes. Okay, so, and then, oof. All right, I am going to cast, or no, that's all I can do. That's all I can do, right? Because I did the bonus action to
Yep.
move the spiritual weapon.
That's it. You move, or you're done.
I'm here.
All right, Keyleth.
Okay, so
Top of the round, the lava pulls in even further. Now 3 squares away from the wall are currently filled now. So you guys are starting to get pushed into the lava pool in the center. You probably have 2 very careful rounds before you're both
Pike, right?
taking lava damage. Yeah, you guys can see each other. It's right down in now this lava-filled room. The glow of the molten rock around you, underlighting you both as you're standing in the center around this pool, staring at one another for the final showdown. You hear the laughing of the Beyonder in the distance. This is great.
Oh gosh, she's gonna kill me.
Fuck the Beyonder.
Okay.
She's gonna kill me.
So first, I want to do, just as my action, I want to do a call lightning
Onto her.
right on the Pike.
All right, Pike. I need you to roll dexterity saving throw. Your favorite.
Natural 20.
Oh, shit. Alrighty. So,
The first natural 20 of the night.
The first natural 20 of
So
the
roll
night.
3d10 lightning damage halved.
Okay.
Need some d10s?
No, I'm on it.
Oh, you're on it.
Ooh, nice!
22, half
11 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
As the lightning hits you, charging through your body, the war cleric in you builds up with even more rage.
Now I want to use my bonus action.
Yep.
To cast Blight. Or sorry, no.
I was like, what?
No. To cast Grasping Vine.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
I think I'm
That's
done.
your theme, man.
I'm done
This
for.
is
I'm
your
done
theme.
for.
I fucking love lava, by the way.
All right, grasping vine.
Lava is your
If
jam.
I can do it like here.
All right. So vine whips out 30 foot.
5, hopefully 10,
15, 20, 20. Yeah, no,
Oh
she's in range.
shit!
All right, so Pike, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
That gets me. 9.
The vine streaks out, black and charred, almost like the dead forest type exterior. It whips around you and drags you forward 20 feet into the center of the lava.
Oh dear.
You take. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
This is not good for you.
Nope.
All right, so that's 24. 30. 45 points of fire damage.
Oh shit.
As you're now being pulled into this like hard but super molten rock shell, your whole body bursts into flames as now the flaming fires of righteousness of Serenity are now met by the flaming fires of your flesh actually burning.
Flaming fires of fire.
What are you at health-wise?
I'm at 4.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I have Death Ward. Not that that's even probably gonna even do anything.
Oh, look at this one's gloating already. Look at
Okay.
her face.
All right,
Oh,
so-
no,
Okay.
okay. 4 hit
So,
points and you
Keyleth.
die. I could like.
Keyleth, that's the end of your turn?
Yeah.
All right, Pike,
That's
you're
my
up.
Turn. I've got. No, that's it. That's it.
Pike,
that's
you
it.
can move out of this, because if you stay in there at the end of your turn, you're going to take the damage again.
Fuck! Okay, so I will.
This is payback for your quick dot.
The vine's still right there, kind of ready to grab you again.
Okay. Can I take my spiritual weapons and cut off the vines?
And then melt away.
Yeah, then
The grasping vine itself is more of an effect that she can continue to have like more vines
Okay,
grow out of it,
okay,
so it's not going to do
so-
much. You've seen it before, you know how it works, so.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
The vine can only pull towards it.
That's true.
Okay.
It's not a grapple.
Yeah. So like if you were to move towards the vine, it wouldn't be able to pull you into the lava again,
So I
essentially.
need to get out.
I would recommend that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out.
Which direction?
Let's go. Where's the lava now?
The vine's right there. The lava has now pulled into here. You're only really going to have this space and this space.
Okay, so I'll just
Survive.
crawl out towards her. I mean, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
So you
I'm
pull
done.
up to here.
'Cause I can't do
You got
anything.
high AC? You still got high AC?
Do I still have a spell?
Yeah, you haven't done anything. All you did was move.
Okay, so I will.
You could move as a bonus action, move this over to attack her. If you wanted to.
In addition to doing something else, or only
Yeah,
that?
no, that's a bonus action.
Okay, so the
It's already
bonus
out.
action, yeah.
Although you
well,
did
hold
this
on.
concentration spell, and I need you to roll against 44 points of damage. Roll
Yeah.
a Constitution check.
Okay. 19.
Plus your Constitution.
That's with my Constitution.
Oh, with your Constitution?
Yeah.
Nah. Spirit.
Okay,
Spirit.
so-
Weapon is gone. Oh
Shit.
man.
I gotta play this correctly. So you're 51.
Sorry.
Okay. So I am going to.
Press her beneath the fluids.
That's your biggest damage right there.
It's like a
Theme now.
It's like a pull a pull party wrestling match.
Okay. Yeah. Can I?
Sear your shame. Lock in the flavor.
Can I? Okay. So I do have a third level. Can I use?
Throw her ass in.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Throw her ass into the lava.
Hunk of pike.
Hunk of pike.
If you wanted to try and shove her, there is lava like right behind her, right there.
Okay. I'll try.
Try and shove her into the
I'll try
lava.
and shove her with my
Shove action.
Okay.
shove act. No. Hold on.
No. No.
I'm gonna command her to jump into the pool of lava.
You can command one word.
Swim.
Don't help. Don't help.
Yeah.
Be
Okay,
like-
wait, how do I word this? What's the word? Jump into the. No, that's. Oh, fuck.
I mean, you can try. Let me see here. Let me look at this real fast.
That penguin say?
Slide.
Slide.
Slide. Now slide. Now slide. Now slide. Now dip, baby,
Oof,
dip.
how do I do this? How do I do this?
Dip, baby, dip.
It has no effect if your command is directly harmful to it, so it wouldn't work.
Okay, so I'll just shove her back
If you want to.
into the
All
into
right.
the lava that's behind
Hold on, let me
her.
take my irons
Oh,
off.
Okay.
I mean, what can I do at this point?
Hold my hoops.
This is going to be interesting. All right, so
So good.
so you move in to here. Or you can probably do it from here because you're technically both adjacent at this point. You go ahead and you can make a shove as your attack.
Yeah, I don't know how to do
All right,
that.
make a
I mean,
strength-
or I
make a
can use
strength
my,
athletics
Or I can
check.
use my frost band.
We have make a strength athletics check.
Okay. Where's my Strength and athletics?
Or it is your athletics.
Okay, so 16.
All right, you can roll either an athletics or an acrobatics check, Keyleth.
I'll take athletics for that.
Hello.
14.
Pike rushes around the corner with her shield, slams into you. You get pushed back into the lava that is curled out from that side. Let's see.
Almost took my foot off.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, Keyleth takes, as part of this action, 19, 29, 35 points of fire damage from the shove.
I'm alive.
You're alive? All right. Pike, that end your turn?
Down to the nub.
Yeah, there's nothing else I can do, right?
I mean, you haven't used your bonus action yet, I don't think. That was your action to shove.
And I can't use the 7th level, correct?
No, it's an action.
If it's a bonus action?
Oh, it's a bonus action?
Bonus action.
Is it?
7th level spell?
Yeah.
You have a bonus action 7th level spell?
I do.
What the fuck?
What spell is it?
Divine Word.
Divine Word. Let me pull this up real fast. Divine Word is a bonus action, yeah.
Yeah.
You utter a divine... Okay, yeah, you can do this.
Oh, Pike.
I can?
You can, yeah. Because you used your action to shove.
Okay, Keyleth.
All right, Keyleth, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, my strongest points.
I know.
Can I get it?
Plus 3, 9.
How many hit points are you at?
16.
Ashley, how do you want to do this?
Oh!
So, how Divine Word works. You utter a divine word imbued with the power to shape the world at the dawn of creation. Because clerics. Choose any number of creatures you can see within range. Each creature that can hear you must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, a creature suffers an effect based on its hit points. 50 or lower, they're deafened for a minute. 40 or lower, they're deafened and blinded for 10 minutes. 30 or lower, they're blinded, deafened, and stunned for an hour. 20 hit points or lower, killed instantly. Ashley, how do you want to do this?
All right. I'm gonna walk over to her because she's down, right?
She's in the lava right now.
I'm in the lava screaming bloody murder.
I'm gonna just touch her hair, and I'm gonna say, "I'm sorry, but I need to kill you." And I'm gonna smoosh her face into the lava.
As you slam her head down, radiant divine energy fills the space around you and then curls dark. As you push your friend face down into the lava, you hear her screams muffled as the molten rock begins to consume her hair, burning off her head. The divine energy protecting you from the heat as you pull back suddenly. This smoldering, smoky ruin that was once Keyleth begins to slowly melt away against the tide of lava. The pouring rock halts in place as a voice goes, "And I have my victor!" Suddenly, the lava and rock behind you tears open and you find yourself falling, plummeting into darkness. And the plummeting turns into just falling and falling and falling and falling. Then light begins to fill the space beneath you and you look down as a small platform of marble approaches you. You think you're about to crash in it at full terminal velocity. Instead, your feet gingerly touch and you come to stand there. The same strange, white-clad, curly, jerry-curled-haired gentleman walks up to you and goes, "Well played," and high-fives you. "I'll send you on back. Your friends are fine." And then you see the corpses of your 3 friends rise up out of the marble, still as wrecked as they were from the battle.
Sorry about that.
You're really more of a commingled milkshake.
We come back.
Be together
It's
forever.
a little disturbing.
We're
He hasn't
Cronenberg.
restored them to their actual form, but they all start shambling towards you. He goes, "Oh, sorry about that. This was a dream." Snaps, and he goes to darkness. Well done! Congratulations! Yay!
The monster!
Oh
Down to
boy, down to the nitty
Down to the
gritty.
nitty-gritty.
4 hit points. The lava pushing in. That was crazy.
4 hit.
I didn't realize that was a
can't
bonus
believe-
action.
I didn't realize it was a bonus action until you were like, "You have a bonus action." I looked down and I was like, "Okay, well, Oh shit.
Had you rolled like a few points higher on that lava, she would have been dead.
I would have been dead.
Or had I rolled higher on my lightning.
Well, I had, with Death Ward, would that have done anything or no?
It would have brought you to back to 1.
Okay.
Also,
So I
when
would
you
have still had
cast
that
You would have
one
still
hit
had
point.
one more round after that.
light on me,
Yeah.
I had
Oof.
14 hit points. Whatever the number of hit points I had is what you hit me for.
Yeah.
Zero.
That sucks. And you put necrotic resistance specifically because you were afraid of blight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
armor
she
is-
texted me today going, but I won't use that on you, I promise.
Oh, I totally did say that, didn't I?
No, I know you're a liar. Liar.
Makes you feel better. I kind of forgot about it between now and then.
Wow.
Travis just
But you
texted
had
and he said,
resistance,
I
so
am
technically
so proud.
Aw.
My buddies.
Because you had resistance against it.
Fucked up.
Wow.
I mean, it were.
Wow.
Resistance is great until it
So
isn't.
wait, I have a
I was
question.
not
I
expecting
have
that.
spell, my
Wow.
armor has spell resistance, which gives me advantage on saving throws.
Suppose this gives you advantage
I
on
was
spells.
not expecting that.
But that would
No,
have
that was
helped
crazy.
against
That
your
was
thing just
not
now.
so.
No, it would've.
It would have.
Yeah.
I would have, but I didn't have to roll
Dang,
a
it's
save.
so much more fun being evil.
Yeah, I know.
That was
So
Oh
here's
my God,
the
it was
thing.
a charisma saving
Yeah.
throw. I would
Roll
have had
again.
advantage.
The outcome's already happened. But
It's already happened.
Yeah.
I rolled an 18.
what was your charisma bonus?
Plus 3, so 21.
Your charisma saving throw bonus is +3.
Yeah, because I have the ring.
I'm sure you
I
also...
have a ring, which my ring of protection, which gives me I gain +2 bonus to AC and saving
Well,
throws.
this is a valuable lesson in remembering what your spells
My
can,
armor does.
can do. Yeah,
So I would have saved against that.
possibly. Yeah.
Fucking fuck! A 21.
Yeah.
I would have saved.
You would have saved.
It was an epic end. It was an
It was
epic
an epic
end.
end. It's
What a
a
way to
save.
go.
You're gonna go. Let it be
What a
that
way
way.
to go.
Would've saved.
accidentally benefited from something you weren't
Oh, yeah,
supposed
no,
to
like-
at some point.
At some point,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure.
It all balances out. It all comes out.
come
now.
down the road.
That divine man. That's such a
Fudge.
cool ability.
Sweet fudge.
Man, that's funny.
That was exhilarating.
Make a charisma
That
saving
was down
throw.
to
That's
the
funny.
end.
I gotta think up better ways to kill you. I'm feeling.
I'm surprised no one went in the
Golly.
lava until the very, very end, too.
I
Well, you had to push us
I had
out.
plans,
'cause
but
we
you
would have just
scared
kept
everybody into
hiding.
the corners. Like the minute you vanished, like, it
so
just
funny.
changed everything. Like the minute anybody had walked in front of that, I have a 10-foot.
It was all, I mean, I feel like I would have lost momentum right away if I hadn't gotten
Unreal.
That's your
No, it,
Had I
Guys.
saved, my next
No,
thing
you're-
was going to be a thunder blast
your
I would have been done.
to
so.
try and push you into the lava.
your initiative was
would've
like
been
It was
I
close.
I was
It came
so
close. It
pissed
came very
from roll
close.
high
Good job.
initiative. Like,
Yeah,
that's
came
just
close.
Yeah,
Good
that was.
Down to the
Good
ladies,
game.
Good
man.
game.
Game,
Good game.
But and then
Game,
be aware
game,
she
game.
still had death wards. Even if you did hit her with that,
She would have had to come back.
she would have come back up to 1 hit point
With,
and
with 1 hit point and then would have done it again.
or done something.
Or
Would have done something.
dragged you by the hair in
Yeah.
the lava.
Right.
Unreal.
Either way, that was an epic.
Either way, that
I
was
love
fucking
those
That was an
towers.
epic battle.
Man, cleric victory. Both battle royales we've had.
Cleric victory.
Cleric
Clerics are
victory.
Both
badasses,
times.
though.
Yeah, everyone out there is like, I don't want to play a cleric.
Clerics are
Clerics.
awesome.
2
Hey,
rounds
man.
now.
Yeah.
You can heal yourself.
Yeah, you spent that saved you, like staying off to the side and like healing yourself with your bonus actions and stuff, and no one was around.
I was like, I'll just build up and then.
Hey man, that's what saved you.
burned
Oof.
through a lot of hit points 'cause
You
you
got
had
so
you had a
dirty at
stone.
the end. So
I know.
dirty and
Pretty
nasty.
and
You
dirty.
guys did a lot of damage
So-
to my stone form up front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you almost someone almost brought me down, and I was at 6 hit points, and I stayed at 6 hit points for a long
I
time.
kept.
way.
I was about to.
Or in my
That was
stone.
when
No, I
when
knew
the gun
that.
broke. Like I was
In my
about to
circle.
get you to drop, and then the gun broke. And
It
You
might,
would've just
yeah,
turned
you were
back
about to
into-
drop me. I was
Yeah.
I ended
Back
up
to
dropping it myself because I was at this point. I was turning into a Mexican standoff,
was
and I
fun.
couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
This was fun.
And I can't cast spells when I'm in an earth elemental. When
Yeah.
I'm in elemental form.
Well done,
I think
guys.
My time was, I mean, like, even if the blight hadn't got me without haste, like, I was going to start getting seen more often, and I
Yeah.
was low, and you guys had plenty of friggin' spells left at that point. I would have been toast.
I was just running out of options.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Running
I
out of
had.
options.
You guys were down to the
burned-
wire as far as like
Yeah,
spell
I
actions.
was down to the wire because I burned 7th level on Firestorm, 6th level on Sunbeam, which only did like half damage on him once, so that wasn't great. I still had a 5th level spell left, and 1 4th level. I burned through all of my 3rd levels.
One day, you guys will get the whole group.
Oh yeah, one day.
One day.
One day.
They have
And
the
it'll
whole
be
all of
an
Vox
8-hour
Machina.
fight.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
that would be the longest fight
No.
ever.
Now he'll add
No, not.
some twists.
You have to understand. You guys had a lot of like stand-away characters in this. Throwing Grog in the mix changes everything very quickly.
Well,
You
yeah.
can move quickly, and tear your face off quickly.
Yeah.
doesn't need to hide.
And then having Vex over there, which does a shit ton of damage from a distance.
From a distance.
Like, and Sam, of course, being Sam, like, having all of you guys in one arena fighting.
Forget about it.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a real crazy fight when it
Sam
happens.
would be tough to square off against.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Sam's
He'd
tough.
be the other one, I think, getting down to the wire.
Man.
Worst
Anyway.
comes to worst, he just sits in his bubble.
And he's got War Cleric, so he gets advantage on his concentration checks
It's
too.
tough too, because a lot of it just kind of
Or
comes down to
Warcaster, I mean, sorry, Warcaster.
to order. After a while, it kind of comes down to turn order.
Shit.
Why initiative?
I always forget. I have advantages on charisma, saving throws, advantage
You're
on all
alive.
intelligence,
I'm
wisdom,
also-
and charisma saving throws.
I know that your strength
Against
is,
you, yeah.
Also, I know that your strength is artificially increased. Does that artificially increase your skill sets too?
Yeah.
So you
Oh,
actually
shit.
technically like I was
I
looking
need
at
to
this.
put
Your
these
plus
up then?
4, like where was it? Your athletics should be 5, or should
Oh
be
shit!
should be 4.
So I probably would have rolled a little higher on some.
Yeah, you've got a few.
It's fine.
like-
You still succeeded.
Get around to it.
Updated this in a while.
Once again, it all balances out.
Everyone's saying happy birthday, Liam and Laura.
Happy
birthday!
birthday!
It's today.
Somebody said happy birthday,
Matt.
Couple days.
Saturday,
Couple of, yeah, they're all
Thanks,
wishing you
guys.
happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa Bonnie. Bark, bark.
Bye.
Alrighty, guys.
If I hear one more read your spells, people, I am going to murder somebody.
Yeah, guys.
No more. No more read your spells or read your sheets.
They're
There's
so
a lot
hard
to keep
to
a track
remember.
of. This is my binder. Look at all this.
What? You don't have you don't have other stuff to deal with either. in
Yeah,
life.
it's not like I don't
no.
have, 3 full-time jobs.
Yeah, no.
It's all good. It's all good.
These.
Well, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you had as much fun as we did on this. We'll be back on the actual set once it'll be finished next week for the continuation of the showdown with Umbrasyl and Vox Machina,
Oh boy.
in which our buddy here, Liam, and Sam are both currently inside the dragon,
Feeling good.
with Grog dragging behind.
Oh, wow,
And
yeah,
it
no,
looks
you're
like we
right.
may have a guest player next week as well. So, also, next Wednesday, I'll be at Meltdown Comics, streaming with Wizards of the Coast, the official Dungeons & Dragons guys, unveiling their new lineup of D&D stuff, and unveiling a new cool project that I've been kind of developing with them, and a few other guests. Ashley announced as one of them. She's playing as our cleric in the group
Dagny.
there, Dagny.
Cleric!
We also
Cleric,
have
Dagny.
Brian Hussein was announced, the fantastic comedian, actor, writer. He's going to be there, and we have a few other cool surprise guests that will be announced in the near future. So anyway, that's next Wednesday. Look for the info at the official D&D Twitter.
I'll be so fun.
Until then, guys, have a wonderful night. Rest well.
Great night.
And is it Thursday yet?
Woohoo!
Good night, guys.
Spring break.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.